Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone and welcome to this course on an introduction to Excel 2021. My name is Deborah Ashby and I've been a Microsoft trainer for about 25 years now in various different forms. And I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, Excel 2021 is the latest standalone release from Microsoft, and it opens up many of the features and functionality currently only available in Microsoft 365 to customers who don't have or maybe don't want to sign up for the subscription service. And we're going to explore all of these new features and everything else Excel in this course. Now, this course is aimed at Excel novices, Excel beginners. So if you are brand new to the world of Excel and are looking for guidance, or maybe you have some very basic skills and would like to learn more, this course is going to give you a great foundation from which to build from. The only prerequisite required is that you have Excel 2021 downloaded to your PC. So before we begin and dive into the content, let's run through some housekeeping so you understand how this course is structured and how everything works. So this course has a total of 85 lessons, and those 85 lessons are split across 17 logical sections. And all of the lessons are bite-sized, so they're between 5 to 15 minutes in length. Each lesson contains a video where I'll demonstrate to you a discipline in Excel using some course files. And those course files are available to download from the course files folder so that you can follow along with what I'm doing. And throughout this course, you'll get a chance to practice what you've learnt with end of section exercises and also quizzes. So the first thing to do here is to download those course files and make sure that you have them somewhere easily accessible. Grab yourselves a drink and let's dive straight in. Once again, my name is Deb and I am thrilled to be your host for this course. If you're trying to decide whether you want to use Excel 2021 or Excel for Microsoft 365, this lesson is here to help you make that decision. And what you can see on the slide here is just some of the differences between Excel 365 and Excel 2021. Now, the main difference between these two is that Excel 365 is essentially a subscription service. And what that means is that you sign up with Microsoft and you pay a small monthly fee to effectively rent the software from Microsoft. So you don't actually ever own the software, and over time, if you have that software for a number of years, you end up paying a lot more for it than if you just purchased the software outright. And this is the main reason why a lot of people prefer to go for the standalone version of Excel, as it's a one-time purchase option. And you'll see in a moment the difference in the price. And I'm going to show you in a moment where you can go to Purchase Excel 2021, and then we can compare it against the subscription service. Now, if you do have a subscription to Microsoft 365, as a subscriber, it means that you're automatically going to receive the latest updates directly from Microsoft. So if they make a change to Excel, that's going to get pushed out to your PC automatically. Whereas if you've purchased Excel 2021, whilst it is yours to keep and you own that software, it doesn't receive perpetual updates. Now, Excel 365 can be installed on up to 5 devices. So if you're in a household and you have a laptop, maybe an iPad, maybe another PC, if you have a subscription, you can install your Microsoft applications on 5 different devices. With Excel 2021, because it's not a subscription service, it can only be installed on 1 device. And I would say that that is a general rule, that it can only be installed on 1 device. There are methods you can use to try and get that onto another PC, but in general, 1 device only. Also, with the 365 applications, it gives you access to the online versions of those applications, which means you can work and access your documents and files anywhere, anytime. So if I'm sitting on a train and I want to look at a spreadsheet that I created in Excel back at the office, I can log into my online portal for Microsoft 365 and open the document from there. Whereas with Excel 2021, you don't get access to a subscribers hub, the Microsoft 365 portal, from which you can access lots of other applications and also all of your files. So it really is your choice. Now, looking at this table, you might think to yourself, well, Excel 365 sounds like a much better deal. And I would say that for most people using Excel these days, most people are using the Microsoft 365 subscription service. But depending on your situation, you may decide that you would rather just pay outright for Excel and not have to pay an ongoing monthly subscription fee. And speaking of fees, let's take a look at the difference. So if you go onto the Microsoft website, and all I did here was I typed into Google, purchase Excel 2021, you can see here the two options that I have. The first one is that I can buy Excel outright for $149.99. All of my prices are in pounds because I'm in the UK, so these may differ depending on your location. Alternatively, I can choose to subscribe to Microsoft 365 and get Excel that way. And for me to subscribe, it costs me $5.99 per month. And I'll be paying that subscription fee every single month. So if you wanted to download Excel 2021, all you need to do is come onto this page and click Buy Now. Now, I will say that this price here of $149.99 is the Microsoft price. You can purchase this software for a greatly reduced price from other third-party websites. Now, you always have to be a little bit careful here which ones you choose. So I'm going to recommend a site to you, and the reason why I'm recommending this one is because I've purchased many pieces of software from this website and I've never had any problem at all. And that website is Brightsoft. Now notice here the difference in price. It's currently in dollars, but it's only $79.99. And not only do I get Excel 2021, I get all of the other applications as well. So Word, OneNote, PowerPoint, Outlook. So this is a much better deal. And if you look at this price compared to paying for a subscription monthly, this is a lot more cost effective. However, I'll leave it to you to choose which one you want to download. This course is for Excel 2021, but if you have purchased this course, maybe at this stage you decide that you would prefer to buy Excel for Office 365, this course is still fine for you to use. Because Excel 2021 was really released to bring the standalone versions in line with the features and functionalities currently available in Excel 365. So just bear that in mind. If you want to download 365, you can, and this course will still work for you. So download Excel, make sure you have the course file saved, and let's get to work. Now that we've downloaded and installed Excel 2021 onto our PC, it's time for us to launch the application for the first time. And the way that you do this really does depend on the operating system that you're using. So for me, I'm using Microsoft's latest version, which is Windows 11. But I'm going to hazard a guess that most people who are watching this course are going to probably be using an older version, so possibly Windows 10, maybe even something older. Now, from what I recall from Windows 10, pretty much everything I'm going to show you when it comes to launching applications is pretty much the same. So the first place that we need to go to here is we need to open up the Start menu. And the Start menu you'll find down on the taskbar, and it's this Windows icon just here. If you're using Windows 10, you should have something on the taskbar which looks similar to this. When you hover over it, you're going to get that little screen tip pop-up that says Start. So you can click to pop that menu up, or alternatively, if you're into your keyboard shortcuts, you can press the Windows logo key on your keyboard. Now for me, this pops open the Start menu. And what do I have on this Start menu? Well, at the top I have a search bar, which is going to allow me to search through all of the applications and files that I have on my PC. underneath that, I have some pinned applications. So these might be applications that I use all the time. Now, if you can't find Excel in this pinned area, we have an All Apps button, which is going to take us into the full list of applications we have available to us. And everything in here is organized in alphabetical order. So I could scroll through to find Excel, or alternatively, I can use the search bar at the top, simply type in Excel, and the best match is the Excel application. One click, and it's going to let me launch the app. Now, if Excel is going to be one of the applications that you're using on a regular basis, so maybe you go into Excel every single day, then I would definitely advise you to pin Excel either to your taskbar or to your Start menu. Now, notice that once I have Excel open, if I look down in my taskbar, I can see the application on the end here. So if I want to pin it to this taskbar permanently so it's available like these other icons, I can simply right-click my mouse and choose the Pin to Taskbar option. Now, even when I close Excel down, that icon is going to remain on the taskbar, and I can simply click to relaunch Excel. Another thing that I can do, again from the Start menu, so let's press the Windows key to pop that back up again, is I could pin it to this pinned area at the top. So once again, I'm going to jump into All Apps. Let's search for Excel. This time I'm going to right click and I'm going to say Pin to Start. So now that's going to pin it to that Start menu. And if you can't see it in this list, if you scroll down, you might find that it's right at the bottom. And of course, we can reorganize our pinned icons and applications. So if I want Excel to be further up this list, I can click and then just drag it into the position that I want it to be in. So let's put this right at the start. And then it makes it very simple for me to click Excel and launch the application from here. When you launch Excel, it's going to open up by default in something that we call the Start screen. And you only ever really see this screen in this configuration, this exact layout, when you launch Excel for the first time. So let's take a quick look around at some of the things that we have on this page. Now notice over on the left-hand side, we have three icons: Home, New, and Open. And currently I'm clicked on the home page, and we can tell that because it's highlighted in dark green. So what do we have on this home page that's going to be useful to us? Well, look at the section at the top called New. This is where we can go to create a new blank workbook, or maybe select a template. And the templates that you can see running across the top there are ones that I've created. So these are my own personal templates. And if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, just under those templates, you can see that there is actually a link to take us to more templates. Now, it's worth noting at this stage that within Excel, there are hundreds of Office templates that are free for us to use. And I'm going to talk to you more about templates and how you use them, and even how you create your own in one of the later lessons. But for now, just know that if you do need to access the fuller library of templates, you can click on the More Templates link from this home screen. Now, underneath our New section, we then have a Recent and a Pinned section. Now, this area really allows you to access files that you've opened and used recently. And you'll see underneath the recent list, this is basically all of the files that I've been into over the last couple of days. You can see the date modified column. I've been into most of these files either today or yesterday. Now, the amount of files that you see listed in recent is really dependent on what you have set up in Excel options. But the default for recent documents is 50. And I'll show you a bit later on how you can modify the number of recent documents you're seeing in your copy of Excel. So this area is really great if you just want to quickly access something that you've been working on recently. Now, one thing to remember about this particular list is that this is what we call a dynamic list, meaning that it's going to change all the time. So as I open new documents, those documents will appear at the top of this list, and the ones at the bottom of this recent list are going to kind of fall off the end. Now, if you have a particular document that you want to use all the time, so maybe it's something that you go into every single day and update, and you want to make sure that it doesn't start moving down this recent list, you want to pin it to the top of the list so it's permanently available. Well, you can do that. So let's take this second document in this recent list, the document called Lookup Functions. As I hover my mouse over that file name, notice over on the right-hand side, we get this little pin icon. When I hover over it, it says pin this item to the list. So if I click the pin, that item is now pinned in recent, and I'm also going to be able to find it underneath this pinned section. And there you go, there it is. So again, this makes it super easy for me to access. So that's what we have on this home page. Let's jump across to the next icon, which is this new icon. Now this is where you would come to create new workbooks. So again, we have something very similar to what we had in the new section on the home page. This is where we can quickly create a blank workbook, or we can access any templates that we've created. And once again, the ones that I've created and the ones that I use are at the top of this list. Now, if we scroll down, this is where we can find our template library. Now, notice again that I have two headings, Office and Personal. Now, the Office section is where you go if you're looking for a particular template. And all of the templates that are available in Excel are categorized. So it might be that you're looking for a business template, or maybe something related to planners and trackers. Maybe you want to create a household budget, so you're looking for all of the budget templates. Notice underneath where we have the search box, we have these different categories just here. So if I click on budgets, it's going to search through all of the templates in the library and just present me with all of the templates that are related to budgets. Let's click the back arrow to go back. What about if I want to actually search for a template as opposed to looking or browsing through each of these categories? Well, I can click in the search box and maybe I'm looking for an invoice template. I can hit enter, or I can click on the magnifying glass to kick off that search. And there we go. We have all of the templates which match the criteria that I've specified. So super simple. We're not going to select a template at this stage because we do have an entire lesson on templates. But just for now, make sure that you know where you go to access them. And I'll also talk a little bit more in that lesson about what this personal section is and how it differs from the Office section. Let's move down and select the next icon. So this time, Open. This is where you can come to open any workbooks or folders. So if we've created a workbook previously and we've saved it to a location on our PC, maybe to the Documents folder or maybe to a OneDrive cloud storage folder, and we want to reopen that, this is where we would come. So every time you want to open a file, come to the Open section. And this is just showing us a list of different locations that we can open files from. So currently I'm clicked on Recent, and on the right hand side of the screen you can see that I have recent workbooks showing currently. So again, these are the workbooks that I've used most recently. If I want to open any of them, it's simply a case of clicking and it's going to load up that workbook in Excel. What I also have here is folders. So this is going to show me any recent folders that I've saved into. So again, all of this is here to help us access files quicker. Underneath recent, I have a couple of other storage locations that I have access to. So 2 OneDrive accounts effectively. And I can open files from my cloud storage from here. And I can also choose to browse this PC. So if I'm more comfortable going to File Explorer and working my way through my folder structure, then I can definitely open files from here as well in that way. Now, right at the bottom of this menu, we have 3 little options here: Account, Feedback, and Options. So if we click on Account, this is where you're going to find some useful information related to your account. You can see your user information at the top. So this is your login credentials for Microsoft. I can choose to change my account photo. I can sign out of my account, and I can also switch account from here as well if I do have multiple. I can choose an Office background from here and also an Office theme from here as well. So if I wanted to, I could change my Office theme to black. We've also got dark grey, white, and of course, colourful. I can see what services I have connected from here as well. So in general, I usually have OneDrive connected so I can save my files, and also a SharePoint site. And if I want to add or connect up any new services, I can do that from down here as well. And on the right hand side, I just have product information about the version of Office that I'm using. So you can see here that we are using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2021. This is also where I can come to check to see if we have any updates available for Office. So very useful to know where this is. Underneath the account section, we have feedback. So this is really if you just want to send some feedback about a particular feature of Excel to Microsoft. So you can do that if you choose to. And then finally at the bottom, we have options. And this is a really important area and one we're going to dip into and dip out of throughout this course. I'm not going to go into this in any great detail at the moment, other than to say this is where you come to customize how your copy of Excel works. So this is effectively all of your settings. You can set up autosave from here. You can check what language you're using. You can customize your ribbons and even create your own ribbons. You can modify the quick access toolbar and turn off and on different add-ins as well. Now I've just scratched the surface there with the types of settings that you can change, but make sure that you know where Excel options is because we're going to be coming in and out of here a lot. Now, if I click on cancel, notice what happens here. It doesn't take me back to that start screen. And if I click on the file menu, I don't get exactly the same screen. So I get things that are fairly similar. I've got home, new and open at the top here, but I have some additional options underneath which weren't part of that start screen. Now remember, I said at the beginning, you only ever see the start screen in that particular layout when you launch Excel for the first time. So if I close down Excel one more time and click to reopen it, there I get back to my start screen. So just remember that. So that is the start screen. Make sure you're familiar with it and you know where to go to create new documents, where your templates are, and also how to open files and check your account settings. So now that we're comfortable with this start screen, it's time to create a new blank workbook and make ourselves familiar with the Excel interface. So I'm on the start screen, I'm clicked on home. If I want to create a blank workbook, I can select blank workbook from here. Alternatively, I could go to new and click on blank workbook from here as well. As soon as I click it, it's going to load it up into Excel. And the first thing you'll notice with Excel 2021 is that we have a lovely, shiny new interface. This definitely has a much more modern look and feel to some of the older versions of Excel. For example, we now have these curved corners and the icons have been slightly refined, so everything just has a much more modern look. So now that we have a blank Excel workbook open in the main screen in Excel, let's take a look at the interface so we understand what we're looking at. So let's start at the top of the screen with this green bar that we can see. This is what we call the title bar. And among other things in this bar, you're going to see, as you would expect, the title of your document. Now, currently, I haven't saved this file, so the title of this document is really the generic default file name that Excel gives new workbooks. And that is normally Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, something along those lines. So my file name is currently Book 1. When I save this file, this is going to update and I'm going to see the new name in this title bar. Now, to the left of where we have Book 1, we have a number of different little icons. And this is called the Quick Access Toolbar. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to looking at the Quick Access Toolbar and also customizing it to suit our needs. So we're going to come back to that in a later lesson. Moving across to the middle of this title bar, we have a search bar in the middle, and notice that there is a keyboard shortcut for this search bar of Alt-Q. And from here we can search for pretty much anything. Moving all the way over to the right-hand side, this is where you're going to find your account information again, and I can also sign out of my account from here also. I then have the Minimize button, which is going to minimize Excel down into what we used to call the system tray, now down into the taskbar. Now, when you minimize, it doesn't close Excel. Excel is still there. It just means you have to hover over the Excel icon in your taskbar and click to maximize that window. The button next to that allows us to restore this window down to a smaller size. So sometimes if you want to move this around and see something underneath this window, that can be quite useful. And if we hover over again, I can click to make this full size. Now, if you're wondering what these little pop-up grid structures are when I hover over that button, that's related to a new feature in Windows 11 called Snap Layouts. It's not actually part of Excel. And then right in the corner here, we have the Close button. Now, a really important thing to note here. If you click the cross in the top right-hand corner, it's going to close all of Excel. So if you have multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all because this one closes Excel. If you want to close just the file that you have open, you would do that from File, and you can see that you have a Close option in here. Alternatively, there is a keyboard shortcut to close the file that you have open on your screen of Control-W. That's going to close down just the workbook, but it's going to leave Excel open. So now that we've done that, we really need to load up another blank workbook. Now, a quick way of doing this is again to use a keyboard shortcut. So to create a blank workbook, Control-N is going to do that for you. Now, underneath the title bar, we have these little tabs at the top here. So we have Home, Insert, Draw, Page Layout, Formulas, so on and so forth. And each time I click on one of these tabs, it shows me a ribbon. And that is the terminology in Excel. These are the tabs, and each tab has its own ribbon. So currently, I'm clicked on the Home ribbon. And what you see on these ribbons are basically the commands that you're going to use to execute tasks and actions in Excel. And these commands are categorized logically onto different ribbons. So in general, on the Home ribbon, you're going to find most of the things that you use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, format painter. You're going to find your formatting options, alignment tools, number formatting, things like that. The Insert ribbon is where you find all of the things that you can insert into your spreadsheet. So things like pictures, shapes, charts, links, text boxes, symbols, all of that good stuff. The Draw ribbon is there if you need to make any annotations. So this is particularly useful if you work with a touch screen device and a stylus. You can ink up your documents, make annotations and notes. The next ribbon along deals with the layout of the page. So from here, I can do things like apply specific themes to my workbook. I can change the margins. Maybe I want to change the orientation of the workbook from landscape to portrait. I can do things like add a background image, turn the grid lines off and on, and also align objects, things like that. The Formulas ribbon is where we go if we want to access our formula library. And formulas are really the backbone of Excel. It's really what it's known for, its calculations. So we're going to be doing a lot of work in here a bit later on in the course. The Data ribbon is where we go to do things like connect to external data sources. So if you want to import data in from other applications, you would come into this ribbon. We can sort our data, we can filter, we can do things like remove duplicates and do various different types of data analysis. The Review ribbon is generally the ribbon that I come to last. So once my spreadsheet has been done, I come to the Review ribbon because this is where you come to do things like spell checking. You can add comments in, and you can also do things like protect the worksheet and the workbook. The View ribbon contains how we're actually viewing our workbook when we're working in it. So by default, you're always going to be in normal view. But you do have some other views here that you can switch between. I can also do things like zoom in and out from here, create new windows, arrange windows, and also switch between any open workbooks. Now, I've got two ribbons turned on here that you might not see in your copy of Excel. So the Developer ribbon and also the Power Pivot ribbon are not turned on by default. If you want to use these, then you need to go into Excel options and toggle these on. Now, the Developer ribbon contains a lot of the more advanced commands in Excel. So this is where you would come if you want to work with macros, if you want to take a look at the VBA code, all things like that. And we're not going to touch this ribbon in this beginner's course, so we're going to go in and turn those ribbons off in a moment. The final ribbon, Power Pivot, this is actually an add-in that I've turned on. And again, this is one of the more advanced features of Excel, so for this course, you don't need to have that ribbon either. So the final ribbon that you might possibly see, and again, this is one that isn't always turned on by default, is the Help ribbon. And that is pretty much what it says on the tin. This is where you can come if you need to access the help files. So let's quickly jump in to Excel options, because this will give you a good little introduction to how Excel options works, and turn off Developer and PowerPoint ribbons, because we're not going to be using them. So we're going to go to File and all the way down to Options. Now, in these categories on the left-hand side, I'm going to go to Customize Ribbon. And here I can see all of the ribbons that I have turned on. So I'm going to deselect Developer and Power Pivot just to turn those off. And there we go. Hopefully my Excel now looks more similar to yours. Now, underneath these ribbons, we then have something called the name box over on the left-hand side, which is currently just showing the cell reference of where my cursor currently is. Now, if you're not sure what I mean by cell reference, just wait a few minutes. I'm going to explain that to you. And then next to the name box, we have the formula bar. And this is where you can come to edit your formulas. And you can also see what you have in your cells in this formula bar as well. And then underneath, we have the main part of the workbook. And that is the worksheet. Now, each worksheet has a grid structure. You can see it's organized by columns that are labeled with letters and rows that are labeled with numbers. And all of these rectangles that you can see in this grid are referred to as cells. And how do we identify different cells in a worksheet? Well, we use what we call the cell reference. So take a look at where my mouse is clicked currently. Notice the column that it's in is shaded in grey. It's in column H, and it's also row number 8. So the cell reference for this particular cell is H8. And you can see that in the name box just here. So wherever I click on this worksheet, you're going to see it highlighted in the column and the row, and you'll also see the cell reference in the name box. And cell references are so important. You're going to be using these all the time, particularly when you're doing things like formulas in Excel. Now at the bottom here, I have Sheet 1, this little tab. So we're working in a workbook and we're also working in a worksheet. And I can have numerous different worksheets as part of this workbook. So that is the structure. You have a workbook, but that workbook might contain many different sheets. Notice that we also have horizontal and vertical scroll bars to help us navigate and scroll through our worksheets. And then finally at the bottom, we have the status bar. And this status bar is pretty much fairly plain at the moment, but you can customize this to show different pieces of information that's going to be useful to you when you're working in Excel. Way over on the right-hand side, we also have quick ways of switching our document views or our worksheet views. And we also have a zoom slider, which lets us zoom in and zoom out of this particular worksheet. Now, all of these things we're going to go into in a lot more detail, but I just want to give you a whistle-stop tour of the different elements of the screen so that you'll start to become familiar with some of the Excel terminology and where you need to go to access different options and commands. In the previous lesson, we started to introduce the concept of tabs and ribbons. And in this lesson, we're going to take a bit of a deeper dive into tabs and ribbons, and we're also going to take a look at menus as well, because all of these are really important concepts to grasp when you're working in Excel. Now, as we mentioned previously, we have our tabs running across the top, and each tab has a corresponding ribbon. And what we'll find on each of these ribbons are commands that will allow us to execute different actions within Excel. And all of these commands have been arranged logically onto their corresponding ribbons to make it a little bit easier for you to find the command that you're looking for. For example, if I wanted to insert a shape into my worksheet, the logical tab to click on would be the Insert tab. And I'm going to find shapes within this illustrations group, which brings me on to my next point. All of the commands on each ribbon are organized into these different groups. So if we jump back to the home ribbon once again, you can see that for things like cut, copy, paste, format painter, those are all part of the clipboard group. My font formatting options are part of the font group. My alignment tools, part of the alignment group, so on and so forth. Now, with so many different commands in Excel, if you're fairly new to the application, you're probably going to go through a good few weeks where you're not 100% sure what each of these commands does. Now, fortunately, in Excel, we have something that can help demystify this for us. If I was to hover my mouse over any of these commands on the ribbons, notice I get a little screen tip pop up, which tells me the name of the command. It gives me a short description of what that command does, and it's also going to show me if there is a keyboard shortcut for this command. Now, some commands have keyboard shortcuts and some do not. For example, if I hover over bold, I can see that that one, yes, that does have a keyboard shortcut. But if I hover over, let's say, increase font size, you can see that it's not showing me a keyboard shortcut. Also, what you'll find with these commands is that if you right-click your mouse on any of them, you're going to see what we call a contextual menu. Now, contextual menus appear throughout Excel, and they're called contextual menus because they're kind of contextual to where you're currently clicked. So because I've right-clicked my mouse on the Format Painter command, in that contextual menu, I'm seeing menu items related to that particular command. So what you see in this contextual menu changes depending on where you're clicked. For example, if I was just to click on a cell in the worksheet and right-click my mouse, I get a much longer, completely different contextual menu. So this is basically showing me all of the actions that I can take in relation to the cell that I'm clicked on. So I can copy this cell, I can paste it, I can insert new cells, I can delete it, so on and so forth. Another thing you'll notice when you right-click on the worksheet, in addition to that contextual menu, you're going to see what we call the mini toolbar just above. And this mini toolbar contains some formatting commands. And these are in general formatting commands that you'll find yourself reaching for all of the time. And the idea of this mini toolbar is that it just makes it a little bit easier for you to access these formatting options without having to drag your mouse all the way up to the home ribbon. Now, some people love this mini toolbar, some people really don't. And this is one of those things that you can control within Excel options. So let's just divert for a second and let me show you where you can go if you'd like to turn that mini toolbar off or on. So we're going to go back up to File, into Excel options. I told you at the beginning we would be coming out of here fairly frequently. Now, in the General section in this first group where it says User Interface Options, notice that this second option down is Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So if you don't like that mini toolbar and you find it just gets in the way when you're right-clicking, you can deselect this box just here and it's not going to come up when you right-click. Now, another place you can go to get access to more commands is by clicking on this little diagonal down arrow in the corner of the group. Now notice not every group has one of these diagonal down arrows. For example, styles, cells and editing don't have them, but we have this arrow in all of these other groups. Now if I hover over the one for font, you can see here it says Font Settings, and this does have a keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift-A. F. So if I click this, it's going to open up a little dialog box. It's going to jump me straight to the font tab, and in here I have a few additional options for formatting my font that I don't actually have on the ribbon. Let's cancel out of there. Let's click on Alignment. Now notice it takes us to the same box. It's still the Format Cells box, but we've jumped to a different tab, and that is the Alignment tab. And again, we have a few more controls that we can use to deal with alignment in our worksheet. Now, what about if I click on this one here in the clipboard group? Let's see what this does. Now, here we get something completely different. This opens up the internal clipboard. Now, this clipboard is here to basically collect items that you cut or copy in your worksheet. And again, I'm not going to go into this in too much detail because we do have a whole lesson about this later on in the course. The main thing I wanted to highlight to you there is that by clicking on that dialog box launcher, the little arrow in the corner, doesn't necessarily always open a dialog box. In this particular scenario, it's opened up what we call a pane on the left-hand side of the screen. And if I want to close down a pane, I can just click the cross in the top corner. Now, the final point I'd like to mention here in relation to ribbons is that you can choose to hide the ribbon from view. By default, this ribbon is going to be visible at the top of the workbook all of the time. And mostly that's absolutely fine because you're going to find yourself reaching for your different commands frequently. However, if maybe you're viewing or scrolling through a very, very large worksheet and you want to basically maximize the real estate that you have on the page, you could choose to temporarily collapse up the ribbon. Now, there are a couple of different ways that you can do this, and by far the easiest way is to use the keyboard shortcut. And the keyboard shortcut to collapse or expand the ribbons is Control F1. You'll notice as soon as I do that, I'm just left with those tabs and the ribbons no longer display. Control F1 again to bring the ribbon back. Alternatively, if I go all the way over to the right-hand side, notice that I have this little drop-down arrow, and when I hover over, it says Ribbon Display Options. So if I click this here, I have some other options when it comes to showing the ribbon. Now, I can choose to always show the ribbon. I can show tabs only, which is pretty much what we had when we pressed Control F1. And notice that once this is collapsed, I don't have a little down arrow anymore to bring that back again. But what I can do is simply click on one of these tabs and it's going to drop that ribbon back down. I can then choose to always show the ribbon. And if I want to truly maximize the space that I have on the screen and also get rid of these tabs, if I click the drop down, I could choose full screen mode, and that's really just going to leave me with the spreadsheet in view. To come out of here, we can click at 3 dots in that title bar, click the drop down again, and switch it back to always show ribbon. So far, there's one tab at the top here that we haven't really spoken about in any great depth, and that is the File tab. Now, the File tab is different from these other tabs as it doesn't contain a ribbon. So when we click on File, instead of getting a ribbon, it takes us into what we call the Backstage Area. And this area is a little bit similar to the Start Screen that we see when we first launch Excel. But there are some major differences. We have a lot more options that we can select in that left-hand menu from File. And this Backstage Area is really what we consider to be the admin area. This is where we can come to create new blank workbooks or even select a template. We can open workbooks from here. We can save workbooks from here. We can also do things like print workbooks, share them with other people, export them out to different file formats, and even publish them to the Power BI service. And we're going to be using each of these options throughout this course. But just for now, know that in order to get to these options, you need to click on File and go into what we call the Backstage Area. Now, one page here that I do want to draw your attention to is this Info page. Now, in Info, we kind of have two parts to this. This is where we can come to do things like protect our workbook. So if we want to add a password to our workbook to protect which parts of the workbook other people can edit, we can do that from here. We can also inspect our workbook, so we can check for any metadata or information that's stored in the background of each file, such as things like the author's name, when the document was created, things like that. We can remove all of those things before we send this out to other people. This is also where we can effectively recover any unsaved workbooks. So if we're working away in a workbook and we haven't saved it and Excel crashes, we're going to be able to see our unsaved workbooks listed here, and we can effectively recover them. And then finally, we also have some browser view options. So if somebody else was viewing this Excel workbook on the web, we can control how they're viewing it. And once again, we are going to go through all of these options as we go through this course. Something else we also have in here are the document properties. Now, I haven't saved this document yet, so we don't have too many document properties. It hasn't got a title and it's blank, so it doesn't really have any size as yet. But we do have a little bit of information about this document. I can see when it was last modified, when it was created, when it was last printed, and I can also see that I'm the author and I was the person who last modified this. Now, the only other option that I really want to highlight in this Backstage area at this stage is close at the bottom here. If you recall, previously when we were working in our Excel workbook, I mentioned that if you click the cross in the top right hand corner, that's basically going to close all of Excel. So if you've got multiple workbooks open, it's going to close them all. If you simply want to close the workbook that you currently have open, you would choose Close from here. Now, it's recognizing that I haven't saved this file. And that's fine, we don't really need this, so I'm going to say don't save. That file is going to close down, but notice that Excel remains open. And remember, if I want to quickly create a new blank workbook again, I can use my keyboard shortcut of Control-N. Notice the file name at the top is now Book 3. So every time you create a new blank workbook and you don't save it as something else, when you create another one, it's going to be Book 3, Book 4, Book 5, so on and so forth. So just be aware of that. This close in here will close the current workbook. The cross in the top corner will close all of Excel. Now, if you want to backtrack out of this Backstage area and go back to your Excel workbook, you have a couple of different options. At the top here, just above where it says Home, we have a back arrow. If I click this, it's going to take me back to my workbook. Another way that we can do this is we can also press the Escape key on our keyboard, and that's going to take us back as well. So now we're a bit more familiar with the general overall layout of Excel. It's time to switch our attention to the Quick Access toolbar. And again, this is something I briefly mentioned at the start of this course when we were exploring the Excel interface. Now for me, my Quick Access toolbar is right at the top here in the left-hand corner. And it's this tiny little toolbar that has a few little icons on it. So where you can see the Save command, we also have Undo and Redo. This is basically my Quick Access toolbar. And currently I don't have a great deal on there apart from the default commands that display when you enable the Quick Access toolbar. So what exactly is this? Well, the Quick Access Toolbar, or QAT as it's known for short, is where we can add commands that we use frequently. So instead of having to go through and hunt through different ribbons for commonly used commands, we can simply add them to this Quick Access Toolbar, which makes them super easy to access. Now, before we start doing that, let me show you how you can change the position of the Quick Access Toolbar. Because currently mine is kind of shoved up in that top left-hand corner. And when I leave mine up there, I tend to forget that it's even there and I very rarely use it. So I prefer to have mine displaying underneath my ribbons. So how do we change the position of the QAT? Well, if we hover our mouse over this little drop-down arrow, notice that the screen tip says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. And when I click it, it's going to open up a menu of different items. And right at the bottom of this menu, we have an option to show below ribbon. And that's going to move this to underneath your ribbons. Now notice that the save icon is still showing up in this title bar. So this save icon isn't actually part of that quick access toolbar. You're going to find that this is just part of Excel's title bar. So the only commands that I currently have on my quick access toolbar are undo and redo. Now if I click this drop down arrow again, you can see that I have a few different commands in this menu that I can add on to my quick access toolbar with one click. And these are really the 15 or so commands that Microsoft have deemed are going to be useful to you. So if I want to add any of these that I can see in this list to my QAT, I simply need to just select them and it's going to add that command. Let's also add spelling in here as well. Now, if I want to add save to the quick access toolbar, maybe I forget that it's up here in the top left-hand corner, I can add another save icon to the QAT as well. Now, if you're looking at your Excel and you're thinking, well, I don't actually see anything that resembles this quick access toolbar, it might be that you don't have it turned on. And this is one of the things that's very different from older versions of Excel. In the last version of Excel 365 that I used, and in versions before that, the quick access toolbar was turned on by default. And there was no way for us to control if we have it toggled on or if we have it toggled off. But now in Excel 2021, we do have that option. So let me just show you that. Let's jump up to File. And again, we're jumping back into our Excel options. Now notice in this list, we have a whole page dedicated to customizing the quick access toolbar. And we're going to come back into here in a moment and start adding commands this way. But I want to draw your attention first of all to this bottom section. Notice I have Show Quick Access Toolbar selected. If I deselect this box and click on OK, it's going to get rid of that quick access toolbar altogether. So if you find that you never use it and it's just taking up additional room, you can definitely turn it off. Now, I quite like having my quick access toolbar turned on, so let's jump back into there and put a tick in this box. Another thing we can do is also display labels for the items on our quick access toolbar. So if I select this checkbox as well and click on OK, now look at my quick access toolbar. Instead of just the icons, I have the actual labels. So it's a lot easier for me to determine what each of these does. I can see undo clearly, redo clearly, email, so on and so forth. So now that we've established how to activate the quick access toolbar and how we can very simply add any of the commands from this customized quick access toolbar menu, let's take a look at some other customizations we can make. Now, obviously, in this right-click menu, we're not seeing all of the commands available in Excel. So what if I want to add a completely different command onto my quick access toolbar? Maybe I'm always using conditional formatting. Well, this is very simple. What you can do is right-click on any command on any ribbon, and the first option that you're going to have in that contextual menu is Add to Quick Access Toolbar. Notice as soon as I do that, it appears with its label. Now, I mentioned in an earlier lesson that not all commands available in Excel have an icon on the ribbons. There are some commands that purely exist in the background, and they're usually commands that you don't tend to use all that often. So what about if I want to add one of those to my quick access toolbar? Well, this is where we can jump back into Excel options. So let's go to File, into Options, and we're going to go straight to Quick Access Toolbar. Now, over on the right-hand side, this is where you can see the current Quick Access Toolbar. And you can see the icons that I have showing undo, redo, email spelling, save, and conditional formatting, which is the one I just added. And on the left-hand side, currently, I'm showing all of the popular commands in Excel. If I wanted to see the full list, every single command available in Excel, I can choose all commands from this first menu. And now I have every single command in Excel available listed out in alphabetical order. So I can now go through and I can choose any of these that I want to add. So let's say I want to add shape after. Click the Add button in the middle, and that's going to put that onto the Quick Access toolbar. And I can carry on going through, adding different buttons to my Quick Access toolbar, like so. And of course, if I want to remove them, I can do exactly the same thing. So I'm actually going to remove these separators. And I'll explain to you what separators are in a moment. Let's select the first one, click Remove, select the second one, click Remove. So now that I have all of my Quick Access toolbar commands showing, I can reorganize these using the arrows on the right-hand side. So maybe I want to move Save so it's the first icon on my Quick Access toolbar. I just need to select it and use my arrow keys to move it up. So don't be afraid to reorganize your commands on your QAT. Now, we just deleted out a couple of separators there, so let me explain to you what separators are. Separators will effectively separate your commands on your Quick Access toolbar into groups that you specify. And all it really is a tiny little line. It's actually barely visible, but it just does give a little bit of structure to the Quick Access toolbar as opposed to just having a horizontal list of commands. So at the top of any list you select, whether it's all commands or popular commands, you're going to see separator. And you can add in as many separators as you like. So I'm going to add 3 into here. And then I can move these into the correct position. So maybe I want to separate Save from everything else. Maybe I want to separate Undo and Redo from the rest of my commands. And then finally, let's just move this one up to, let's put that just there. Once you're happy with how you have your QAT organized, if we click on OK, it's going to update with those changes. And I don't know if you can just see, very faint line in between these, that is the separator. So I definitely recommend that once you've been using Excel for a while, you're going to get an idea of the kinds of commands that you use all the time. And once you do know that, start adding them to your Quick Access toolbar to make them super easy to access so you're not digging around the different ribbons looking for your commands. It's also worth noting that if you want to remove commands that you've already added to the Quick Access toolbar, you don't have to keep going into Excel options. You can simply right-click on the command, and then in the contextual menu, you have a Remove from Quick Access toolbar option. So I'm actually going to remove the 3 that I just added. In this lesson, we're going to run through some of the most useful keyboard shortcuts. And we've used quite a few keyboard shortcuts so far in this course, and for me, they are the #1 thing to learn if you want to improve your efficiency when working in Excel. Now, there are hundreds and hundreds of keyboard shortcuts, and you are definitely not going to remember all of them. And what I would say is that most people have 10 to 15 that they use all the time. So let me show you some of the most popular ones. Now, if you take a look at my workbook, I currently don't have anything open. And as we've already seen, if we want to create a new blank workbook, we can use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N. If I now wanted to save this workbook, and bear in mind we haven't really discussed saving in any great detail at the moment, we could press Control-S, and that's going to prompt us to save this file into a location. Now, I'm not going to do that at the moment because we have an entire lesson on saving. Let's just click Cancel. So now let's type something into a cell. So I'm just going to pick a random cell somewhere in the middle here. H7 is the cell reference, and I'm going to type in the number 1000. Now, what about if I want to format this number? Well, there's a couple of things I can do here. The Control-B keyboard shortcut is going to apply bold formatting. If I then choose Control-I, it's going to apply italic formatting. Now notice, as I've used these keyboard shortcuts, if we take a look up on the Home ribbon in the font group, notice that now both bold and italic are showing as being toggled on. What I could also do is Control-U. That's going to toggle on the underline. And if I want to undo The underline, the italic, and the bold, a very important keyboard shortcut which you're going to use all the time is Control-Z. That's going to undo your last action. So I can go all the way back to how the number was originally simply by doing Control-Z 3 times. What about if I want to move this number to a different cell in the worksheet? Well, for that, I can use Cut. And we have a keyboard shortcut for Cut of Control-X. Notice as soon as I press Control-X, I now have what we refer to as marching ants or sometimes dancing ants around the outside of the cell. And that really just lets me know that I've cut this information. Now, if I was to click the diagonal arrow next to clipboard, if you remember previously we looked in here, this is where any cut items will be gathered. So you can see at the top here, because I haven't pasted this yet, I've simply cut it, it's now being held on this clipboard until I paste it elsewhere. Okay, so now what I can do is click in another cell and use the paste keyboard shortcut, which is Control-V. And that is going to move that number from one cell to another. But what about if I want to make a copy as opposed to cutting it? Well, the keyboard shortcut for copy is Control-C. Again, I have my marching ants. I can select another cell and I can do paste Control-V. And now I have a copy. Notice that the original is still showing with marching ants around the outside. So I need to press the Escape key to deselect that cell. Now, to demonstrate some more super useful keyboard shortcuts, we're actually going to open a file that contains more data. And there is a keyboard shortcut for Open. If we press Control-O, it's going to jump us into that Backstage Area and straight to the Open page. And the file that I want to open, I've accessed recently, so I'm going to go to my recent list of workbooks, and it's this one here. So I can just click once to open that file. So now we have quite a bit of data in here. We can demonstrate some other useful keyboard shortcuts. Now, if I'm clicked in cell A1, where we have the word date, and I want to jump down to the last row in this data set, I can press Control down arrow, and that's going to jump me to the last row. If I want to jump back up to the top, Control up arrow. If I want to jump to the last column in my data set, Control right arrow and Control left arrow to go back. What about instead of just moving around, I want to actually make a selection. I want to select all of the data in column A. Well, for that, we can just add in the Shift key. So Control, Shift, down arrow will select all of the data in that column. If I do Control, Shift, right arrow, it's going to select everything. Now, another way that we can select all of the data in this little table here is to press the Control-A keyboard shortcut. Control-A is Select All, and this functions slightly differently depending on where you're clicked. So if you're clicked within some data and you press Control-A, it's going to basically select all of the data that surrounds where you're clicked. So it's super useful for making very quick selections of tables and data sets. But if I was clicked somewhere over here, just in a blank cell on this worksheet, and I press Control-A, that's going to select every single cell in my workbook. Now, a keyboard shortcut that we've already been introduced to is Control-F1. That is going to minimize up the ribbon. Control-F1 again to bring it back. What about if I want to print this spreadsheet? Now, again, we haven't really covered printing yet, but this is a very popular keyboard shortcut. Control-P is going to jump us across to that Backstage Area and into the print page where we can then select our printing options. Remember, to come out of this Backstage Area, we can press the Escape key. So those are some of the ones that I use all the time. Now, if you're somebody who finds it maybe difficult to work with a mouse, I know some people who have wrist injuries really struggle working with a mouse and very much prefer to do the majority of their work using the keyboard. Now, if you're one of those people and you want to navigate entirely around Excel using just the keyboard and really cutting down on the amount of times that you're using the mouse, this next shortcut is going to be super useful to you. If you press the Alt key on your keyboard, notice what happens to my ribbons. I get a special shortcut key assigned to all of the tabs, the search area, the items on my quick access toolbar, so on and so forth. So maybe I decide that I want to insert a shape into this worksheet. And I know that shapes are on the Insert ribbon. Instead of clicking on Insert with my mouse, I could use the assigned letter. So I can see that that is N. If I press N, it's going to jump me to that Insert ribbon, and I get a whole new set of keyboard shortcuts. So I want to go to Shapes. I can see the key combination there is SH. So I'm going to press SH, and it's going to drop down that Shapes menu. What I can then do is use my arrow keys to move down and select the shape that I want to use. So it could be any of these. I'm going to go with a rectangle. And all I need to do to select this is press the Enter key on my keyboard, and it's going to insert my shape. If I want to nudge this or move this off of my data set, instead of using my mouse to drag it, I could use my arrow keys, which is going to move this shape along. So you can pretty much navigate and execute actions entirely using your keyboard. So don't forget about that Alt option. And if you find yourself in here and you want to come out of this setting, just press Alt again to get rid of those letters. And finally, if you're really interested in keyboard shortcuts and you'd like to know the full comprehensive list of all of them available in Excel, and as I said, there are hundreds, then your best bet is to go to the help file. And this in itself has a keyboard shortcut. So if we press the F1 key, this is going to pop open Excel help. And again, we do have an entire lesson on how to access help, but just to show you, if we just type in keyboard shortcuts and hit enter, it's going to search the help files. The top option here will show us all of the keyboard shortcuts available in Excel. So if I click this, it's going to open up this little pane, and if I scroll down, the keyboard shortcuts are divided down into different topics. So if I go to frequently used shortcuts, I'm going to see what all of those are. So some of these we've already used: close a workbook, Control W, open, Control O, save, Control S, cut, copy, paste, undo, that one that you're going to be using all the time. So this is a great little reference guide if you are super keen on using shortcuts as opposed to using your mouse to click on commands. To finish off this introductory section, I just want to make sure you know where to go if you ever need help when you're working in Excel. Because let's face it, we all need a little bit of help sometimes. It might be that you're not sure what a particular command does. Or maybe you know the command that you want to use, but you don't know which ribbon it's located on. Or maybe you just want to do some additional reading about a command so that you know if it's going to be fit for purpose. And there are a few different ways that we can get help in Excel. Now, two of them we've already kind of had a little look at. The most basic way to get some help is by hovering over any of the commands in this ribbon. These screen tips in themselves are help. If you just want to know what a command does, the screen tips are going to show you this information. For example, I'm hovered over Merge and Center. I can see underneath a short description, and it tells me that if I click this button, it's going to combine and center the contents of the selected cells in a new, larger cell. This is a great way to create a label that spans multiple columns. And if I want any more information, if I want a bit more detail, notice that I have this little Tell Me More link at the bottom. If I click this, it's going to jump straight into the Excel help files and to the exact place in these help files that I need. So now I get help on merge and unmerge cells. And notice in here I have a little tutorial video that I can play, and then underneath I have some instructional text that walks me through the process step by step of how to merge cells and also unmerge cells. So these screen tips are a really great way to get a quick look at what it does. And if you need more information, you have the Tell Me More link at the bottom. And you'll notice that you have this for all of these commands. Conditional formatting, I have a Tell Me More link. If I go to font color, I have a Tell Me More link. So a really nice way of getting to help. Now these help files can also be accessed by pressing the F1 key on your keyboard. And if you have the help ribbon showing at the top, notice that the first command on here is basically what you get when you press the F1 key. It's exactly the same thing. We do have some other options on this help ribbon as well. So if you're in the US, you might want to use this contact support option. Now I'm in the UK and unfortunately this feature isn't supported if you're outside the US. We have a feedback section. So this is where we can provide some feedback to Microsoft, maybe about features that we think could be improved. We have a show training section. So this is super useful if you're looking for a little bit of training in the form of video files. You can come into here and you can search for what it is that you're looking for. So maybe I want to find a video that's going to show me how to format a table. I can click on the link to format an Excel table. I will say there isn't a video for everything that you search for, but at the very least you will get step-by-step instructions. Now we also have a group here called Community, and these are going to take you to external websites. So if we click on the Community command, it's going to open up a web browser and jump me straight across to the Microsoft Excel community. And this is where I can come to get some really good information. I can become a member, I can start discussions. So if I have a particular issue, I could post it here and get help from the Excel community. So a really nice little option there. I could choose Excel blog. Again, this is going to jump me across to the Microsoft web page and to the blog specifically about Excel. And blog posts are posted here on a frequent basis, and it's a great place to come if you're interested in keeping up to date with new things in Excel and you're somebody who enjoys reading blog posts. And then finally, we have the Suggest a Feature button, which again allows you to make some suggestions to Microsoft. Now, aside from all of these options for help, we have a couple of other options. Now, notice at the top of the screen, we have a search bar. Now, if you're clicked somewhere down here on your Excel spreadsheet and you want to quickly jump up to that search area, notice the keyboard shortcut Alt-Q. It's going to pull your cursor up to the top. So what I can do here is I can search for something in Excel. So maybe I want to know how to format a table again. And what this will do is it will find if what I've typed is a command that exists in Excel. So format as a table is an actual command, and it's listed up here, and it basically jumps me straight to the command that I need. It also gives me some other selections that are similar to what I've typed. It's also going to show me any Excel files I have that contain the words format a table. And if I want to get some help on this, I can also get help from here simply by clicking Get Help on Format a Table. And it's going to pop open that help area again. Now, the final way that you can get help is what we call contextual help. So let me show you an example. If I click the diagonal arrow in the bottom corner of this font group, notice that in this Format Cells dialog box, I have a little question mark icon. I have a question mark symbol. And if I hover my mouse over this symbol, it says help. And what this does is it provides contextual help. So because I'm in the Format Cells dialog box, clicked on the Font tab, when I click on Help from here, it's going to find me help related to the Font dialog box, which is where I currently am. So that option is a great way of getting contextual help. Notice that if I do the same thing in this alignment group, which is basically the Format Cells dialog box again, we're just on a different tab. If I click the question mark this time, it's going to open up a web page and take me to the correct page of help information. So those are all of the ways that you can obtain help when you're working in Excel. It's now time for us to do our first exercise of the course, exercise 1. And in this exercise, I'd like you to practice the skills that you've learnt in this section. So first, I would like you to launch Excel. And I would also like you to pin Excel to the taskbar to make it easy to access. Once you've done that, I would like you to customize the Quick Access toolbar and add the following 3 commands: Autosum, Wrap Text, and Fill. I'd then like you to add a separator to the Quick Access toolbar. And then the final thing I'd like you to do is to practice creating a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. See how you get along with that? And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is we need to launch Excel and then pin it to the taskbar. Now I'm using Windows 11, so I'm going to jump down to my search, type in Excel. There it is in the list. I'm going to right click on the application and choose to pin to taskbar. Now that I have it pinned to the taskbar, I can simply click on the icon to launch Excel. The next thing I asked you to do was to customize the Quick Access toolbar and add the commands Autosum, Wrap Text, and Fill. So let's jump across to the Formulas tab, find Autosum, right click, add to Quick Access toolbar. Let's go to Home, find Wrap Text, right click, add to Quick Access toolbar. And the final one is also on the Home ribbon, right click, add to Quick Access toolbar. I then asked you to add a separator to the commands on the QAT. And I don't really mind where you place this separator, but to do this, you need to go into File, into Options, and Quick Access toolbar. And from here, we're going to select the separator at the top and click Add, and then we can move it into position using our up and down arrows. And the final thing I asked you to do in this exercise is to create a blank workbook using the keyboard shortcut. So all we need to do here is press Ctrl-N.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
Sometimes it can be a little bit daunting if you're asked to put together a spreadsheet from scratch. If you're faced with just a blank workbook and your manager asks you to create a budget spreadsheet or maybe something like an invoice, you might not really know where to start. And that is where templates can be your best friend. A template is simply a pre-built spreadsheet. It contains formatting, formulas, and lots of other items. And the great thing about Excel is that we have a whole host of inbuilt templates that we can use for free. So if we want to find our templates, let's jump up to the File menu to go into that Backstage area, and let's jump down to New. Now, if we scroll down to the lower half of this page, notice we have a tab at the top that says Office and one that says Personal. Now, I'm going to get into what Personal is in a moment. Let's now concentrate on this Office section. This is where you're going to find all of your templates. And all of the templates in Excel are organized into different categories to make them easier for you to find. And you'll notice just under that search bar at the top where it says Search for Online Templates, we have some suggested search categories. So for example, if I was looking for some kind of budget template, I could click on the Budgets link just here. It's going to search through all of the inbuilt templates in Excel and just present me with the ones that are related to budgets. And you can see in there, we can go through and take a look for the one that most suits our needs. For example, I have some monthly company budget templates. We have a wedding expense budget, college budget, holiday planner budget, so on and so forth. Let's click the back arrow to go back to the main template page. What I can also do is I can search for templates as well using the search bar at the top. So maybe I need to create an invoice. I don't want to do it from scratch, so I'm going to search to see if Excel has any invoice templates that I can use. And you can see that yes, we do. We have quite a few in here. So once you find a template that you want to use, and I think I'm just going to choose this simple invoice template, let's click it once. It opens up a little window that gives me a little bit of information about this template. It also tells me who is providing this template, in this case Microsoft, and I also get to see the download size as well. And I can check in that preview to make sure that this is the template that I want to select. Notice that I have arrows either side, so if I want to scroll through and take a look at some other templates, I can definitely do that as well. Now I'm pretty happy with this template, so I'm just going to click the big old green Create button in the middle there. And that is going to load up that template into the main window of Excel. Now, one thing to notice here is if you look up in that title bar, you can see that it just says Simple Invoice 1. And that is the name of this actual template. And the cool thing about these templates is that they are reusable. So if I was to come into here and make some changes, so maybe I need to change the company name, let's just change that to IT Train Now. If I try and save this template, it's going to ask me to save it under a new file name. So effectively, I can't overwrite this template, which means that if I want to reuse this, I can just go into File New and reselect it again. Now, all of the elements of these templates can be customized, so if you don't particularly like the colors that are in use here, you can change things like that by simply using your formatting tools at the top. Also notice that all of these fields are editable. I can just double click in them if I want to add information. And also notice that I have some formulas included in this template as well. So if I click on cell G9, if you take a look up in the formula bar, you can see there's already a formula in that cell. And what this is basically going to do is when I start adding in line items, it's automatically going to calculate. So if I add in the line item, let's just add something in. I'm going to put in webinar. We've got 1. The unit price is 250 and there's no discount. Notice that it automatically totals for me. So by using this template, I've saved so much time because it means that I don't have to hash out the main structure of this invoice myself. I don't have to add formulas. I don't have to add formatting. Now, once I've finished editing this, I have two options when it comes to saving. And I'm going to talk a bit more about this when we get into the lesson related to saving, but I could choose just to save this as a regular Excel workbook, or I could choose to save this as a template file. And in fact, I can save any workbook that I create as a template file if I want to. So maybe let's delete out what we've added in here. Maybe I make some changes to this template. So let's just change the background fill at the top here. I'm going to change that to this dark red color. Maybe I've made some other changes. Maybe I've added my company logo, something like that. And now maybe going forward, I always want to use this template, which I've now customized a little bit, instead of starting from the blank invoice template every single time. So if I want to use my customized template, I would need to save this as a template file. So if I jump up to File and go down to Save As, I'm going to browse for a location to save this in. And for the time being, I'm just going to save this on my desktop. But what I need to do here is I need to give it a name. So maybe I want to call this Train IT Now Invoice Template. But I need to change the type of file that I'm saving it as. So instead of just saving it as a regular Excel worksheet, I want to save this as a template file. And you'll see if we click the drop down just here, we have this file type .xltx, which is an Excel template file. Now notice that as soon as I change this save as file type, it jumps me to an entirely different folder. If you remember, I had selected my desktop to save this to. As soon as I change this, I am now in the Custom Office Templates folder. And this is the default folder where Microsoft saves any templates that you create. Now you could choose to override this and go back and save it to whichever folder you prefer, but there is one big advantage of saving it into the default folder. So let's click on Save. I can now see that that file name has changed, and I'm going to close down this template. And for this, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control W. Now, if I want to reuse that template, if I go to File and down to New, this is what this personal section is for at the bottom. So when you save a template into the default templates folder, it's going to save it to personal in here. And it just means that any template that you create, you can access very quickly from this personal section. And you can see there is my template on the end here, Train IT Now Invoice Template. If I'd chosen to save this template to my desktop, as opposed to in the Custom Templates folder, I wouldn't be able to select it from this personal section. So I'll leave that up to you to determine if you want to save it in here or if you have a specific folder that you'd like to save your templates into, but just be aware of that distinction because saving it into personal makes it so much easier to access. Let's just click to open this again. It's now opened my template with my customizations. I can update this file, maybe for a new client, and then I could choose to just save this as a regular Excel file if I need to send that to the client, and then reuse my template again for the next client. So templates are definitely worth checking out if you want to get a head start on spreadsheet creation. As I mentioned previously, every workbook in Excel can contain numerous different worksheets. And you can have up to 255 worksheets per workbook. So that is a lot of data. So you have the potential to have a lot of data stored within each workbook. The workbook is the overall container that houses the worksheets. So if we take a look at my workbook, this workbook is currently unsaved, but the workbook is called Book 1. And currently I have one worksheet in this workbook called Sheet 1. And you can see that as a tab at the bottom of the screen. And it's fundamental to your understanding of basic Excel to know how to work with your worksheets. So let's take a look at some of the basic things that are important to know. Each worksheet in your workbook contains a grid structure of what we call cells. Each workbook contains columns represented by letters and rows represented by numbers. And these rows and columns, where they intersect, we have what we refer to as cells. And it's in these cells where we type all of our information. And each cell can contain numerous different types of data. It might be that we're typing text into a cell, or it could be that we're typing numbers into a cell. We can type things like percentages into cells, or even dates. And everything you type into a cell in a worksheet can be formatted so that it looks exactly as you want it to look. And as we already know, we identify different cells in a worksheet by using the cell reference. So where the column and the row intersect, we get our cell reference. So currently I'm clicked on cell G5. And it's these cell references that are used consistently throughout Excel when we're building things like formulas, and pretty much when we're doing anything in Excel, it all relates to the cell reference. Now, when it comes to your different worksheets, you'll notice that when you create a new blank workbook in Excel, you're just going to get a default worksheet that's called Sheet 1. And each worksheet contains over 1 million rows. If I click in cell A1 and press Control down arrow, that's going to jump me down to the very last row in this workbook. So you can see there just over 1 million. Control up arrow to jump to the top. If I do Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column. And there are just over 16,000 columns in one worksheet. Control left arrow to jump back to cell A1. So what that means is that within each worksheet, we have roughly 17 billion cells, and we have the potential to fill all of those with data. Now, this is not something I would advise when you start getting into spreadsheets that are that large. You're probably going to find Excel starts to slow down greatly. But just be aware of the potential amount of data that you can squeeze into every worksheet. Now, what about managing different worksheets? Well, again, if we go down to the bottom where we have Sheet 1, this isn't a particularly meaningful name. It's rather generic. So what I would probably do here is immediately rename this worksheet to make it a little bit more meaningful, depending on what I have on this worksheet. Now, I don't have anything at the moment, but let me just show you how you can rename your worksheets. If you right-click on the tab, it's going to pull up that contextual menu, and we have a number of different worksheet-related menu items in here. And one of them is Rename. You can now see Sheet 1 is highlighted, and I can just go in and call it something else. It's also worth noting that to rename, you can simply double-click on the tab, and it will let you rename that way as well. Let's right-click again and take a look at some of these other options. Now, if I want to insert another worksheet in this workbook, I have an Insert option just here. It's going to ask me what I want to insert. The first option that's highlighted is Worksheet, so I'm just going to click on OK, and now I get a brand new worksheet. Now, a much quicker way of doing exactly the same thing is simply to click on the plus just here. So when I click on plus, I get yet another worksheet. And once again, I can right-click and I can rename. So let's call this one Calculations. Let's right-click and call this one Tables, and hit enter. If I want to reorder my worksheet, so maybe Summary needs to be the first worksheet in this workbook, I can simply drag and drop. So let's click on Summary, drag it over. Notice I get that little down-facing black arrow, which is going to show me where this tab will be placed when I let go of my mouse. Let's let go to reorganize those tabs. Let's right-click again. I have a Move or Copy option in here. So from here, what I could do is I could choose to move or copy this particular worksheet to a completely different workbook that I have open. Now, I don't currently have another workbook open, I just have Book 1, but if I was to select New Book and click OK, it's going to move the Summary tab to a brand new Excel workbook. If I want to create a copy as opposed to moving it, I would need to make sure I select Create a Copy. If I click on OK now, what you'll see is that I now have a new book at the top, Book 2, which contains that Summary tab. Now I don't need this, so I'm going to do Control W to close this down. Let's right-click one more time, and on the subject of moving and copying, if I want to make a copy of a worksheet within the same workbook, I can simply hold down my Control key, drag and drop, and it's going to make an exact copy of that worksheet. And it will copy across all of the data contained on that worksheet as well. And of course, we can right-click and delete any worksheets that we no longer need. Another cool thing to do is to change the tab color of the different worksheets and essentially color code your workbook. This is particularly useful if you are working on a large project where you have numerous different tabs. Grouping them together using colors is a really nice visual way of adding some structure to your worksheet and letting people know that these tabs are related. So if we right-click, we have tab color just here. I can choose green from the palette, and maybe tables and calculations are related, but summary isn't. So maybe I want to make the other two tabs exactly the same blue color. And one final little tip before we move on, if you're interested in knowing the keyboard shortcut to quickly insert a new tab, it is Shift F11. Let's move this by dragging and dropping. I'm going to right click and change the color to blue, and then I'm going to rename this to Pivot and hit enter. So far in this course, we've been working away inside different workbooks, but I haven't yet shown you how to save your workbooks. So let's take a look at that now. Now, most of us are familiar with saving documents and spreadsheets. And I will say that if you're used to saving documents in other Microsoft applications, such as Word and PowerPoint, then this is pretty much exactly the same. Now, there are a few different methods that you can use when it comes to saving workbooks in Excel 2021. And there is a fundamental difference between Excel for Microsoft 365 and the new Excel 2021 version. If you're used to using Microsoft 365, or specifically Excel in Microsoft 365, you may have noticed that in the Quick Access toolbar, there is an Auto Save slider. And basically what this means is that as you work away in your worksheets, Excel is constantly saving your workbook. And the cool thing about that is that it means you are very unlikely to lose any work if Excel was to unexpectedly crash. Now, in Excel 2021, because this is a standalone version and not a cloud version, we don't have the auto save toggle. So this means that you need to save your document or your workbook as you're working. Now, of course, we do have some backup to that. There are autosave capabilities within Excel 2021, which I'll show you in a moment. But just be aware of that fundamental difference if you are coming to this course after using Microsoft 365. Now, when it comes to saving, you have a few different options. We have a Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. And you can see as I hover over that, you can also see the shortcut key for Save, which is Control S. And that is probably the quickest way to save your workbook as you're working. I know that for me, I am now in the habit of periodically, sort of every 5 minutes or so, just quickly doing Control S to make sure that everything that I'm doing is saved. Also notice we have a save icon up in that title bar. And if we go to the File tab to jump into that Backstage area, we also have Save and Save As in here. Now, what is the difference between these two? Well, you would use Save As if this is the first time that you're saving your workbook. So if you create a new blank workbook, as we have done here, it's going to be assigned the generic name of Book 1, Book 2, Book 3, so on and so forth. So effectively, when I save this, I'm going to be saving it for the first time. So I would need to do File, Save As. Now, the thing is here that if I was just to press Control S to save, it's going to basically ask me to save as anyway. The same thing is going to happen if I go to File and down to Save as opposed to Save As. It's going to jump me across to the Save As tab anyway because it's the first time I'm saving. So now from here, I can browse to a location where I want to save this file. Now, I'm going to save all of my course files on my desktop. And I would recommend that for the purpose of this course, you find a location like your desktop or maybe even My Documents. Create yourself a little folder and call it something along the lines of Course Files, just so you have somewhere to save all of these files that we're creating during this course. So I've created a brand new little folder. Let's double click to open it up. And now I can give my file a name. Now, when it comes to naming files, a lot of people like to use some kind of naming convention. And it might be that within your business, you have a standard way that you name files. For example, if you're saving an invoice, you might start all file names with IMV and then maybe the date and then the invoice number, something like that. Now, for this first file, because it is our first one, I'm just going to call it My First Workbook. Now, by default, if you want to save an Excel file, the file extension is .xlsx. And you can see that underneath, that is the default file extension that it's giving me. And basically, the main point of file extensions is really to help identify what type of file this is. For example, if I'm in File Explorer and I double click to open a file with the file extension .xlsx, File Explorer knows that that's an Excel file and it needs to launch Excel. Now, in this Save As type, if we click, you can see that we have so many different file types that we can save our workbooks as. And we will dip in and out of some of these as we go through the course. In fact, in the last lesson, we briefly took a look at saving files as Excel templates. But for the time being, we just want to save this as a regular default Excel file. So let's just click on the Save button. Now, as soon as I do that, it jumps me back to my workbook. And you can now see in the title bar, it's updated to say My First Workbook. So now I can go in and I can start to work. So maybe I'm just typing some numbers into this workbook. And if I want to save as I go along, I can press Control S, keyboard shortcut, or I can click the Save button on the Quick Access toolbar. Now, what about if I've been working for 2 to 3 hours and I've just completely forgotten to save? If that does happen, I have the potential to lose quite a lot of work if I accidentally close down Excel or maybe it unexpectedly crashes. So to help with this, we have some auto-save options that we should be reviewing before we really start working in Excel. And we'll find those options underneath the File tab. And if we go all the way down to Options at the bottom, notice in here we have a page specifically related to saving Excel workbooks. Now, it's this section just here that you want to double check. I can see here that I'm saving files by default in the standard Excel format, which is perfect. And then underneath I have this little checkbox selected, Save Auto Recover Information Every, and then I have mine set to 5 minutes. Now you could choose to take this down to 1 minute, 2 minutes, or even take it up to 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But that basically means that if Excel does crash and you haven't saved it, you're really only going to lose up to 5 minutes of work because Excel is going to auto-save every 5 minutes. Also note that I have checked underneath, keep the last auto-recovered version if I close without saving. So what does that exactly mean? Well, let's click on OK. I'm going to make a few further changes to this workbook. I'm just going to add some numbers in here. And I'm not going to save, but I'm going to just close this workbook. Now notice it says want to save your changes to myfirstworkbook.xlsx. So it's recognized that I have unsaved changes and has prompted me to save. So I can now choose to save or don't save. Now I'm going to click cancel here. Now sometimes if Excel crashes, it's not going to pop up that message. But because we've chosen to auto recover, the next time we open Excel, we're going to get a message at the top saying that files have been auto recovered and we're going to get the chance to restore them. And in that scenario, what I could also do is go to File, into Info, and underneath this Manage Workbook area, I have an option to recover unsaved workbooks. So this is going to pop me to a folder where any unsaved files are stored. And you can see that I have one in here. So this is one I was working on yesterday, I think. And my laptop actually ran out of power and just closed itself down. So you can see that Excel has actually recovered that book just there. If I want to reopen that, I can just by clicking the Open button. So the main takeaways here are the different methods you can use to save your file, how you can save as into a folder, and also how you can review your auto save and auto recover options. All different types of data can be entered into cells in an Excel worksheet. We can enter text. We can enter numbers, decimal numbers, percentages, formulas, and many other data types. So let's take a look at some of the basic things you need to know when it comes to entering and editing data in cells. So currently I am in my first workbook and I'm clicked on the Calculations tab. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump up to cell B3 and I'm going to type in the word months. So to type into a cell, simply select the cell and start typing. Now notice as I type into the cell, the word that I've typed also appears in the formula bar. So anytime you click on a cell that contains numbers or text, you're going to see the contents of that cell also reflected in the formula bar. And you could, in fact, if we just backspace out of here, if I wanted to use the formula bar instead of typing into the cell, I could click up in the formula bar, type the same thing, and it's going to enter it into the cell. Now, one thing to note here is once you've finished typing in your piece of data into the cell, you have a couple of different options. If I press the Enter key, the cursor is going to move down to the cell below, ready for me to type in my next piece of data. Now, if I type into a cell and I want to stay in the same cell, I can press Control Enter and it's going to leave my cursor there. And that's particularly useful in many, many different scenarios. If I want to type something in the cell to the right of where I've typed Jan, I can simply press the Tab key, or I could use my mouse to click on the cell. I can also use my arrow keys to navigate horizontally and vertically in a spreadsheet. Now that I have Jan in here underneath the heading Months, what I effectively want to do is I want to list out all of the months of the year. So what I could do, I guess, is go through and just type them all in. There aren't that many, so it's not going to take too long. But we have a special little tool in Excel which recognizes certain standard patterns. So things like months of the year and days of the week. So if I just delete out, and I'm just highlighting both of those cells and pressing the delete key on my keyboard, what I could do is use my autofill handle to fill the rest of these months into the worksheet. Now the autofill handle is this tiny little solid green square in the bottom right hand corner of the cell. If I hover my mouse over it, you can see that it changes to a small black cross. So what I can do now is click and start to drag down, and notice the screen tip. It's telling me what it's going to fill into the cell when I let go. So I can drag this all the way down to December, let go, and I haven't had to type those in. Excel has done all the hard work for me. So Excel recognizes certain patterns. If I go to cell C3 and type in days and hit enter and now type in Monday, this would be a good example of when I want to stay in the same cell because I want to use that little autofill handle again. Control Enter to stay in the cell, and then I can drag down and complete the days of the week. So a really nice quick way to get that information into a spreadsheet. We could also do this with things like dates. So if you need to type in lots of dates, let's just say the 1st of the 1st, 2021, I'm going to do Control Enter to stay in the cell. And if I drag down, you can see it goes up by different days. And just a quick point to note here for all of our American viewers, I'm actually using the British format for my dates. We do switch around the day and the month, so if that's confusing you a little bit, that is why. Now, what about if I type in something like, let's say, week number? Now, the first thing to note here is that week number kind of breaches the boundaries of column E. You can see it looks like it's spilling across into column F. Well, in fact, it actually is all contained within cell E3, but it's too wide for the current width of the cell. So in this type of scenario, you're going to probably want to resize the width of column E to accommodate the full length of the text. And there's a very quick way that we can do this. If we hover our mouse over the boundary between column E and column F and double click, that's going to auto fit that column to the width of the longest item in the column. And that is a really useful little trick. You can also apply that trick to multiple columns. So if I select all of these columns, again, I can double click and it's going to resize or auto fit those columns. Now, what about if I type in numbers? Well, if I start to type in 1, 2, 3, I could carry on going, but again, I could use my autofill to make this even more useful. So what I could do here is select all of those numbers, carry on dragging down, and you can see that it's going to fill in the rest of them for me. And a bit later on in this course, when we talk about autofill, I'm going to show you an even quicker way to fill in lots of different numbers. So if you need to type into an Excel spreadsheet numbers 1 to 10,000, there is a very quick way of doing that. Now, what about if I want to go back and edit cells? So maybe I want to change where it says Jan to January. Well, again, there's a couple of different ways that I can do this. I can click on the cell and double click my mouse, and that's going to put me in edit mode. And I can now just go in and change that to January and hit enter. And for this, I think I'm probably going to want to widen out this column, and I can actually drag this and customize how wide I have that column. Another way that I can edit cells is to press the F2 key on my keyboard, which again puts me into edit mode, and I can simply jump in there and edit. The third way I can edit is to go up to the formula bar and make any changes I need to from up there as well. And now that I have these all in long format, I'm going to select them all and re-drag down, and it's going to switch or autofill the rest of those long format months. Now, other common ways for getting data into your worksheet is to import data from other worksheets or other sources. You can even import things from Word or PowerPoint if you wanted to, using copy and paste. And you can even copy and paste things from one part of your workbook to another part of your workbook. So for example, if I now wanted this little column of data here where we have the months, if I wanted to copy that and paste it over here in column L, I can simply do that using copy and paste. So I'm going to select all of these months. Up on the home ribbon, you can see in the clipboard group, we have options for cut, copy, and paste. And all three of these have keyboard shortcuts, Control X, Control C, and then Control V. So it's up to you which method you use. And the difference between cut and copy is that cut will move and copy will copy. So I'm going to click copy. Notice that as soon as I click, that cell range now has those marching ants around the outside to show that I've selected and I'm about to copy. I can then click in cell L3 and I can click the paste button to paste that information in. Remember, if you want to deactivate this selection that you've made, just press the escape key. Now, cut, copy and paste works across the Microsoft applications. So if I have something in Word that I want to bring into Excel, I can do that by using copy and paste as well. So here I just have Hello World in a Word document. I can select it. I can use the same tools on the Home tab. I can copy. Let's go back to Excel. I can choose a cell and then I can simply click the paste button to paste that text in. And of course, if I want to, I can reformat this so it matches the font of everything else in my workbook. So currently I can see that this is Calibri font and the rest of my workbook is in Arial. So I can simply go in and also change this to Arial. Now, the final thing that's worth noting here is that if you're going to use the formula bar to enter data in, so for example, if I select, let's select cell C4, if I want to change this to Monday, I can do that up in the formula bar and I can simply type in Monday. Notice that I also have a little tick and a cross next to the formula bar. And the tick is basically the same as pressing the Enter key. If I decide I want to cancel and just go back to the word mun, I could click on the cross to cancel. So in this case, I'm happy with this. Let's click the tick, which is basically the same as clicking enter. And I'm now going to drag down to change all of those to the long version of the day. Another important thing to know when you're learning Excel is how you can make different selections in your worksheet. Now for this example, we're going to switch to another workbook that contains a lot more data. Now before we do that, let's just very quickly give my first workbook a save. So I'm going to press Control S just to save those changes. So now what we're going to do is we're going to flip across to a larger data set that contains sales data. And you'll find this file saved in the Course Files folder. Now notice here, this is standard sales data. We have some column headings running across the top, and then we have our data. And this data set is reasonably large, at least a lot larger than the ones that we've been working on in previous lessons. And if I press Control down arrow, as we know, that jumps us to the last row of our data, you can see that I have just over 21,500 rows. Control up arrow is going to jump me to the top. Also remember, when it comes to navigating, if I press Control right arrow, it's going to jump me to the last column of data, and Control right arrow will jump me to the first column. Now, there are lots of different ways that you can make selections in Excel. And a basic cell selection would be simply clicking on a cell in our worksheet. If we want to select more than one cell, we can simply click and drag our mouse to select the cell range that we're interested in. So maybe I want to apply some formatting to the column headings in this worksheet. I can make my selection just by clicking and dragging. And then I can go up to my font formatting area. I'm going to click the font color drop down and I'm going to change this to a red font. So cell selections are very straightforward. Simply click, drag to make your selection. Now notice here, all of the selections that I've been making using this method are cells that are all next to each other. What about if I want to select what we call non-contiguous cells, so cells that aren't next to each other? Well, what I could do here is select the first few cells, hold down my Control key and then make another selection. Hold down my Control key again and make another selection, and just keep doing that. So the addition of the Control key when you're selecting cells will allow you to select cells which aren't necessarily next to each other. And if I wanted to apply formatting to all of these cells, for example bold, I can simply click bold and I get the effect that I want. Now I don't want these to be in bold, so let's just toggle our bold back off. Now, what about if I want to make a selection in my worksheet of an entire column of data? So, for example, in column H, where we have some sales figures, I have some numbers. They're currently unformatted, as in they don't have any currency symbols or decimal places or anything like that. What about if I want to change the format of all of the sales figures in here? Do I really want to be clicking and dragging my mouse down 27,000 rows in order to select this cell range? Well, no, not really. It's not the most time-efficient way to do this. What I could do instead is click in the first cell, H2, and press the keyboard shortcut Control-Shift down arrow, and that's going to select every cell downwards that I have in my dataset. Now that I've made that selection, I can simply go in and apply some currency formatting. And we haven't really spoken a great deal about number formatting so far in this course. So I am going to jump ahead very slightly here. So just above in this number group, I can click the drop down and I'm going to say that I want this formatted as a currency. And you can see how that affects those numbers. So don't forget that very useful keyboard shortcut of Control-Shift down arrow to make a selection of all of the data in the column. Now, so far we've been very much focused on making cell selections. But cell selections aren't the only things that we can select when we're working in Excel. For example, maybe I want to make a column selection, or maybe I want to select an entire row. So this is very straightforward. If I want to select a column, I can simply hover my mouse over the top of the column where we have the letter. Notice that I get a little black downward facing arrow, and if I click, that is going to select the entire column. And I mean it's going to select the entire column, as in it's going to select every single cell in that column all the way down to the bottom of the workbook. If I want to select multiple columns, again, I can simply drag my mouse across to make multiple selections. If I want to select columns that aren't next to each other, again, I just add in that Control key when I click. And the same works for making row selections. I can hover my mouse over the row until I get the right pointing black arrow. I can click to select one row. I can click and drag to select multiple rows, or I can add in that Control key to select non-contiguous rows. It's also worth noting that you can make selections just using your keyboard. So if I'm clicked in cell A2 and I want to select all of the data in this particular row, if I hold down Shift and then use my arrow keys, it's going to allow me to select that data. If I keep Shift held down and use my down arrow key, it's going to go down the rows. I can use my up arrow to refine my selection further. And then the final thing that's worth pointing out about making selections is Select All. And Select All functions differently depending on where you're clicked in your worksheet. So if I'm clicked within my data and I press Control A, which is the keyboard shortcut for select all, it's going to select all of the data that it finds surrounding where I'm currently clicked. Now, if I was clicked on a blank cell somewhere else in the worksheet, so not within my actual data, and I press Control A, it's going to select every single cell in my worksheet. Now, I find myself using Control A inside my data all the time. If I want to format this data as a table, or maybe I want to add borders or something like that, I'll find myself making this selection, and then from there I can go up and maybe add a border around the outside of every single cell. It just makes this entire process a lot quicker. So that is how you can make basic cell, row, and column selections when you're working in your worksheets. So guys, it's time for exercise 2. And in this exercise, we're going to practice the skills that we've learned in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a template. So I'd like you to search for the keyword invoice in the template library. I'd like you to open one of the invoice templates, and I'll leave it up to you to decide which one you want to open. And I'd like you to save it as invoice template with the correct template file extension. And I want you to make sure that you save it to the default templates folder. Once you've done that, I'd like you to create a new blank workbook. I'd like you to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, and then add 3 more worksheets. And then rename each of those worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and Charts. Next, we're going to practice entering data into our worksheets. So on the Sales Data worksheet, in cell A1, I'd like you to type in a title that says Sales Data for 2020. I'd like you to format that title, so make sure that the font size is 14 points and it's in bold. Then, in cells A3 to C3, I'd like you to enter the headings Month, Revenue, and Profit. And then in cell A4, enter the word Jan. I'd then like you to use the fill handle to copy down the months February and March. And then finally, I'd just like you to add some values for revenue and profit like I have in the screenshot. And then the final thing we need to do for this exercise is simply save this Excel workbook. So I'd like you to create a folder on your desktop and name it Excel Practice Files. And then save the workbook as Exercise 02 Practice. That's it, guys. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing we need to do here is search for an invoice template in the template library. So let's go to File and down to New. I'm going to scroll down to my templates, and in the search box, I'm going to type in invoice and hit enter. Now, I didn't mind which one of these you chose, so I'm just going to choose this first one just here. Let's double click to open it up and load it into Excel. Next, I asked you to save this as a template file into the default templates folder. So we're going to say File, Save As. Let's click on Browse, and remember we need to change the Save As type to an Excel template. Now that is automatically going to jump us across to the correct folder, and I'm just going to call this invoice_template and click on Save. Next, I asked you to create a brand new blank workbook, so Control N to do that. We're going to rename Sheet 1 to Summary, so we can double click and type in the word Summary. I then asked you to add 3 more sheets, so let's click the plus once, twice, 3 times, and then rename these worksheets to Sales Data, Calculations, and the final one is going to be Charts. We're then going to switch to the Sales Data tab, and in cell A1, we're going to add a title. So this is Sales Data for 2020. We're going to format this font so that it is 14 points and also bold. And then in cells A3 to C3, we're going to type in some headings. Month, revenue and profit. And then underneath, we're going to type the word Jan, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and I'm going to use my autofill handle just to fill down February and March. I then asked you just to enter some numbers into the revenue and profit fields. And again, I don't really mind what numbers you entered in here. And just to finish this off, I'm going to give these headings a bit of bold formatting, and we're also going to apply a background fill. Next, I asked you to create a folder on your desktop and call it Excel Practice Files. So all we need to do here is right-click our mouse, go to New and Folder. We'll call this Excel Practice Files and hit Enter. And then we're going to save this file into that folder. So let's go to Browse, to our desktop, and open up that new folder, and we're going to call this exercise 02 underscore practice, and click on the Save button. It's now time for us to move on and concentrate on the exciting part of Excel, and that is formulas and functions. Formulas are really what Excel is most known for. And all formulas are, if you're not familiar with them, are basically calculations. And the most simple example of the type of formula that you can do in Excel is a sum calculation. And what I mean by that is just simply adding up a list of numbers in a worksheet. Now, before we get too far ahead of ourselves, let's fully explore what formulas and functions are, and I'll show you the basics of how they work. It's really important that you understand how formulas are constructed and the general layout and how they calculate before you can move on to more complex formulas. Now, you'll notice there that I've used the words formulas and functions kind of interchangeably, and in many respects that is absolutely fine. A formula is a calculation that uses Excel functions. And if you're wondering what a function is, well, if you take a look on your Formulas tab, notice here we have a function library. And there are over 500 functions in Excel that will help you construct very simple to very complex formulas. Each function is assigned to a specific group. So really, whatever it is that you're trying to do determines which function you're going to use in your formula. Now, I will say that throughout your Excel career, you're probably never ever going to use all 500 formulas. A lot of them are very specialized and tailored towards specific industries like engineering or accounting. But there are definitely 15 to 20 formulas that you'll find yourself using all the time. And it's really important that you have knowledge of the basic formulas, or what I call the big 5 formulas in Excel. And that is what we're going to start out with in this section. So let's take a look at how formulas are constructed. Now, I'm working in the Formulas and Functions Explained workbook, and you'll find that in the Course Files folder. We have 3 tabs at the bottom, and I'm currently clicked on the Intro tab. So let's start out with a basic sum calculation where we're adding numbers together. If I have a couple of numbers in a worksheet, so let's just say I have 10 and 20 in here, and I now want to add both of these together, I could construct a very basic formula. Now, when you're typing in any formula into Excel, you must always start with an equals in the cell. That tells Excel that you want to type an actual formula as opposed to typing text into the cell. So if I want to add 10 and 20 together, I could type 10 plus 20. And when I hit enter, it's going to give me that correct answer of 30. Now, the way that I've done this, and if I click on this cell, you can see it in the formula bar, this isn't the most efficient way of working with numbers in Excel. Because what this means is that if either of these numbers above were to change, so let's change the 10 to a 5, the formula isn't going to update because I've hard-coded the numbers into the formula. A much better way of working with numbers when you're doing calculations is to use the cell references instead. So what I could type instead is equals F3 plus F4 and hit enter. So that gives me the answer of 25, but because I'm using the cell references, now when any of the numbers change in either of those cells, the formula is going to automatically update. So this cuts down on the amount of editing I'm having to do if numbers are constantly changing. So my first tip is always use cell references in your Excel formulas. So that is one way I could add up some numbers. But what if I have a much longer list of numbers like I have in this little table? I have some figures in here, let's just say they're sales figures for the months January to December for the year 2020. And I want to add them all up so that I get a total in cell C15. Well, what I could do here, I guess, is I could type in equals, and I could use the same method. I could select cell C3, plus, I could go to C4, plus, C5, plus, so on and so forth. But that's going to take me quite a bit of time. Imagine if I had 10,000 rows of data and I wanted to add up all of the numbers in 10,000 rows. Do I really want to go through and start individually selecting cells and separating them with a plus symbol? No, I don't. So this is where we could use an Excel function instead of just the cell references. So let's escape out of here because we're going to use the sum function instead. And sum is normally the first formula that everybody learns in Excel. Now notice as I typed in the word sum, I have a list of functions appear underneath. And this is something called IntelliSense. As I start to type in a formula, Excel searches through its massive function library to try and match what it is that I'm typing. So currently it's brought up all of the functions that have something to do with sum. Now the one that I want is the one at the top of this list. So I could press the Tab key simply to select it. Now notice what it's also done there. It's put in an open bracket or a parentheses if you're in the US. And brackets contain what we call our function arguments. That is the information that we need to provide to the function so it knows what to calculate. And you'll notice underneath we get a little bit of helper text. So it's telling me that I need to provide some numbers basically. What do I want to add up? So what I can do here is simply select the entire cell range that I want to add up. Now notice that I have two dots separating C3 and C14, which basically means cell range C3 to C14. Now if you've got an open bracket, you must always remember to close off as many brackets as you've opened. So now if I hit enter, it's very quickly used the sum function to add up everything in the cell range above. Now notice that I have a little green triangle in the left-hand corner of this cell. And I'm going to talk to you more about what exactly that is and why it's appearing when we talk about error checking. So now that we've seen our first very basic formula, I just want to talk to you in a bit further detail about operators. So let's jump across to the operator worksheet. Now when you're doing calculations in Excel, you can do additions, subtractions, multiplications, divisions, and other things. These are by no means all of the operators that we can use in Excel. They're just really the main four, and the four we're going to be focusing on in this section. So again, if I had a couple of numbers in some cells here, and I wanted to subtract these, what I could do is I could say Excel F5 minus F4, and that's going to give me my total. Similarly, I could do F5 multiplied, which is the asterisk symbol on your keyboard, by F4 to get a different total. And if I want to do a division, I can select the cell and we want to put a / in there and then select our other cell to perform that calculation. So don't forget about these different operators and make sure you know where to find those on your keyboard. Now, so far, we've been taking a look at very simple formulas in their structure. And what I mean by that is that we've just been adding, subtracting, multiplying, two numbers together. Now, what about if I have a more complex calculation? So what if I wanted to type in something like 10 plus 2 divided by 2? What do you think the result of that calculation is going to be? Because in my mind, this calculation is doing 10 plus 2, which is going to be 12, divided by 2, which is going to give me 6. Now, if I press Enter, Excel comes back with 11. Now, why is it giving me a result of 11 as opposed to 6? Well, this has something to do with what we call the order of operations. And this is going to take you all the way back to maths class when you were at school. So let's jump across to the BODMAS worksheet. Now, in maths, we have the BODMAS principle or the BODMAS rule. And I know that the acronym for this rule is different in different countries. In some places it's referred to as PIDMAS, sometimes PEDMAS, but the rules are effectively exactly the same. So I've got two versions of it listed out here. And what this rule does is it tells us the order in maths that calculations are performed. So basically, anything that's in brackets within a calculation is going to be calculated first. It will then calculate the orders, so things like square roots. It will then do division, followed by multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction. So based on this rule, we can work out why we're getting the answer of 11 as opposed to 6. So if I go back to my BODMAS page, and let's just type this in again, 10 plus 2 divided by 2. So if we now look at the BODMAS rule, do I have anything in this formula in brackets? No, I don't. Do I have any orders? No, I don't. Do I have any divisions? Yes, I do. So Excel is going to do the division first. So in this case, 2 divided by 2, which gives us the answer of 1. It's then going to do any multiplications, additions, or subtractions, and we have an addition remaining. So then effectively what it's going to do is 10 plus 1, which is why we get the answer of 11. If I wanted this to calculate so that we have an answer of 6, the easiest thing to do here would be to put the 10 plus 2 within brackets, because then Excel is going to calculate 10 plus 2 first, and then it's going to do the division, which will give us an answer of 6. So this is a really important rule to get your head around because it runs through every single formula that you construct in Excel. In the last lesson, we started to take a look at the sum function. And as I said, the sum function is by far the most popular function in Excel and one you'll find yourself using all the time. And all the sum function does is it takes a range of numbers and it will add them together. And as you get into more complex formulas, you can use the sum function for many different things and combine it with other functions to make it really powerful. Well, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves at this stage, but let's delve into the sum function in a little bit more detail. Now, once again, we have a very basic spreadsheet here. We have some years running across the top and some months of the year. And then we just have some random numbers here, possibly sales figures, something along those lines. And what we want to do is we basically want to complete the total for each of the different years. Now, as we've already seen, we can simply click in the cell, type in equals, and as we start to type in the word sum, it's going to come up in the list below. We can press Tab to put that first bracket in. And then all we need to do is select the list of numbers that we want to add up, in this case C3 to C14, close off the bracket and hit Enter to get our result. Once again, we have that little green triangle in the corner, and I'll explain what that is in a couple of moments. Now, there are other ways that we can perform this sum function. Now, it might be that when you're first starting to learn formulas, you don't particularly like typing functions directly into the cell. And I know that a lot of people who are new to Excel prefer to use the functions dialog box to construct their formulas. So let me just show you what that is, and then you can decide for yourself which method you prefer. So instead of typing equals sum into this cell, what I could do is jump up to this little FX button. And you'll notice here it says Insert Function. It's also worth noting that we have this button on the Formulas tab as well. It's this one just here with the keyboard shortcut of Shift F3. So when we click this, it's going to open up the Insert Function dialog box. And this is a really nice method to use if you're not entirely sure what the function name is that you need to use. You can see at the top here, you can search for any function available in Excel, or you can browse through the different categories of functions. Now I'm going to select all just here, because what I could do is I could type a brief description of what I want to do. So maybe if I just type in add numbers and click on go, it's going to pull up all of the functions that will help me do that. And I can see that one of them in there is the sum function. Now I can double click to select this, and it's basically going to open my function arguments. Now remember, when we're typing the function into the cell, these function arguments appear in that little screen tip underneath where we're typing. And this is basically exactly the same. It's just saying provide the numbers that you want me to add together. And you can see here it's made a good guess based on where I'm clicked as to the numbers that I want to add up, D2 to D14. And if I check my spreadsheet, that's not quite correct because D2 is actually a date. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove those numbers and make my selection again, which is D3 to D14. Notice it puts the formula in the cell for me, click on OK, and then I get my result. So that's another method you can use, not only with the sum function, but with any function that you're using in Excel, the functions dialog box. Now, another way that we can very quickly add up numbers is to use the Autosum button. Now, Autosum you're going to find on the Formulas tab in the Functions Library group, and this is one of those double-sided buttons. So I can click the top half or I can click the lower half. Now, if I click the lower half, it's going to show me the different functions that I can use Autosum with. So I can use it for other functions aside from sum. However, the default action for the Autosum button is to use the sum function. So that means I can just click the top half of this button. So if I do that, notice what happens. Again, it tries to select the data that it thinks I want to add up. And most of the time, this selection is fairly accurate. But again, if I look at my data, I can see that within this range that it's selected, it's also including the column heading, because effectively the column heading is also a number. Now, what I could do in this scenario is I can simply adjust my range. Notice I have these marching ants around the outside, and in the corner there, I have these little blue squares. As I hover my mouse over, it allows me to adjust the selection. So I'm going to move it down one cell, and then I can simply hit enter to complete my sum formula. And an even quicker way of invoking Autosum is to use the keyboard shortcut, which you can see there is Alt plus equals. Now again, if I do Alt plus equals, it's going to make the cell selection, but for this example, I need to readjust that cell selection so it doesn't include the date, and hit enter. So a few different methods that we can use there to quickly input a sum formula. Now, the final thing I want to talk about here are these little green triangles in the corner of each of these total cells. What are they and why are they there? If you see a green triangle, this is some kind of warning. And warnings are always worth checking into further so you can determine if this is actually an error that needs to be fixed or if it's something inconsequential. Now, when I click on a cell that has one of these green triangles, notice that I get a little icon next to it, which is a little warning icon. And if we click this, this is kind of going to give you an idea as to what the problem is. So I can see here at the top of the list, it says formula omits adjacent cells. So what this is basically telling me is that in this sum formula, and if we look in the formula bar, C3 to C14, it says it's found other data nearby that I haven't included in my formula. And that would be correct, because I have these dates at the top here, which are effectively numbers to Excel, but to me they're dates and I don't want them included in the formula. So that is what this error is referring to. It's basically saying, hey, you've missed out a number in cell C2. Do you want to correct this before you go on? Now I know that these years are not supposed to be included in these formulas. So what I can safely do here is select all of the cells where I have this little warning, click the drop down and just say ignore error to get rid of them. Another function that belongs in the category of the big 5 functions that everybody needs to know in Excel is the count function. And what this function allows you to do is basically count the number of items in a range or a list. So let's take a look at a basic example because there is a very important point here that you need to understand. Now in this worksheet, I just have a list of student names and I have the score that they've achieved in a test. And basically all I'm trying to do here is count the number of students that took a test. So I just want to count the number of items that I have in this list. Now bear in mind that this list is a very short list and this is probably something I could just do visually. But again, remember with all of these examples, imagine if you have a list of thousands and thousands of students. That is where the count function is going to be really useful. So what we can do here is we can type into the cell equals, and this function is simply called count. And notice again as I start to type it in, Excel's IntelliSense is pulling up a list of all of the functions that it finds in its library related to count. And if you find the one that you want to use, and if the one that you want isn't at the top of the list, you can use your arrow keys to move further down and select the one that you want. Also notice that with count highlighted, I get a little bit of informational text to the side, which tells me what that function does. So it says, counts the number of cells in a range that contains numbers. And that is the really important part, in a range that contains numbers. So let's press the Tab key to make our selection and put in that first bracket. Now our arguments here are basically the values that we want to count. So I want to count the number of students. So I'm going to go across to my little table. I'm going to select all of the student names, so that I have my range B3 to B15. I'm going to close off my bracket and hit enter. I get a result of 0. Now why is that? Well, it's down to that very important part of instructional text. The count function will count numbers in a list. So because I selected these student names, which are effectively text for my formula, that's why I'm getting an answer of 0. If I double click to edit this formula, and instead of cells B3 to B15, I'm going to count using the test scores instead. So this time my range contains numbers. I'm going to close off my bracket, hit enter, and now it's working. It's telling me that I have 13 items in the range that I selected. So what do I do if I want to count anything in the cell, regardless of whether it's text or if it's numbers? Well, for that, I need to use a slightly different function. So let's double click on our cell and I'm going to delete everything out. So if I want to count basically all, I would use the count A formula. Notice this time it says counts the number of cells in a range that are not empty. So it's not going to count empty cells either. So now that I'm using count A, which will count all or count everything, if I open a bracket, I can use either the student range or the test score range, and this formula should work. So let's use the student name because this is the one that didn't work when we were just using count. Let's close the bracket, hit enter, and now I'm getting the correct result of 13. Now, how does this work if we have blank cells? Well, let's go in and delete out Olivia from this list. So now effectively I have a blank cell in this cell range. Notice immediately as soon as I did that, the number of students decreased to 12. So count A doesn't count blank cells. What about count? Well, let's try that. Let's double click. Let's type in our formula again. Let's do count. I'm going to count the test scores because with count, we can only count numbers. Close the bracket and hit enter. And again, that also gives me 12. So it also doesn't count the blank cells. Now, what about if I just wanted to count the blank cells in a range? Well, we have another count formula that we can use for that as well. And that is count blank. I can see it's the third one in my list, so I'm going to use my arrow keys to go down, tab key to select it, and this time I just need to select my range of cells. So if I select these student names, cells B3 to B15, and hit enter, it's returning the result of 1 because in this range it's found one blank cell. So there's 3 formulas there related to counting items. Count, which will count numeric values in cells, count A, which will count anything, and count blank, which will count just the blank cells. Now I'm going to Control Z a few times just to put Olivia back into my student list. Because remember, with these formulas, you can also use other methods as well. So we looked at previously the functions dialog box. We can use that for count as well. So if I click the FX icon, I could go in here and search for count. There it is at the top of the list. And basically I can then go in and select the values that I want to count. So I'm going to select the test scores, click on OK, and the formula works. I could also use that Autosum button. So if we go back to the Formulas tab, click the lower half of Autosum, we can also use this to count numbers. Now notice a problem as soon as we do this. Because the cell where I want my result to be returned is far away from the actual data, it doesn't know which values I want to count. So it's just put the count formula in there for me, and now it's asking for me to select these values. So I would need to go in, select the range, and hit enter. If I was doing this formula directly underneath where I have these numbers, if I choose Autosum and count numbers, because the result cell is right next to the numbers that I want to count, it's recognized that those numbers are there, and it's automatically input the cell range for me, so I just need to hit enter. So just be aware of those little things when you're using things like Autosum. But that, in its essence, is how you can construct 3 different types of count formula. Another one of the big 5 functions that all Excel users need to know is the average function. And the average function is pretty much what you would expect it to be. It's a function that helps you find the average of the values in the selected cell range. And much like the other functions that we've looked at in the last few lessons, the sum function and the count function, we can either type this function directly into the cell or we can use the functions dialog box. So let's take a look at how the average function works. So on this worksheet, I have some years running across the top and then again some months running down column B. And then we have some values in this table. And what I want to do is at the end here in column G, I want to find the average amount of sales for January across all 4 of these years, 2018 to 2021. So for this, we can simply type in average into the cell. Once again, as soon as you can see it in Excel's IntelliSense menu, you can just press the tab key to select it. And we have very similar arguments to the sum and count functions. Here, Excel just requires us to select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So I want to find the average of these 4 cells, C3 to F3. I'm going to close my bracket and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. And there I have the average sales figure. So really nice and straightforward. Now, of course, we've seen how we can do this using the functions dialog box. It's a simple case of searching for the average command, double clicking, And then we can go in and select the cell range that we want to find the average of. So pretty much the same as what we've done in the last two examples. So just to finish off this lesson, let's jump up to the Formulas tab, and we're going to go to the Autosum drop-down. Because notice in there we can also use Autosum to find the average. So if we click Average, again, notice it's made an incorrect selection. So all I need to do here is select the cells that I actually want to work with, Control Enter to stay in the same cell. Now, if you have a scenario like this where you need to complete the averages for a number of different values, like we have here, we need to complete these average totals, you don't need to go to every single cell and complete an average formula. And this is going to lead us on nicely to a lesson that we're going to do a bit later on. Because what we have in Excel is the ability to autofill or copy formulas down. And this is such a useful time-saving utility. Now, if I hover my mouse over cell G4, where I have my last average calculation, notice in the bottom right-hand corner, I have that little green square. That is my autofill handle. So if I want to copy this formula down to fill the rest of these cells, I can simply drag all the way down like so, or alternatively, and I'm just very quickly going to Control Z to undo that, I can double click and it's also going to copy that formula down. And notice if we pick any of these, so let's go to this cell just here, G9, notice that the references C9 to F9 are highlighted in blue in the formula, and it's also showing me the cells that that formula refers to in the table highlighted in blue as well. And I can see that as this formula has moved down, Excel has automatically adjusted the cell references that it needs to use for this formula. And that is what we call relative referencing. When we drag a formula down, Excel will adjust the cell references accordingly. And again, we're going to talk more about that a bit later on because there are two other types of referencing aside from relative, and that is absolute and mixed. But for the time being, just be aware of this concept of relative referencing when you copy formulas down. So far in this course, we've looked at 3 of Excel's big 5 basic functions that everybody needs to know. So it's now time to finish off this little list with the final 2. And the final 2 functions that everybody needs to know are the min and the max functions. Now, what the min function does is that it will return the lowest value in a range of cells. And as you would expect, the max function does the exact opposite. It will return the maximum value in a range of cells. So these are pretty simple to construct. Let's start with min. I'm going to type in equals min. I'm going to press the Tab key to select it from the list and put in that first bracket. And once again, we have some very simple arguments. We're just required to select the numbers or the cell range that we want to find the minimum value of. So I'm going to select this cell range just here, C3 to F3, and what this is going to do is tell me which value is the lowest. So when I hit enter, it's telling me that 6247 is the lowest value in that range, so I can see at a glance that for January we had the lowest sales in 2019. I can do exactly the same for max. Let's type it in, let's select our cell range, close the bracket and hit enter, and now I have the maximum value, which was in 2021. Now, once again, I'm going to want to copy all of these formulas down both of these columns. So let me show you another way that you can very efficiently do this. I'm going to select the 2 formulas that I've already done and all of the other blank cells. And if I press the keyboard shortcut Control D, that's going to copy that formula down each column. And if we just double check one of these, so let's double click somewhere down here, just to double check that it's actually calculating correctly. So C9 to F9, the lowest value there is 5538, and I can see that yes, that is correct. So Control D is another really useful little shortcut when it comes to quickly copying a formula into other cells. In this lesson, I'd like to start introducing you to some of the basic errors that you might come across when you're working with formulas and calculations in Excel. Because a very important skill to have is to know how to check your spreadsheets for errors and also what those errors mean and how you can resolve them. The last thing you want, particularly if you're sharing a spreadsheet with other people, is to send it out with all different types of errors all over the place. So in this lesson, we're going to look at some of the most basic ones. Now, in a previous lesson, I showed you how to deal with these little green triangles that you can see in the top left-hand corner. And in most cases, when you get something like this, you can click on that warning symbol, and the first item in the list will give you some idea as to what that error is there for. So as we determined for this one, I'm getting these little green triangles because the formula has recognized that I also have numbers in the top row that I'm not including in my formulas. And because these are the actual years, I don't actually want to include them in the formula anyway. So for these ones, we can simply select and choose to ignore the error. So what other types of errors might we come across? Well, you can see that I have 3 of them listed out in column I. Now, the first one is a name error. And if you see a name error in any of your cells, it normally means that there's some kind of issue with your formula related to either the name of the formula or maybe something like the named range that you've used within your formula. Now, we haven't covered named ranges yet. We're going to cover those in the next section. So let's take this from the standpoint that we've got a problem with the name of our formula. So the first thing I would do here is I would double click so I can take a look at this formula. And I can see here immediately that the name of the function is wrong. Now this might be a simple typo. Maybe I was typing sum particularly quickly and I've accidentally added an X on the end. So I can immediately see here that this is what is causing that name error. But what about if I wasn't so sure? Maybe I didn't know that SumX wasn't the name of the function. How else could I troubleshoot the formula in this cell? Well, let's press Control Enter. I could jump up to the Formulas tab, and we have a formula auditing section just here. And this is where you can come for all of your tools that will help you find where errors are located in your spreadsheets. For example, for this particular formula, if I click on Trace Precedence, this is going to show me any of the cells that are being used in this formula. So I can see here I've got an arrow pointing to these total sales figures highlighted in blue. So it's basically telling me that this cell range is referenced in the formula. So it might be that when I click on Trace Precedence, this arrow is pointing to a completely different set of cells that I didn't mean to include in my formula. So then it's fairly easy for me to adjust that cell range. I'm going to remove the arrows. What about Trace Dependence? Well, I don't have any dependence for this formula. Nothing relies on this particular formula to calculate. What about if I click on Show Formulas? We'll take a look at what this does. This is going to show all of the formulas that you have on your worksheet. So you can see here, I can now see actually on the worksheet without having to double click to edit the cell, all of those sum calculations in that total row. I can also see the formulas that I have over in column I. So Show Formulas is a great way if you just want to quickly see all of the formulas on your worksheet. Now, what about error checking? What happens if I click here? Well, this is basically going to evaluate my formula. And it's telling me that there is an error in cell I3. Now I have a few different options here. I can ignore the error, I can edit the formula in the formula bar, I can get some help, or I can show the calculation steps. So I'm going to show the calculation steps, and it basically takes me into this Evaluate Formula window. Incidentally, I also get this window if I click on the Evaluate Formula button in the Formula Editing group. Now what this allows you to do is walk step by step through your formula and evaluate each part separately so you can pinpoint where the error is occurring. So I can see that the first thing that's going to be evaluated in this formula is the actual formula name, in this case SumX. So if I click on Evaluate, I can see there it's coming up with name. So this is where my issue is occurring because that is where the error is appearing. So this evaluate tool is pretty useful, particularly when you start to get into more complex formulas, which maybe combine multiple different functions. Being able to step through them and evaluate each part individually to really determine where the error lies is so helpful. So let's click on close and let's click on close again. So I now am pretty confident that this is causing the problem. So let's delete out the X, hit enter, and like magic, my formula is now fixed. What about this next error? We have a reference error. Let's double click and take a look at this. Now this doesn't really tell me much. It says sum and then we have reference. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go straight to evaluate formula. And I can see that the sum part of this formula is fine. It's this part that's causing the problem, the hash reference. Now you normally get things like reference errors when you've maybe referred to a cell in the formula that no longer exists. So you can see here, this cell is supposed to be displaying the total sales for December. So I bet there was probably a sum calculation in here that was totaling all of December's sales. And if I take a look at my table, where's December gone? December has actually been deleted. So that is why I'm getting this reference error. The row was there when I first constructed the formula, but at a later time, someone's gone in and deleted that row out, which means my formula is now invalid. So look out for things like that when you see reference errors. It normally means whatever you're referring to, whatever cell, has either been pasted over with something else or deleted entirely. So for this one, because we no longer have December totals, I maybe will want to change this to the last month, which is November. So now let's do a sum calculation of November. And there we go, that looks a little bit better. Another type of error that you might see is a div error. And this comes up when you've tried to divide a number by 0. Now, the formula that I've got here is just very simply 1 divided by 0, just to show you an example of what that error looks like. In most cases, when you get a div error, it's not that clean cut. You might be doing, again, a longer, complex formula, and somewhere along the way, in the way that you've constructed that formula, you've ended up dividing it by 0, and maybe you haven't even realized that you've done that. So if you see that div error, it's worth taking a look at that formula and checking to make sure your calculation is correct. So for this one, let's just take that out, and we're just going to do the total sales for Q2, so that is going to be all of these figures just here. Close the bracket, hit enter, and now I have a spreadsheet that's completely error-free. Now there are a number of other different errors that you'll see pop up from time to time in your spreadsheets. You might see a value error, or you might see a null error as well. And we'll come across more of these as we progress through the course. But for now, that should give you an introduction as to some of the most common errors and how you can use the tools available in Excel in that formula auditing group to do some troubleshooting. One of the most important concepts to understand when you're learning Excel is the difference between absolute and relative referencing. And I did mention this briefly a couple of lessons ago. And it's worth noting that by default, Excel uses relative referencing. So let me show you a very quick example of relative referencing, and then we'll dive into absolute and why it's different from relative. So just to demonstrate relative referencing, I'm going to type in some numbers just down here, and we're going to type in some numbers next to these, like so. So maybe here I want to have the totals of these numbers. So what I could do is type in sum. I can select the cell range, close the bracket, hit enter, and then I can drag to copy that formula down. Now, as I drag this formula down, Excel uses relative referencing to adjust the cell references. If we double click in this first total, you can see the cells that this formula references, I6 and J6. If I take a look at the last formula, you can see that Excel has adjusted those cell references as I've dragged that formula down. So now it's summing I8 to J8. And it's this relative referencing that allows me to copy this formula down, and all of my formulas remain correct. And relative referencing is the default in Excel. But as you'll soon find, it doesn't always work in every situation. It's not always the most appropriate type of referencing to use. So with that in mind, let's take a look at an example of absolute referencing. Now what you can see here on this worksheet is that I have in column A some employee names. In column B, I have the departments that they work in. In column C, we have the number of years they've been working there. And then finally, in column D, we have their salary. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm actually going to change these to British pounds, because that is what my Excel is currently set to. So I'm going to keep everything nice and consistent. Now, what I want to do here is I want to work out the bonus amount for each of these employees. And I can see over in cell J1, all staff members are getting a bonus of 2%. Lucky old them. So how would I do this calculation? Well, this is going to be a straightforward sum calculation. What we want to do here is we want to take the salary in cell D2 and we're going to multiply it by the bonus amount of 2% in cell J1. I'm going to close my bracket and hit enter, and now I can see there that the bonus is 697.56. So that amount is 2% of their total salary. Now once again, I'm just going to change the formatting of this column to pounds. So great, everything is working so far. And what I want to do here is I want to do exactly the same thing for all of the other employees. So effectively, I should be able to grab my autofill handle and drag this formula down, right? Wrong. Take a look at what happens. It's not working. I'm getting 0 in all of these other cells. So why am I getting 0? Well, let's double click and take a look at one of these formulas a bit further down so we can see which cells the formula is referring to. So here we go. It's doing a sum of D11, which is correct in this case. We want to multiply the salary, but take a look at J10. J10 is over here, and that is a blank cell, because Excel has assumed that if I'm dragging this formula down, it needs to modify the cell references and move those down one each time as well. And for the salary part of this calculation, that is absolutely fine, but it's not fine for the bonus. In this example, we always want this formula to refer to cell J1. We don't want it to adjust and move down to any blank cells. So with that in mind, we need to make cell J1 absolute. So let's delete out everything we have and let's do our formula again. So we're going to say equals sum. It's still going to be D2. We're still going to multiply it by J1, but we need to make J1 absolute. Now the way that we do that is we press the F4 key once on our keyboard. And what that will do is it's going to place $signs in front of the column and the row number. So basically what those $signs are a way of locking to that particular cell. So I'm saying lock column J and column 1. I can close the bracket, hit enter, and now if I double click to copy this formula down, the formula is working. If we take a look at one of the formulas a bit further down, we can see again the cells this is referring to, and this time this is absolutely correct. It's referring to cells D17 and it's multiplying by J1. So knowing when to use absolute referencing is a really important skill in Excel. Now there is another type of referencing that you can do called mixed referencing, and that is where we basically either lock just the column or just the row. And those are by far the least common ways of using cell referencing. Most of the time you're going to be using absolute or relative. So for the time being, we're just going to stick to those two so you get some practice, and then later on we'll take a look at mixed referencing. So now these calculations are correct, the only thing left for me to do here is complete the new salary for everybody. And the new salary is basically going to be a sum calculation again, where we're going to do the salary plus their bonus. So equals sum, and we want to say salary plus bonus. This time we're fine with relative cell referencing because we want to copy down, and it's fine for the cell references to adjust each time. So let's double click to copy that down. And once again, I'm just going to change this to currency format. And now we have a completed bonus spreadsheet. In previous lessons in this course, we've briefly had a look at how Autosum and AutoFill work. So it's time now to take a deeper dive into these two really powerful utilities. So currently I'm working in the Autosum and AutoFill workbook. And I'm clicked on the Example 1 tab. And on this tab, we have a table with some values that we need to complete. So the first thing I'm going to do is we're going to complete this totals row at the bottom. And as we've seen previously, we're just doing a sum calculation here. We can use the Autosum button. And if you recall Autosum, you'll find that on the Formulas tab in the Function Library group. Or alternatively, you can use the keyboard shortcut of Alt equals. Now remember, because I have a number in that top row, I need to adjust the selection and then I can hit enter. And because we want to copy this formula across to the other years, we can simply use the autofill handle in the bottom right hand corner and drag that formula across. Now we have our little warning triangle, so I'm going to click the warning symbol and I'm just going to say ignore this error. So now let's use autofill to complete the rest of these empty cells. So the first thing I'm going to do in this totals column is we're going to do a very simple sum calculation, and we're going to add up all of the sales figures for January C3 to F3. Close the bracket, and I'm going to do Control Enter so that I stay in the same cell. Now notice over on the right hand side, I've just listed out there 4 different methods for auto-filling formulas down. And we've already seen a couple of these, but there are a couple in there as well that we haven't yet taken a look at. Now the first way to autofill down a formula is to hover your mouse over the autofill handle and double click to copy that formula down. Let's move to column H and let's work out the averages. And again, we're using the same cell range. And this time what I can do is simply drag that formula down. In the next column, we're going to do a min formula. And remember, min returns us the lowest value in our cell range, C3 to F3. Now, the third method that I can use to fill down is I can select all the cells that I want to fill this formula in. Go to the Home tab, and then over in the Editing group, notice we have a drop down here next to Fill. And I can choose Fill Down, and that's going to fill that formula into those remaining cells. And similarly, an even quicker way of executing that, let's just put in our max formula at the top here. Control Enter. We can pretty much do exactly the same thing by highlighting all of the cells and using the keyboard shortcut instead of Control D to copy that formula down. And then of course, once these are done, if I want to complete the totals as well, I can simply drag my totals formula across. And in a couple of minutes, we have a completed worksheet. Now, staying on this subject of autofill, there are still a number of different options that we haven't looked at yet. And all of these little autofill options are so helpful when it comes to being able to input data into your worksheets quickly and efficiently. Now, I did mention earlier I was going to show you a quick way of adding in lots of numbers into a worksheet. For example, maybe I need to enter into this worksheet numbers 1 to 200. So instead of going through and typing in 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth, I can get Excel to do all the hard work for me. Now what I'm going to do here is a little trick, which involves accessing a hidden menu. So I'm going to type number 1 into this first cell. And then what I'm going to do is, using my right mouse button, not my left, my right, I'm going to hover my mouse over the corner of that cell so that I get the little autofill cross, hold down my right mouse button, drag down one cell, up one cell, and release the mouse, and it's going to present me with a little secret menu. And this allows me to fill my cells in different ways. So I'm going to say fill series. And what I want to do here is I want to fill the column with numbers. The step value is the value which I want the numbers to increase. So I want them to go 1, 2, 3, 4. So my step value is 1. And I want it to stop at 200. And if I click on OK, check that out. I now have all of those numbers input. Control down to go to the bottom. The last value there is 200. So that's a really nice, quick way of getting lots of numbers, long lists of numbers into your worksheet. Now we can do a similar thing here if we want to fill down dates. So quite often in spreadsheets, you'll have dates. So maybe if you're putting together an invoice spreadsheet, you're going to have the dates listed out of all of the invoices. So what you could do is type in the first date, let's say the 1st of November, 2021. And if I autofill down this time, notice that it autofills down consecutive days. So simply by using that autofill handle, I'm going to get the 1st of November, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, so on and so forth. And that's absolutely fine if that's what you want. In some cases, you might want a different kind of date. So maybe I want to fill down the last day of every month. So how would we do that? Well, let's type in the last day of January. So that is the 31st of the 1st, 2021. Now, as I said, if I go to copy this down, the next date it's going to fill in is going to be the 1st of February, 2nd of February, so on and so forth. Now we can change this simply by dragging the autofill button down, and I'm just going to drag down to there. But notice when we drag down, we get this little what we call a smart tag at the bottom. And if you click this, it's going to open up some additional autofill options. And from here, we get to choose what dates we're filling down. So if I want the last day of the month, I could say fill months. And it's going to change all of those like magic to now display the last day of the month. So don't forget about this little smart tag when you drag down. It's always worth having a look in there and seeing if something else fits more with what it is that you're trying to do. Now we've already seen how we can type in the name of a month and then simply use the autofill handle to drag down to fill in the other months. The same works with days, and this works with the long version of the day or the short version of the day. Once again, I can drag down to complete those days, and it will just loop around until you choose to stop filling cells. So where does this come from in Excel? Well, these are actually what we call custom lists, and you'll find your custom lists underneath Excel options. If we jump into File and go down to Options at the bottom, and then into the Advanced page, if we scroll all the way down to near the bottom, you'll notice that we have this little button just here, Edit Custom Lists. And when we jump into here, you're going to see all of those patterns that Excel recognizes. And it's because this exists here that Excel is able to copy down the months of the year and the days of the week. And if you wanted to, you can create your own custom lists and use them in the same way. Now I could choose to import a list that I've got in a worksheet, so maybe in some cells, or I could choose to create my own custom list. So if you click New List at the top, I can then type in my list entries. So maybe on a frequent basis, I have to type in the names of all of the people that work in my department. And instead of doing that manually, I want to be able to just type in the first one and autofill down. So I'm going to create a brand new list with the names of everybody who works in my department. So we're just going to have 4 people. And let's say Add. And you can now see that I have a new custom list. So if I click on OK and OK again to come out of options. Now, if I want to fill in those employees, all I need to do is type in the name of the first one, and then Excel is going to recognize that custom list, so I can simply drag down. So all of these autofill options are definitely worth exploring because they really do make you more efficient when you're working in Excel. Flash Fill is possibly one of my favorite utilities in Excel. And Flash Fill hasn't been around forever. It was introduced in Excel 2013. And if you find yourself having to split up data or even combine data from different columns fairly frequently, Flash Fill is going to be your best friend. This takes all of the hard work out of it. So the best way to demonstrate Flash Fill is to really dive into some examples. And I've got 3 different examples to show you here. So in this first example, in this first table, notice that I have a list of employee names. And what I've been asked to do is break up the full name into a column full of first names and a column full of last names. Now, before the introduction of Flash Fill, it was possible to do this, but you would have to use the text to columns utility or possibly use an Excel formula. But now we have Flash Fill, so this is a piece of cake. So let me show you how it works. All you need to do is basically tell Excel what you want the pattern to be. So in the first name cell, I'm going to type in how I want the first one to look. So I basically just want it to list out my first name. I'm going to press Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and then I'm going to invoke the Flash Fill tool. And we find Flash Fill up on the data ribbon. In that Data Tools group in the middle there, we have a Flash Fill button. Let's click, and would you take a look at that? Like magic, it recognizes the pattern and it copies it down. And the best thing about this is that there are no underlying formulas that you need to get rid of or are going to cause you any problems. Let's do the same, but this time we want to complete the last name. Once again, we just need to type in what the pattern is going to be, Control Enter to stay in the same cell, and we can invoke Flash Fill in an entirely different way. So if I press Enter just here, as soon as I start to type, the second name goes down the rest of them and basically says to me, is this what you want to input? I can quickly do a visual check. Yes, those are all of the last names. So all I need to do is hit the Enter key to accept that. So nice and easy. We could even use Flash Fill to complete email addresses for people as well. Now there is a bit of a caveat to this, and that is that everybody needs to have the same email address. And more often than not, if you're filling down a list of people that you work with, you're all going to work at the same organization, and so you're all going to have the same email address. So what I can do here is again give Excel the pattern. So I want Excel to pick out that I want the person's initials at, and then we're just going to say companyx.com. Control Enter to stay in the cell. And a third way that I can invoke Flash Fill is to basically highlight all of the cells that we want to fill and use the keyboard shortcut Control E. And again, take a look at that. It's recognized that I want the initials of every single employee, and then it's put companyx.com. We could also utilize Flash Fill if we want to extract parts of an order number, or maybe an invoice number, or a part number, something like that. For example, all of these long order numbers have ORD at the beginning. I don't really need that part. I just want to extract the last 3 characters. So once again, we can use Flash Fill for that. 1, 2, 3 is what I want to extract, and I can use any of the Flash Fill methods. So Control Enter to stay in the same cell. I'm going to select all the cells I want to fill and Control E to fill those down. So quick and simple. The final example here is another way that we can extract different parts of a product name. So in the product name column, you can see that I have red shirt and then I have the item code, and I basically want to split this up so we have the color of the product name, and then the item code in 3 separate columns. So for this, I can say red, Control Enter, I'm going to highlight and Control E to flash fill down. Next, I want the product, so let's tell Excel what the pattern is. Control Enter. And this time I think I'll use my flash fill button to fill those down. And then finally we need to type the item code 123. Let's hit Enter. And this time if I start to type the next item code, it's going to fill them all down for me, and I can simply hit Enter to accept. Hello everyone, and welcome to this course on Microsoft Word 2021. My name is Deborah Ashby and I'm a Microsoft IT trainer with over 25 years of experience not only using but also training all the different versions of Word. And I am super excited to be your host for this course. Now, Word 2021 is the latest standalone release from Microsoft. And it's really designed for people who still want to use Word and have all of the latest functionality, but don't necessarily want to commit to a Microsoft 365 subscription. Now, it might be that you're coming to this course after having used a slightly older version of Word, or maybe a much older version of Word. If that is the case, then I would definitely recommend jumping onto the Microsoft website and having a quick look at the What's New in Word 2021 page. You're going to find so much information here, which is going to take you through some of the main differences, the main changes since the last version of Word. And fear not, we will be going through a lot of these as we work through this course. Now, if you're still a little bit unsure as to what the difference is between Word 2021 standalone and Word for Microsoft 365, then I would highly recommend you check out this webpage just here. This basically goes through a comparison of Office 2021 versus Microsoft 365 and can really point you towards the main differences and the pros and cons of each. So if we take a look down this webpage, you can see some of the differences between Microsoft 365 and Office 2021. Now, if you want to use Word for Microsoft 365, you're going to need to pay for a monthly subscription. And that generally tends to be somewhere between $5 and $8. And whilst this is a low-cost fee each month, it is a monthly commitment. And what you essentially do is you rent the software from Microsoft as opposed to actually owning the software yourself. Some of the advantages for Word for Microsoft 365 are that 6 people can share one account, and you can access your applications on the go via the mobile app, so on and so forth. It also means that any upgrades that are made to Word by Microsoft are automatically deployed to your PC. So you don't have to keep buying the latest version of Word. Now, whilst that suits a lot of people, it doesn't suit everybody. And you'll find that at a lot of larger companies, it's not so easy for them to just switch everybody across to a Microsoft 365 subscription. So if you're somebody who prefers to buy a license for Word 2021, own that copy and just make one payment and not sign up for a monthly commitment, then the standalone version of Word is going to be the best choice for you. You're still going to get things like all of the security updates, but you're only making one payment. And remember that one payment is going to be higher than the monthly charge for Word for Microsoft 365, but you only make that payment once. And it's definitely worth shopping around different websites because you can get some really good deals if you do want to buy the standalone version of Word. So this training course is designed for users of Word 2021. Now, there is a lot of crossover between Word 2021 and Word for Microsoft 365. So if you have maybe been using the Word 365 version and you're coming across to Word 2021, then it's going to be a pretty seamless transition. This is the latest version with all of the new stuff in it. So with all that said, let's take a look at what we're going to run through throughout the balance of this course. So we're going to start out with a brief introduction. That is pretty much what we're doing now. And we're then going to move on to running through some of the basics. So this course is designed for people who have little to no knowledge of Word. Even if you do have a bit more knowledge of Word, it's definitely worth running through those basics to make sure that we're all starting from the same base. So we're going to take a look at things like how to open, how to close, how to save documents in Word. I'm going to show you where you can go to get help and run through some of the keyboard shortcuts that you can access. Once we've been through those basics, we're going to move on to working with documents. So this is where we'll take a look at how to create documents based off of templates, how we can find the tools that we need to truly work with our documents. Next, we're going to move on to talking about viewing documents. I'm going to show you how you can switch between different document views and use some of the newer features in Word 2021 like the Immersive Reader and also Dark Mode. In the next section, we're going to start inputting text into a document. We're going to run through some of the basic and more advanced formatting options that we have. I'm going to show you things like cut, copy, paste, paste special, and how you can make selections and also align different things within your document. We'll then move on to working with paragraphs. And this is really where we're going to talk about indenting, changing the layout, and working with tab stops. We'll then talk about themes in our document, and I'll show you all the different ways that you can change the look and feel of your document, such as changing the colors that you're using, the font, and also the effects. The next section is a really important section, and that is word styles. We're going to walk through what exactly word styles are and why they're useful, and I'll show you how you can quickly apply styles throughout your document to organize it and also make it a lot easier for you to do things like create a table of contents. We'll then move on to talking about pictures, tables, and objects. I'll show you how you can liven up your document a little bit by adding in images, icons, 3D models, characters, things like that, and also how you can organize data using tables. We'll then also take a look at some other types of objects that you can insert, such as smart art diagrams, charts, and screenshots. Next, we'll take a look at formatting our pages. We'll dive into the page setup options, such as how to change the margins, the orientation, the paper size, and set up things like headers and footers. In the references section, we'll walk through how you can create things like a table of contents, or maybe even an index at the end of your document. I'll show you how cross-references work, citations, and how we can create bibliographies, tables of figures, and also tables of authority. In the next section, we'll run through a classic in Microsoft Word, and that is mail merge. I'll show you how to use the step-by-step mail merge wizard to quickly create multiple letters, and we'll also take a look at how we can generate envelopes and labels as well. Next, we'll move on to talking about spelling and grammar in a little bit more detail. I'll run through some of the settings that we need to change in order to get that to work correctly, and we'll also take a look at how we can create our own auto text entries. Next, we'll move on to talking about track changes and comments. I'll walk you through exactly what track changes are and how they can be useful when multiple people are making changes to a document. I'm also going to show you how you can compare two documents together and how you can add comments to your document. And then the final working section of this course is finalizing a document. For this, we'll run through how you can send your document to print, how you can change all of your printer options. I'll also show you different ways that you can share your documents with other people and also co-author documents in Word 2021. Again, that is a brand new feature. Now, we are going to cover a lot more than the things that I've mentioned there. Throughout this course, I'll be throwing in little tips and tricks that I like to use, as well as referencing keyboard shortcuts wherever possible. Throughout this course, I'll be using different course files to work through the examples. So if you want to follow along with me, then you're going to find all of the course files that I use available to download from the course files folder. And for each lesson, there is a starting course file and a completed course file. So when you start the video, open up the starting file, and if for some reason you get lost or you just want to skip to the next lesson, there's also a completed version of the course file as well. So you should be able to pick up this course at any given point using the course files. So make sure that you have those downloaded from the website before we begin. You'll also find at the end of each section an exercise file, and this is going to help you practice some of the skills that you've learnt throughout that section. And you'll find all of the exercise files in the exercise files folder, so once again, make sure you have those downloaded if you'd like to work along with me. So with all that said, it's time to dive into Word 2021. Once again, my name is Deb, and I hope you enjoyed this course. The first exercise of this course is a very simple and straightforward one. I'd like you to ensure that you have a working copy of Word 2021 downloaded and installed onto your PC. And I'd also like you to make sure that you've got the course and the exercise files downloaded and stored somewhere that's easily accessible. Once you've done both of those two things, then you're pretty much ready to start the course. Now, if you'd like to see my answer to this exercise, then please keep watching. The first thing I asked you to do for this exercise was make sure that you have a copy of Word 2021 downloaded and installed. And there are numerous different websites that you can go to in order to download a copy of Word 2021. Just wherever you go to do this, make sure that it is a legitimate copy. Once you've downloaded it and installed it onto your PC, depending on which operating system you're using, and I'm currently using Windows 11, but it is very similar on Windows 10, go down to your taskbar, open up the Start menu, and you should be able to see Word in your list of applications. If you can't see it there immediately, then you'll need to search for it simply by typing in Word, and you can launch it from there. If you'd like to go a stage further and pin it to your taskbar, then you can simply right-click and choose Pin to Taskbar. Mine says Unpin because I already have it pinned down there. So that makes Word super simple for you to access every time you want to open it. Once you've got a copy of Word installed, the next thing to do is download the course and exercise files that you're going to need to run through each lesson with me. Now you'll find the course files for this course underneath the Course Resources tab. And you should find two links just here, one for the exercise files and one for the instructor demo files. Now this example is for Word 2019. But if you've bought the 2021 course, you'll see the exercise and demo files for that version listed just there. That is pretty much it. Once you've done both of those things, then you are ready to start the course. So let's start out in Word 2021 by firing up the application and having a little explore of the interface. Now, when you first open up Word 2021, it's going to take you directly to what we call the Start screen. And you only really ever see this screen in this format, this layout, when you first open Word. And it's a very simple screen to navigate around. On the left-hand side, we have a very small menu. The three main buttons we're interested in here are Home, New, and Open. So if we start out with the Home page, which is what we're looking at now, this is where you can come to create a new blank document. You can see I've got that highlighted at the top here. Or I can select a template to create a document from. And there are hundreds of templates in Word that you can use, which really takes all of the hard work and the stress out of creating certain types of documents. And we're going to talk a lot more about templates later on, but just know that you can access them from here. And if you want to see the full list, we have a More Templates link all the way over on the right-hand side, which is going to open up our template gallery and allow us to search for specific templates. But as I said, more about that a bit later on. Let's jump back to Home and take a look at what we have in the lower half of this screen. Well, this is where you're going to find all of the documents that you've recently accessed. And the number of documents that you see in this list very much depends on what you have set in your Word options. And I'll show you where to go to change this in a moment. So this is just a super quick way of seeing the last documents that you accessed, the last documents that you used, and being able to get back to them quickly. If I want to open one of these, I can simply double click and it's going to open that up in Word. So really nice and straightforward. Now that I've got a document open, if I try and get back to that Start screen, you'll find that you actually can't. If I jump up to File, which takes us into the Backstage Area, We get to a similar screen, but it's not exactly the same as the start screen. So I just wanted to highlight that in case you are wondering, well, how do I get back to the start screen if I've opened a document? You actually can't. You need to close down all of Word and then reopen Word again to get back to that page. Now, what you'll also notice with all of these recent documents is if you select one of them and right-click, notice that we get a right-click menu. So again, we can open a copy, we can delete the file. We can even remove the file from this list. So if there's something in your recent list that you don't really need, you could choose simply to remove it. It doesn't delete the file, it's just going to remove it from your recent list. But the one that I want to focus on here is Pin to List. Because if you select this option, what it's going to do is it's going to pin that particular document. Notice that we also have a pinned category just here. So if I click on pinned, you can see that any documents that I've pinned will appear in their own exclusive list. You'll also notice that if we go back to recent, anything that you pin is going to appear at the top of your recent list. It's not going to move as we open more documents. So this is super useful if you have a few documents that you find yourself accessing all the time. You can simply pin them to the top of the list and they're always going to be there. Notice that when you do pin a document, you get the little drawing pin icon just here. And of course, if you want to do the reverse and unpin any documents, you can simply just click on the drawing pin icon to unpin the item from the list, or you can right-click your mouse and unpin it from that right-click menu. So that is pretty much what you have on that home page. Let's jump across to New and take a look at what we have in here. Well, as you might expect, this is where you would come if you want to create a new document. And that might be a blank document. You can see that's the first one in the list, or we might choose to create a document based off of a template. For example, if I am writing a CV or a resume, I might want to start from a template as opposed to from a blank document. And you can see here we have a template for a resume just below. Now, as I mentioned, Word does contain hundreds of different templates, all divided down into different categories, which makes them a lot easier to find. And we are going to cover templates, how we use them, how we save them in later lessons. So at this stage, the only thing you really need to remember is that this is where you can come to create blank documents or documents based off of a template. The next button we have in this left-hand menu is Open. And this is where you can come to, you guessed it, Open Documents. And you can pretty much access any location where you might have documents stored. And yours might not look exactly the same as mine. It depends what type of cloud storage you use and if you've connected that to Word. So you can see here right at the top, I'm clicked on Recent. And on the right hand side, it's showing me a list of all of my recent documents. And if I click across to folders, I can see all of my most recent folders that I've saved into. So this is just here to help me find the document that I want to open. So if it's something in the last week, I'm more than likely going to find it somewhere in this list. And I can simply double click to open it, or I can right click my mouse and choose Open. Now, underneath Recent, I then have some connections set up to the cloud storage that I use. So I generally tend to save all of my files, not just Word files, all types of files, into OneDrive for safe storage. I also have a SharePoint site that I sometimes save files into. So I have both of those connected to Word to make it really easy for me to access any of the folders that I have in my cloud storage. You'll notice if I click on OneDrive, it's opening up my Teams folder. This is the only folder that I have in this particular OneDrive account, but I can navigate through the different folders and choose to open a file from there. Also notice I have OneDrive personal storage here as well. So this is for my more personal files. But if you do want to open a file from your PC, so maybe it's in your My Documents folder or saved to your desktop, you have a This PC option as well, which is going to allow you to navigate through those folders and find the file that you want to open. If you don't like this particular structure and you prefer to open your files through File Explorer, you can also click on Browse, which is going to open that File Explorer window for you, and you can then navigate to open the file that you need. And then finally here we have an Add a Place button. And this will really just help you set up a link to your OneDrive cloud storage account. So if you do have OneDrive and you want it to appear like mine do in Word, you can simply choose Add a Place and then select if you have a OneDrive Personal or OneDrive for Business, and then just walk through the process of adding that in. So that is pretty much everything you have underneath Open. Super easy to find and open your files. The last three menu options that we have at the bottom here: Account, Feedback, and Options. Let's quickly click on Account and take a quick look at what we have in here. Well, as you might expect, this is where you can come to take a look at your user information. So for example, if I want to change my photo, I can do that from here. If I want to sign out of this account or sign into a different account, I can do that from here as well. I can do things like change my office background. So if you take a look all the way up in the right hand corner, notice I kind of have this circle and stripes pattern. I can change that from here to something completely different if I want to. I can see my connected services again, and again I get the opportunity to add OneDrive or OneDrive for Business services. On the right hand side we can see a little bit of information about the Office product that we're using. So you can see here I'm using Microsoft Office Professional Plus 2021. This is also where you would come to update your version of Word. Now, updates are automatically downloaded and installed, but if you want to manually check for an update, you can do that from here. Now, feedback at the bottom, this is just if you want to send some feedback to Microsoft about something you like, something you don't like, or you might even want to suggest a new feature. And then finally at the bottom, we have options. And this is where all of your settings for Word live. And making changes here really allows you to customize and set Word up so that it works in the best way for you. Now again, we're going to be diving in and out of Word options as we go throughout this course. So we're not going to go through each of these headings. The only thing I want to show you is how you can modify how many documents you're seeing in that recent documents list on the start screen. So if we jump down to the advanced section and use our mouse to scroll down, once we get to the display category, here it is, the first option just here, show this number of recent documents. I have mine set to 50, but you might find that that is a little bit excessive and you might want to set that to something else. So let's just say 25 and click on OK. But that is basically a quick run through of the start screen in Word 2021. So now that we're a little bit more familiar with the start screen, it's time to load up a blank document and get ourselves comfortable with the Word interface. Now, there are a few different ways that you can create a new blank document. We're going to take the easiest route. As we're clicked on the home page, up in this new section, we're simply going to double click on blank document. Now that's going to load a blank document into the main Word screen. And this is the screen that you're going to be working in the majority of the time. So let's get ourselves comfortable with what we're looking at just here. Now, if you're already a Word user or you use other Microsoft applications like Excel or PowerPoint, then you're probably already very familiar with the ribbon structure layout. It's been around for quite a few years now, and most people are using versions of Word which have this same layout. Now, what you'll find is right at the top of the screen where we have the blue bar, this is what we call our title bar. And you're going to see a couple of pieces of information in this title bar. If you cast your eyes all the way over to the left-hand side, notice I have a very tiny little drop down just here. Now, this is actually the Quick Access Toolbar. And we have a whole lesson dedicated to what the Quick Access Toolbar is and how we can customize it. For now, just be aware that currently our Quick Access Toolbar is located in the top left-hand corner. We then move across and we have the title of this document. Now, because I haven't saved this document as yet, I'm just getting the generic name of document 1. We're going to save this in a couple of lessons' time. We then have a handy search bar, and this search bar is really useful if you are struggling to find a particular command on one of the ribbons. It's also where you can come to read more about a specific command and access the help files. And then finally, all the way over on the right hand side, we have these little buttons that are fairly consistent across all of the Microsoft applications. We can see our account information up here. We have some ribbon display options as well, which I'll come back to in a moment after we've spoken a bit more about ribbons. And then finally, we have the minimize button. So if we want to minimize Word down into the taskbar, we can do that. And we can even snap the layout. I can choose to snap my copy of Word to the left-hand side of my screen and then choose another application to open up in the right-hand side of the screen. And then finally, we have a close button all the way in the top right-hand corner. Now, the thing you need to remember about this close button in the top right-hand corner is that it will close down all of Word. So if you have a few different documents open, it's going to close all of the open documents. If you simply want to close the document that you currently have open, this is where you would go to File and down to Close. So it's still going to leave Word open, it's just going to close down that one particular file. Whereas if we click the cross, it's going to close down all of Word. Now let's just fire Word up one more time and just create a new blank document. Now, underneath that title bar, this is where we have our ribbons, and the ribbons are really there to house all of the commands that we use in Word. And all of the commands are categorized not only onto different ribbons, but also into different groups. For example, on the Home ribbon, we have a clipboard group that contains things like cut, copy, paste. We have a font group with all of our font formatting options, paragraph group for alignment, and then we have a group for different word styles, and then an editing group at the end where we can do things like find specific pieces of text and replace them. And all commands are categorized in similar ways. And in general, you'll find your most commonly used commands on the Home ribbon. If we click across to Insert and just take a quick look at some of the things we have on here, this is where you would come to insert different things into your document. That might be a table or a cover page, or maybe a shape or an icon, or maybe something like a comment or a link or a header and footer. The Draw tab is where we're going to find all of our drawing tools, particularly useful if you work with a touchscreen device and a stylus. We have a Design tab to help us control the look and feel of our documents. A Layout tab where we can do things like change the orientation, add margins, add line breaks, things like that. A References ribbon for adding things like tables of contents, footnotes and endnotes, or even an index at the end of our document. The Mailings tab is where we come to do good old mail merge. So if we need to create a lot of letters or envelopes or labels addressed to different clients or customers, this is where we can come to do that. We have a Review tab, which is a tab that you tend to access towards the end of completing your document. So it houses things like spelling and grammar, the thesaurus, and we can do things like track changes and also compare documents. The View tab is where we can come to adjust how we're viewing our document. And just note here that in the Views group at the beginning, currently I have Print Layout selected. And it's worth noting that Print Layout is predominantly the view that you're going to be using when you're putting your document together. And then finally, we have a Help tab, and we'll come back to this later on in this section when we discuss where you can go to get help in a bit more detail. So just remember, these are called ribbons. We then have groups which contain all of our commands. Now, one tab I haven't really mentioned is the File tab, and that is because it's not really considered to be a ribbon. This gives us access to what we call the Backstage Area. And this kind of looks a little bit similar to the Start Screen, but we have a lot more options. So this is where you would come to do your more admin-y style tasks for your document. It's where you come to create new documents, to find your templates, to open new documents. We can also do things like save from here, print our document, share it, export it, so on and so forth. And we'll be diving in and out of here as we go throughout the course. Now notice if you want to get back to your document, all the way at the top on the left-hand side, we have a back arrow. We can simply click that to take us back to that document. Couple of final points before we end this lesson. Obviously, in the main bulk of this screen, we can see our blank document. Our cursor is flashing, which means we are ready to type. And then right at the bottom, we have the status bar. And the status bar is really there to show you different pieces of useful information. For example, currently I can see all the way over on the left-hand side that I am on page 1 of 1. I've typed 0 words. I can see the language that I'm using, so in this case, English, United Kingdom. It's checked my accessibility, so how accessible is my document to people with disabilities? Well, I haven't put anything in the document yet, so it's telling me that it's good to go. And then all the way over on the right-hand side, we have a zoom slider to help us zoom in and out of our document. And we can also switch the way that we're viewing our document from down there as well. Now, the final point to note here, as I mentioned I would come back to it, is related to these ribbons. So currently I'm displaying my ribbons, which is perfectly fine because I want to be able to see all of my commands. But if we go all the way up to the right-hand side, remember we've got a little ribbon display options button just here. And if I click it, I have a few different options in relation to how I'm viewing these ribbons. For example, if I want a little bit more room on the screen, a little bit more real estate to work with my document, I can choose to auto hide the ribbon, which is going to collapse up those ribbons and give me more space to see my document. If I click on the 3 dots again, it's going to bring that back down. If we click on ribbon display options again, I might choose to just show the tabs. So this time I can still see the tabs, but I can't see the actual commands underneath. If I want to access them, I can click on Insert and it's going to drop that ribbon down. And if we click on ribbon options again, I can choose to show tabs and commands, which is the default and, if I'm honest, probably the option that I use the majority of the time. So that is the Word interface. Make sure you're familiar with it and comfortable as we move forward through this section. When we start working with Word documents, what we generally tend to find is that we spend quite a bit of time aligning and positioning different objects on our pages. For example, I might want to align different paragraphs or different words. I might want to align pictures or shapes on my page. And one thing that's really going to help with this is the ruler. Now, currently, I don't have my rulers turned on. So I just wanted to take a quick moment to show you where this setting is so that you can make sure that you have your rulers turned on. Now, when it comes to rulers, we can choose to have a horizontal ruler or a vertical ruler, or we can choose to have both. And you'll find the ruler option on the View tab at the top. So let's click on View. In the Show group in the middle here, notice we have an option for ruler. Now look what happens when I hover over ruler. I'm getting what we call a screen tip appear on the page. And screen tips are so useful because they give you an idea as to what this command does. And you'll notice that these pop up whenever you hover over any of the commands on the ribbon. So this tells me that this is going to show rulers next to the document. We can see tab stops, move table borders, and line up objects in the document. Also, you can measure stuff. So pretty useful. Let's click in the box to turn the rulers on. Now notice here we have a horizontal and also a vertical ruler. Now take a look at the measurements here. Currently my measurements are set to inches. In the UK we tend to still use inches slightly more than we use centimetres. But that might be different for you. You might be somebody who much prefers to use centimetres. Well, the good news is that we can change the measurements that we're using for our rulers. So where do we go to change our measurement units? Well, if we go to File, we're going to find this in Options because effectively we're customizing how our copy of Word works for us. And we'll find this underneath Advanced again. Now, if we use the scroll bar to scroll through some of these options, because we do have quite a lot in here, we're going to find it underneath that display section again. So this is where we were previously when we modified the number of recent documents that we could see. Now notice here it says show measurements in units of, and then mine is set to inches. But if we click the drop down, we can choose centimeters, millimeters, points, or picas. So if we select centimeters and click on OK, notice that my ruler has now changed. So make sure that you get your rulers set up to display a measurement that's meaningful to you. Now, the other thing I just wanted to mention very quickly in this lesson, so that you're familiar with it as we're going to use it quite a bit as we move through this course, is how to zoom. Now, when we say zoom, I mean zooming into the document or zooming out of the document. Now, to demonstrate this, I'm just going to add some text to this document. And this is a quick little trainer trick in order to get a few paragraphs of dummy or test text into a document. We can type in equals rand, and then we can specify how many paragraphs and how many lines we want. So I'm just going to say 5,5, and that's going to give me 5 paragraphs of 5 lines each of random text. Now, if I want to zoom into this document, there are a few different things I can do. If we cast our eyes all the way down to the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, we have what we call the zoom slider. And you can see that currently I'm zoomed in to 110% in this document. But if I want to change that, I can simply drag the slider to zoom in or drag it all the way out to zoom out. And of course, the one in the middle there is going to be 100%. Alternatively, if you are using a mouse that has a scroll wheel, you can hold down the Control key and use your scroll wheel to scroll in and back out again. And then the final way that you can zoom is again up on the View ribbon. So in the Zoom group, we have a Zoom button, and then we have a 100% button. So if we click on Zoom, this is where we can define or choose the exact percentage that we want to zoom to. So I have options for 200%, 100%, or 75, or I can be very granular about how much I want to zoom in or out and use this little percent box just here to select my zoom level. I also have some other presets here. I can zoom to exactly the page width. I can zoom to the text width or the whole page. So if I choose text width and click on OK, it's going to zoom in so that the text is exactly at the end of the page. Now, if I quickly want to zoom back out to 100%, instead of using the zoom slider or trying to get it right with the scroll wheel, this is where we can use the 100% button to take the document back to that zoom level. And again, in this zoom group, we can zoom into one page. So it's kind of going to zoom out and just show me one page of my document. I can zoom to multiple pages, which doesn't work for me at the moment because I only have one page. Or I can zoom in to exactly the page width. So a few different zoom options in there for you to play around with. So the main takeaways from this lesson are to make sure that you have your rulers turned on and they're displaying a unit of measurement that's meaningful to you, and also know the different options that you have for zooming in and out of your documents. Another important thing to make sure that you have turned on when working with Word documents is check spelling as you type. This is a super helpful option that really keeps a check on your spelling as you're working through your documents. If it finds that you've spelt a word wrong, or even if you have a grammatical error, it's going to flag it to you immediately so that you can correct it. So if we're correcting all of our errors as we're working through our document, it really diminishes the need to do a blanket spell check at the end of the document. Now, I would always recommend that you do a final spell check before you send this document off to someone important, but you'll find that it's a lot quicker if you've already been checking your spelling and your grammar as you've been typing the document. Now, check spelling as you type is another one of those little options that we need to toggle on or toggle off depending on if we want to use it. So let me first show you a little example of how spelling and grammar flags in Word. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm simply going to delete out all of this junk text that I added in the previous lesson. So a couple of little shortcuts coming up here. To delete all of this text, I just need to make sure I'm clicked somewhere in this document. I can press Control A, which is going to select all of the text, and then I can simply press the Delete key. So now I'm going to type a sentence, but I'm going to make a grammatical error and also a spelling mistake. Now, notice what happens now that I've typed that sentence. I've typed in Word, we can use an template to create an document. So that's not a particularly great sentence, but it is an accurate representation of the types of words that we can type if we're typing really fast. Now notice what's going on here. Where we have the spelling mistakes, those are underlined and automatically flagged to me with a red squiggly underline. Now notice what Word's done here. It's flagged not only the spelling mistake, but also the grammatical errors. So spelling mistakes are going to appear with a red squiggly line underneath them, and your grammatical errors are going to appear with a blue double underline. And the cool thing about this is that we have the option to correct these on the fly as we're working with the document. So what I can do here is where we have an, which is a grammatical error, I can right-click my mouse and it's going to give me a choice at the top here of what this word should be. And yes, it should be a. In Word, we can use a template. So now I need to correct the spelling mistake. We can right-click. I'm getting my choices at the top here, and I'm going to select template. And finally, we have another spelling error just here. Let's right-click, and yes, this should be to. And now that I've corrected those and Word has this sentence in context in its brain, it's also picked up that the an is a grammatical error. And again, that is correct. It should be a. So let's right-click and choose a from the list. Now, if you go through and check your spelling as you type, when you get to the end of your document, you can still run a blanket spell check. And in fact, you can run a spell check at any point. So let's just take a quick look at how we would do that. There is a shortcut key to invoke spell check, and that is F7. Notice that it's come up spelling and grammar check is complete. Now we're going to do this a bit later on with another document so you can see how you can work with the internal dictionary. But also remember that you can find your spelling options on the review tab as well in the proofing group. So if we click spelling and grammar, that's basically the same as pressing the F7 key. Because I have no spelling mistakes because I've been checking as I've typed, I'm just getting a message saying that the check is complete. Now, if you find that when you're working and typing text into your document, it's not flagging up any spelling errors or grammatical errors, it might be that you don't have check spelling as you type turned on in your Word options. So let's jump across to File, down to Options, and this time we want to go to the proofing page. And right at the bottom here, this is the option you're looking for, check spelling as you type. And also mark grammar errors as you type. And I also like to have frequently confused words turned on and also check grammar with spelling as well. So in general, I'll have these four turned on. What you'll probably find if it's not picking it up, that this option has been deselected. So make sure you have a tick in that box, click on OK, and then you can correct your errors as you go. At the start of this course, when we were taking a quick whiz around the Word interface, I mentioned very briefly the Quick Access Toolbar. And in this lesson, that's exactly what we're going to focus on because it is such a great tool to help you with efficiency. Now, if you recall, all the way up in the top left-hand corner, I highlighted to you this little drop-down arrow. Notice if I hover over it, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. Now, at the moment, this isn't particularly interesting. We just have a drop-down arrow. So what exactly is this toolbar and how do we add things to it? Well, the Quick Access Toolbar is a way that we can create shortcuts to commands that we use most frequently. So instead of hunting through the different ribbons looking for the commands that we want to use, if it's something we use all the time, it's much easier just to add it to the Quick Access Toolbar and have it easily available. And we can add any command that's available in Word to the Quick Access Toolbar. Now, if we click this little drop down, notice what we have here. We have a selection of 10 to 15 or so commands that we can automatically add to the QAT. And I guess these are commands that Microsoft have deemed useful to everybody. So most people will create new documents on a fairly frequent basis. Most people will save, most people will print at some point. And in particular, a lot of people like to use the undo and redo buttons. So we have a small selection here of commands that we can very quickly add to the QAT or the Quick Access Toolbar with one click. So I'm going to add new, and you can see as I do that, the icon appears. I'm also going to add, let's do undo and also redo. And I'm also going to add automatically save to give myself this little slider. I'm going to talk more about autosave when we get to the part about saving documents. But hopefully you get the idea of what we're doing here. We're simply just adding default commands to the Quick Access Toolbar to make them easy to access. Now, obviously, when we click this drop down, we only have 15 commands that we can add to the QAT from here. But what if I want to add something completely different? Maybe I am always inserting tables into my documents. How can I add the table command to the Quick Access Toolbar? Well, what we can do is we can jump across to the Insert tab. Here is the table command. I can simply right-click and choose Add to Quick Access Toolbar to put that up there. So you can basically right-click on any of your commands on any of these ribbons and add them to the Quick Access Toolbar. If they have little drop-downs, those will come with them as well. Now, what about if I want to add a command to my Quick Access Toolbar that doesn't show on any of the ribbons? You'll see in a moment as we start to go through this course, not every command is visible all the time in Word. So what about those hidden commands or commands that are on menus that aren't currently active? Well, we can click the drop down again and we can go down to More Commands. Now this screen will probably look familiar because it's basically just jumped us into our Word options and it's placed us into the Quick Access Toolbar page. And this is where we can add any command available in Word to that QAT. Now if we start on the right hand side, notice that this is showing my Quick Access Toolbar and all of the commands that I currently have on this toolbar. Also notice that next to this area we have up and down buttons so I can rearrange the order of my commands. So maybe I want to move undo and redo up to the top because I use those most frequently. Now over on the left hand side, this is where I can find all of my commands in Word. And they're split down into different categories. So currently I'm viewing all of the popular commands in Word. And notice that the commands are listed out in alphabetical order, which does make it a little bit easier to find them. If I want to see a list of the commands that are not in the ribbons, I can choose that group. Or maybe I just want to see a big long list of all commands available in Word. I can choose all commands and now I can scroll through and find absolutely everything. So the idea here is to find the command that you want to add. So I'm going to say, let's add some alignment tools. So I'm going to select Align Center, and then I'm going to click the Add button in the middle to add that to my Quick Access Toolbar. Let's also do Align Left and also Align Right. And obviously you can probably see how this works. If you want to remove anything from the Quick Access Toolbar, you can do that from here. You can just select it and click the Remove button in the middle. And now maybe I want to reorganize these. So let's move Autosave up to the top. And then I think I'm fairly happy with the order of the rest of these. So now if I click on OK, it's going to update my Quick Access Toolbar into the order that I've specified. It's also worth noting that if you want to delete commands from the Quick Access Toolbar without having to go into Options, you can simply right-click and choose Remove from Quick Access Toolbar. Now, another thing you might want to do here is change the actual position of the Quick Access Toolbar. Currently, it's kind of up there in the title bar. It's nice and tucked away, so it's not getting in the way of my document. But if you find that you kind of forget that it's there when it's up in the title bar, you can click the drop down and choose Show Below Ribbon to place it underneath your ribbons. And this is generally how I prefer to have my Quick Access Toolbar. The final thing you can do here is you can add or organize your commands by using separators. This isn't something you have to do, but if you want to sort these into groups of commands that are related together, then separators work quite well. Once again, if we click the drop down and jump into more commands, notice at the top of every one of these groups, so it doesn't matter which one we select, we always have a separator option. So I'm going to add a couple of separators. Let's just select it, and I'm going to add a couple of these, and then I can move them into position. So maybe I want to separate off save, undo, and redo from my other commands. And maybe I want to separate off my alignment tools from my new file command. Now, when I click on OK, you can probably see very faint separator lines between these different groups of commands, which just helps me keep my quick access toolbar a little bit more organized. But that's how you can add commands to your quick access toolbar, or QAT for short, to improve your efficiency when you're working in Word. Keyboard shortcuts are another way to help yourself become a lot more efficient when you're working with Word. Keyboard shortcuts allow us to execute different Word commands without touching the mouse. And you might think, well, why would I want to do that? Well, you have to remember that when you're working in a Word document and you have your hands on the keyboard and you're busy typing away, sometimes it can be a bit of a pain to keep having to reach for your mouse to select your commands from the different ribbons. What is sometimes a lot quicker is to be able to use the keyboard to execute a shortcut to perform a task. And in Word, we have lots and lots of different shortcuts. And the good news is that if you're coming from an older version of Word, or even if you're coming from another Microsoft application like Excel or PowerPoint, many of the keyboard shortcuts are exactly the same in Word. Now, as I mentioned, there are hundreds of keyboard shortcuts in Word, and you're definitely not going to be able to remember all of them. In general, what I tend to find is that most people have a selection of about 10 to 15 that they use all of the time. And most of those are to execute really common tasks. For example, if I want to copy this line that I have in this document, I can highlight the sentence and press the keyboard shortcut Control-C, which is going to copy it. I can then move somewhere else in the document and use the keyboard shortcut Control-V to paste it. If I want to make a word in one of these sentences bold, I can simply select it by double-clicking and use the keyboard shortcut Control-B to make it bold. What about if I now want to make it italic? Well, I have a keyboard shortcut for that as well of Control-I. Or maybe I want to align the entire sentence into the middle of my document. Control-E to do that. And if I want to print, Control-P is going to take me to the print preview area. So that's a selection of a few common keyboard shortcuts. There are a lot more, but really what I want to focus on in this lesson is where you can find a list of the keyboard shortcuts and how you can really work efficiently using shortcuts and the ribbons. Now, when it comes to finding shortcut keys for different commands, there are a couple of different places you can go to. A lot of the commands, when you hover over them, will show a screen tip. And if it has a keyboard shortcut, you're going to be able to see that shortcut. For example, if I go to the Home ribbon and the Font group, notice here we have the bold icon. If I hover my mouse over it, it tells me that it's going to execute bold, it's going to make the font bold, and it's showing me that keyboard shortcut, Control-B. If I hover over, let's say, the new document icon on the quick access toolbar, I'm also seeing the keyboard shortcut there of Control-N. What about if I hover my mouse over the center alignment? Well, we're seeing that keyboard shortcut there as well, Control-E. And another keyboard shortcut we looked at, if we jump to the Review tab and hover over Spelling and Grammar, we can see the keyboard shortcut there of F7. So if the command does have a keyboard shortcut, you're going to see it in the screen tip in brackets, unless you've turned Screentips off. More about that in the next lesson. Now, aside from looking at these screen tips, where else can we go to find a list of keyboard shortcuts? Well, we can use the help files. Now, I'm going to use the search bar at the top of the screen. And notice when I hover over the search bar, this itself has a keyboard shortcut of Alt-Q. So if I'm clicked somewhere else down here in my document and I quickly want to jump up to that search bar, I can press Alt-Q and my cursor is going to move up to that area. What I can do from here is I can simply type in keyboard shortcuts. And what I'm going to choose here is Get Help on Keyboard Shortcuts. This is going to open up the help files. It's going to open up this pane on the right-hand side. And we are going to explore help in a little bit more detail in a couple of lessons' time. So what we can do here is we can click on this top link, and that's going to take us directly to a very comprehensive list of all of the keyboard shortcuts in Word. Now, because there are so many of them, they are divided down into different topics. So let's take a look in frequently used shortcuts. So this is where you'll find the most common shortcuts. So Control-O to open a document, Control-S to save a document, Control-W to close. We've got our cut, copy and paste, Control-X, Control-C and Control-V. A shortcut you saw me use earlier when I deleted all the text from the document, Control-A to select all, Control-B to apply bold, Control-I to apply italics, so on and so forth. So my advice to you here is to write down a few keyboard shortcuts for commands that you find yourself using frequently. And you'll find that over time, you'll commit these to memory and it becomes very instinctive to use the keyboard shortcut as opposed to clicking on the icon on the ribbon. So you can find keyboard shortcuts in the help files. The final thing I want to show you here is a really cool way of basically completely working with keyboard shortcuts as opposed to using your mouse. So if you are someone who likes to keep their hands on the keyboard at all times, this might be a good option for you. If we press the Alt key, notice what comes up on the ribbons. Pretty much everything that we have in this top part of the screen now has its own shortcut key assigned. So if I want to go back to the home ribbon, I can press the H. I then get an entirely new set of keyboard shortcuts. So if I now want to type in bold, I could press number 1. And now when I type, notice that it's all in bold. I can press Alt again to bring that list back up. Maybe I want to go to the Insert tab, so I can press N and insert a table. Let's press T. It's going to give me that drop down, and then I can then hold down Shift and define using my arrow keys what size table I want to insert. Hit Enter to accept. So you can pretty much work with keyboard shortcuts the entire time simply by pressing that Alt key. If you have your Alt keys displayed and you want to come out of there, you can simply press the Escape key on your keyboard. In this lesson, I want to speak to you in a little bit more detail about Screentips, contextual menus, and contextual ribbons. Now, we've briefly spoken about Screentips in previous lessons. If we hover our mouse over any command on the ribbon, we get a Screentip pop-up, which gives us an idea as to what that command actually does. It will also show us in brackets if there is a keyboard shortcut assigned to this particular command. Now, I find Screentips really useful. Sometimes if I'm just looking at a particular icon, I don't really know what it does, but I can get an idea by reading the information in those Screentips. Now, it might be over time as you become more familiar with Word, you don't necessarily want to see these Screentips popping up all of the time because some of them are quite large and they can kind of get in the way. Now, you do have control over not only the information that you can see in these Screentips, but also if you have them turned on or turned off. So again, let's take a quick look at that. As you might have guessed, we're going to find this in our Word options. So let's go to File, let's go back down to Options, and this time we want to click on General. Now the first group here is User Interface Options, and you'll see right at the bottom of this group it says Screentip Style. So I have my Screentips set to show the feature descriptions in my Screentips, but we do have some other options in here. I could say, don't show feature descriptions in Screentips. Let's see what that looks like. So we can click on OK. And now if I hover my mouse over Format Painter, for example, notice it's still telling me the keyboard shortcut, but it's not showing me any information as to what this command does. Let's go back to File and into Options. The other option we have in here is to not show them at all. So again, if we click on OK, when I hover over any command, I'm not getting any type of screen tip showing there. Now, as I said, I find screen tips really useful, so I always like to make sure that I show feature descriptions. So that's what screen tips are, but what about contextual menus? Well, those are pretty much what they say on the tin. They're menus that come up, but they're menus that are within the context of wherever it is that you're clicked. So for example, my mouse is currently clicked in this line of text that we have at the top of the page. Now, to access contextual menus, you right-click your mouse. And when we're talking about contextual menus, it's this menu we're talking about here. So all of the commands that I can see in this right-click or contextual menu are related to wherever I'm clicked. So because I'm just clicked in text, I can change the font, I can change the paragraph, I can maybe create a link or add a new comment. Now this contextual menu is going to be different depending on what it is that I'm clicked on. For example, I inserted a table using shortcut keys in the last lesson. Now if I click inside this table and then right-click my mouse, I get a different type of contextual menu. Because this time it's showing me things that are specifically related to tables, such as inserting columns and inserting rows. So contextual menus change depending on where you're clicked. Now, another thing you might have noticed there when I right-clicked my mouse is that not only do we get this contextual menu, we get what we call a mini toolbar. And this mini toolbar will pop up whenever you right-click, and it just contains commands that people generally tend to use frequently in their documents. And really, this is just here to make it a little bit easier for you to access those commands. You don't have to stretch your mouse quite as far. You'll also notice that that mini toolbar will come up when we make a selection on the screen. So if I select the word template, notice that that toolbar pops up again, so I can very simply make it bold. Maybe I want to add a highlight color or do something else. Now again, this is one of those features that some people really like and find useful, and other people just find simply annoying. And I will say that I do find this a little bit annoying sometimes. If I'm just making different selections, this toolbar keeps popping up and covering some of the words that I'm trying to read. Now, if you want to turn off the mini toolbar, you can do that. Now, be aware of what I'm saying here. When we turn off the mini toolbar, we're simply turning it off for when we make selections in a sentence. We're not turning it off when we right-click. It's always going to show when you right-click, but the setting toggles off if it shows or not when you select a word or a paragraph or something else. So let me show you where that setting is. Once again, you guessed it, up to File and into Options. We're staying on the general page. In User Interface Options, it's this option just here, Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So if we deselect that and click on OK, notice that when I right-click, it still comes up. But now if I select a specific word, I'm not getting that toolbar. So it really is a personal choice as to whether you want to display that or not. Now, the final thing to speak about in this lesson is contextual ribbons. And again, these are ribbons that are only displayed when they're needed. So for example, if we take a look at the ribbons that I currently have, let's just do a quick review of the current layout of my ribbons. The last ribbon I have here is the Help ribbon. Now take a look what happens to these ribbons when I click inside the table. So I'm going to move my mouse down, click inside. Notice I now have two additional ribbons, Table Design and Layout. So if I click on Table Design, I now have lots of different design options for formatting my table. And if I click on Layout, this is where I can come to do things like delete the table, or maybe insert new rows or columns, or split the cells. Now these two ribbons are considered contextual ribbons, because as soon as I click my mouse somewhere else in the document outside of the table, they disappear. So it's a great way of making sure that your Word isn't cluttered with lots of different ribbons that you don't necessarily always need. It only shows them when they're relevant. And you'll find this depending on what you've selected. So if I've got maybe a picture or an icon inserted into my document, I'm going to get contextual ribbons. So let me show you that very quickly. We haven't covered inserting things yet, but just to give you an idea, I'm just very quickly going to insert an icon. I'm just going to choose this plain icon from the icons library. Notice that when I have it selected, I now have a new contextual ribbon called Graphics Format. And this is going to allow me to change the color, change the outline, change the alignment, grouping, so on and so forth of this particular selected object. Also note that if you right click on this, you're then going to get a contextual menu related to graphics. And again, this is going to contain different options to when we simply right click on something like text. So just start to be aware of this concept of contextual menus and contextual ribbons. In the final lesson of this section, I just want to revisit, because this is a really important thing to know, particularly if you're new to Word or you're still learning Word, you're probably going to find yourselves diving in and out of the help files all the time. So it's good to know the different options that you have and how you can best work with the very comprehensive library of help files. Now, the first thing that's most obvious when it comes to accessing help is that we have a help ribbon just here. Now, if for some reason you can't see this help ribbon, it's worth checking in your Word options that you have the help ribbon selected. I know sometimes help isn't added as a default ribbon when you first open Word. So let's quickly check where that option is so you can make sure that you can see this ribbon. So once again, we're going to go back to File and into Options. And this time we're going to choose the Customize Ribbon page. Now over on the right hand side, this is where you can see all of the ribbons that you have access to, and the ones with ticks next to them are the ones that are currently displaying. So if for some reason you can't see help, it might be that you have it deselected. So make sure that you have a tick there, click on OK, and then you can see that help ribbon. Now the first button here is where we can access the help files. Notice the keyboard shortcut here of F1, and you can invoke F1 at any time when you're working in your document. So let's click on help. It's going to open up a pane on the right hand side. And it's worth noting that this pane is what we call a pop-out pane, so you don't have to have it docked to the right-hand side the entire time. If you would prefer to have it as its own separate window, you can simply click somewhere in this header and drag it, and it becomes this little pop-out window that you can resize, make bigger or smaller, and sometimes it's a little bit easier to see than when it's docked over on the right-hand side. If you want to redock it, you can simply grab it by the title bar again and drag it all the way over to the right hand side, and it will redock itself. Now, when we first dive into the help files, we'll find that all of them are categorized to make it a bit easier for us to find things. So for example, I have some popular topics up here. So things like getting started. If we expand this, we're going to have a few topics here of how to create documents in Word, how to add and format text and pictures, shapes, smart art, so on and so forth. If we want to go back a screen, we can click the back arrow to take us back to that main help page. So we can browse through these different sections and find help on a vast array of different topics. You also might find that throughout these help files, you have useful video demonstrations as well to show you how to use a particular command. And if we scroll down to the bottom, we'll always find things that are kind of related to what we're looking at underneath. So if I want to know how to show or hide the ruler, which is something we did a bit earlier, I can click on that link to jump to that specific help file. Now, aside from clicking back, we also have a home icon here, which again is just going to take us back to this main page. Now, if you're looking for something very specific and you don't necessarily want to have to browse through all of these different categories, we can search through the help files. So maybe I want to insert a table and I need some help to be able to do that. I can simply type in whatever it is I'm trying to do and press return, and it's going to search through for that particular phrase. And would you take a look at that? The first item in the list is insert table. I just need to click on the link. I have a useful little video just here, which is going to show me that process. And then I have some instructional text underneath with helpful screenshots. So really easy to find what you're looking for in those help files. Remember, shortcut key F1. Once you're done with help, you can click on the cross, which is going to close down that pane. Another way that we can get help is by using the search bar up there in that title bar. And this is pretty much what we did earlier when we were searching for that comprehensive list of keyboard shortcuts. So I'm going to use the shortcut Alt-Q to put my cursor up in that search area. And from here, I can search for what I'm looking for. So let's use the same example. If I go insert a table. Now notice here in this search area, it divides it down into different categories. So if I was looking for the command to insert a table, it's going to show me that underneath actions. So there it says add table, and I can simply insert a new table directly from this search area, which is super useful. But in this instance, I don't necessarily want to insert a table. I just want some more information. And you'll notice right at the bottom, we have a group called Get Help. So if I want to find help on inserting a table, I can choose that from here. And again, it's going to jump me into the correct section of the help files. So that search bar is really useful if you're looking for something specific. Now, aside from those two locations, we also have a few other icons on this help ribbon, some of these more useful than others. We have a contact support button. Now, you'll notice here that for me, because I'm in the UK, contact support doesn't really work. If you're in the US, you're going to find that you're going to see some kind of number, a way to contact Microsoft support. So just be aware of that. We also have a feedback button. So this is if you want to provide Microsoft with some feedback. So if you really like something, you can let them know. If you don't like something, you can also let them know. Or maybe you have a suggestion for a new feature. You can share that with them from here as well. And then the final icon we have here, which is actually a very useful icon, is we have access to some training files and learning content. So this is really a library of different types of video which will walk you through the process of doing different things in Word. So again, let's use the same example. If I want to insert a table, I have a little video just here, and I can just follow through these links to get to the correct area within the help files. And this is the video that we were looking at earlier. Of course, aside from that, you have multiple resources for getting help outside of Word. So YouTube videos, community forums, Word forums, Microsoft forums, all of these things are super useful if you have a particular problem in Word and you're looking for help. In exercise 2, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is I'd like you to open Word and simply load up a brand new blank document. I'd like you to make sure that you have your rulers turned on and change the unit of measurement, if required, to suit you. So if you use centimeters, then make sure that is how your ruler is displaying. I'd like you also to ensure that the help ribbon is visible, and also make sure that you're checking spelling and grammar as you type. And then finally, I'd like you to add the following commands to the quick access toolbar: italics, dark mode, find, and format painter. And I'd like you to move the quick access toolbar so that it's displayed below the ribbon. So see how you get on with that. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was simply to open Word and load up a brand new blank document. So I'm going to go down to my start bar and we're going to open up Word. And I'm going to choose a blank document from the home page. The next thing I asked you to do was to make sure that you have rulers turned on and they're displaying in the unit of measurement that's appropriate for your location. So all we need to do here is jump up to the View ribbon, make sure that we have a tick in ruler, and if, for example, I wanted to change this from centimeters to inches, I would need to dive into my Word options, and in the Advanced area underneath Display, this is where I can come to change my unit of measurement. The next thing I asked you to do was to make sure that the Help ribbon is visible in your copy of Word. So again, we need to jump into File and Options. And this time we go across to Customize ribbon and make sure that we have a tick next to Help. I also asked you to make sure that you are checking your spelling and your grammar as you type. And if you recall, that is also something that we're going to find in our Word options. As I said, we dive in and out of here all the time. So for this, we need to go across to the proofing page. And at the bottom here in the section when correcting spelling and grammar in Word, we need to make sure we have check spelling as you type selected and also mark grammar errors as you type. And then the final two parts of this exercise were really all centered around the quick access toolbar. So I asked you to add 4 different commands to this quick access toolbar. So the first one was italics. Now I'm going to find that on the home ribbon. I'm going to right click and add to quick access toolbar. The next thing I asked you to add was dark mode. So you might have had to hunt around a little bit for this. Now, I specifically chose this command because we haven't talked about this at all. So instead of hunting through the ribbons, you might possibly have gone into more commands in order to find dark mode. So if we switch to all commands, remember these are then in alphabetical order, it's going to make it a lot easier for us to find. And there it is just there, dark mode. Let's click on Add and click on OK. Next, I asked you to add Find, and we're going to find that on the home ribbon all the way over at the end. Let's right click and add to quick access toolbar. And the final one was Format Painter. Right click, add to quick access toolbar. And then to finish off this exercise, I simply asked you to make sure that the quick access toolbar is displayed below your ribbons. So all you would need to do here is click the drop down and make sure that you choose Show below the ribbon. Mine says Show above because I've already moved mine below. But that was pretty much it. I hope you got on okay with that exercise. You are now ready to move on to the next section. So let's start out in the first lesson of this section by talking about some of the basics. And that is creating brand new blank documents and also saving them. Now, the first thing I'd advise you to do before we get into the bones of this course is to create some kind of folder to store all of the documents that you're going to be creating throughout this course in. You might decide to create a folder in My Documents or even on your desktop like I have here, and I've just called mine Word Documents, but you can call yours whatever you like. Because we are going to be creating a lot of documents in this course, so you want to have a nice consistent place to save them. Now, when it comes to creating brand new documents, there are a few different methods that we can use. And by far the quickest and easiest is simply to use the keyboard shortcut, Control-N. That's going to open up a brand new blank document. If you take a look at the title bar, you can see it currently has the very generic name of Document 2, but we're going to save this in a moment, so that name's going to change. Now, if you want to close a document, again, we don't want to use the cross in the top right-hand corner because that's going to close down all of Word. If we just simply want to close the document that we currently have open, we can go up to File and select Close from here. Or alternatively, we can use another keyboard shortcut, Control-W. That's going to close down that document but leave Word open. Now, what other methods can we use to create brand new documents? Well, we've seen some of these in previous lessons. Aside from the keyboard shortcut, we could jump up to File, and from the home page we can double-click on Blank Document, or alternatively we can go to New and create a blank document from here. Double-click. Again, notice the title bar, we now have Document 3 up there. Let's Control W to close down. The final method you can use depends on if you've added New Document to the Quick Access toolbar. Now I have, it's this icon just here, so once again I can simply click on this to create a brand new document. So really nice and straightforward, and you've got 4 different methods there. As I said, by far the quickest is to use Control N. Now once we've created a new blank document, the first thing we're going to want to do here is save this document. Because we don't want to just leave the default names of document 1, 2, 3, and 4, because that's going to make it a bit of a nightmare if we're ever looking for a particular file. And once again, there are a few different methods when it comes to saving. Now, if we jump up to the File tab, notice here we have 2 options, Save and Save As. And Save As is really the default, or it's what you use when you're saving a document for the first time. Now, that is the scenario that we have here. I just have document 4 open. I need to save it for the first time. So it doesn't matter if I select Save or Save As, it's going to basically do a Save As. So let's click on Save As. I then get to select a location to store this file in. Yours might look slightly different to mine, depending on if you have cloud storage set up or not. Now, for the purpose of these examples, I'm going to save into that Word Documents folder that I have on my desktop. So the easiest thing for me to do here is simply click on Browse, which is going to pop open File Explorer, and I can then choose Desktop from here and then open the folder I want to save this document to. Now notice underneath the Save As type is docx, and this is the default file type for all documents that you create in Word. If you click the drop down, you'll notice that we do have lots and lots of different file types that we can save as. And we're definitely going to explore some of these a bit later on in the course, but for the time being, let's just choose the default of docx. Now we can give our document a name. And I would advise that when you're naming your documents, try and make the name meaningful. Try and make the name as meaningful and descriptive as possible, because that's just going to help you out a lot if you're ever searching for a very specific file. Now I'm just going to call this my first document, and then we can click on the Save button. Now once this document has saved, it's going to take us into the document, but there are a couple of changes here. If you glance up to that title bar, notice that it says my first document now instead of document 2. And also notice that the autosave button on my quick access toolbar has toggled itself on. Now, if you can't see this autosave button, it might just be that you didn't add it to the quick access toolbar. So if you haven't, I would very quickly jump into here and make sure you have a tick next to automatically save. And this button is amazing because it basically saves your document for you as you type. And just a note, the keyboard shortcut for saving is Control S. So I'm going to type a quick heading in here. My first document. Notice in the title bar it says saving, and then once it's saved, you're going to see that indicated up there as well. So I haven't had to save myself, it's automatically saved. And this is great because if something unexpected happens, as it occasionally tends to, for example, maybe Word suddenly crashes in the middle of a document, if you have autosave on, it means that you're not really going to lose any work because it's saving as you're doing things. Now, just a final note on saving, there are some settings that you can review and customize. And as you might expect, we're finding those underneath Word options. We have a save page just here where we can make some adjustments. So for example, I've got my default format as docx, that's absolutely fine, and I definitely recommend not changing that. I've got save auto recover information set to 5 minutes, which is pretty much the maximum that I would have. So if anything unexpected does happen, I'm not going to lose any more than 5 minutes of work. And I can also do things here like set my auto recover file location. So occasionally, if you're in the middle of a file and maybe Word crashes, or maybe you accidentally close Word down, Word will actually auto recover the last file that you're working on and place it into this folder here. So if you want to change that location, you definitely can. We also have a default local file location here as well, and this can be changed to whatever you like. So if you always have a folder that you save files into, you can set the default local file location to that so that when you go to save, that's the first folder it's going to pop open. So definitely worth coming in here, reviewing your settings and making sure that everything is set up for you. The final thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add some random text using my little trainer's trick again. So we're going to say 3 paragraphs of 3 lines. Notice in the title bar it is saving, and we should find that that switches to saved after a few seconds. So now if we close this document down, Control W, we should find that when we reopen this file in the next lesson, all of the information that we've added is going to be there. We finished up the previous lesson by adding some text to our first document and then closing that document down. So in this lesson, I just want to talk briefly about opening existing documents, because there are a few different ways that you can do this, some from within Word and some from outside of Word. Now, once again, there is a keyboard shortcut for opening documents, and that is Control O. And this is going to jump you directly to that Backstage area. So this is within that File tab and to the Open page. And we can then simply jump in here and select a location from which to open an existing file. Now remember, we have access here at the top to all of our most recent documents and folders. So as you might expect, right at the top of this list, because we opened it a few minutes ago, is my first document, the document we created in the last lesson. So this is super easy. I can simply double click to open this document and take a look at that. Our autosave has worked because it's saved all of our changes. Let's close this document down again, Control W. I'm going to do Control O to jump back to that same page. Also, if I jump across to folders, notice that the top folder here is the folder that I saved that document into. So I could double click to open the folder. There's the document, double click to open it. So really nice and straightforward to open from recent locations. Let's Control W again and Control O one more time. The final point to note about this documents and folders list is that if we're always using my first document, we have the ability to pin this to the top of the list as well. So if I click on the drawing pin icon, it's going to move that to this pinned area at the top, so it's always going to be there. So I quite like to pin documents that I use frequently. Now, aside from accessing existing documents from the recent list, it might be that we're trying to access a document that we haven't used for a while, so it's not going to appear in this recent list of documents. If that's the case, then we need to find it elsewhere. Now, if you have files saved to OneDrive or some other storage system, as long as you have it added to Word, you can simply navigate through your folder structure from within here. So I can click to open my OneDrive, I can see my folders, I can double click on documents, navigate through my folder structure and open something from here. And then of course, if I have it saved to the desktop like we do, I can go into Browse, which is going to open up File Explorer. And this then opens up the ability to search for documents. So if you are struggling to find something, you can use the capabilities of File Explorer to search for the specific document that you're looking for. So there is my file. I can click on open, and once again, it's going to load that into the main window. So super easy to open existing files from within Word. Now we can also have multiple Word files open at the same time. So let's create another brand new document, Control N. I'm going to call this my second document. And let's add some different text this time. And I'm going to save it. Notice at this stage, the autosave is toggled off because that doesn't kick in until we save. So let's quickly save the file. So we're going to jump up to File, Save As. I'm going to save it in the Word Documents folder, which I have at the top of my recent list. And let's call this my second document. Now notice that it's picked that up from the line of text that I have in the first line of the document. And this is perfect because this is what I want to call this document. So quickly I can click on Save. So now the document that I'm seeing is my second document, but my first document is still open behind because I didn't close it down. And we can very quickly toggle between all documents that we have open by clicking on the View tab and utilizing the Switch Windows option just here. This is going to show you all of the Word documents that you have open, and you can simply toggle between the two of them by using that little drop down. So really nice and straightforward. Now I'm going to close down my second document, Control W, and underneath we have my first document. Let's close this one down as well, Control W. Now, aside from opening files from directly within Word, we can also open them from external locations. For example, if you prefer to navigate or find files in File Explorer, you can open Word files from there. So here I've opened File Explorer, I've selected my desktop, there's the folder. If I double click, I'm going to find that in there I have both of the documents that I've created in Word. And because these files have docx file extensions, Windows knows to open the Word application because that's the application that's associated with this file type. So we can simply double click, it's going to know which application to open, and there's our document. Similarly, if you are using OneDrive to store a lot of your files, if you log into OneDrive online, and that's exactly what I've done here, I can see there is my folder and there are both of my documents. So I can open documents from online as well, directly within Word. So if I click to open my second document, it's going to open it in a browser first of all. And if I want to open it in the full copy of Word, I can click the drop down underneath Editing and choose Open in Desktop App. And there we go. So a few different methods of opening files there. Let's just finish off by closing down both of these. So we're going to say Control W and Control W again. So now we're pretty clear on the basics of creating a brand new document, opening existing documents, and also doing things like save and close. Let's now talk about templates, because templates are a great thing to use if you want to create a document quickly and you don't want to start from a blank. Sometimes it can be a little bit intimidating to just start from a blank document, particularly if the document that we're being asked to create is a little bit more complex. For example, maybe I need to put together some kind of flyer, or maybe I want to create a really nice looking resume for potential employers. Well, I could start with a blank and design it from scratch, or I could choose a template where a lot of the work is already done for me. So let's take a look at that example. Let's pretend that we need to create a resume. So let's jump up to File. And we're going to go into the new page because this is where we can find all of our templates. And this is referred to as the template gallery. Now, there are hundreds of free templates available in Word. And fortunately, Microsoft has categorized them so we can browse through the categories, or if we're looking for something specific, we can simply use the search bar. So take a look at the top. I can see the different popular categories up here. So things like resumes and cover letters, or letter templates, or templates for flyers or cards or businesses, things like that. So I could choose any of these categories, click, and take a look at the templates contained within that category. Let's click on Back because we're searching for something quite specific. Now we have a category here called resumes and cover letters, but let's just use the search. So I'm going to type in resume. So let's type that in, click on the little magnifying glass or press enter to start the search. And this is going to pull back everything it can find in the template library related to resumes. You might also find you get some related templates in there as well. So things like cover letters. So you can have a little look through and choose whichever template you like. So I'm going to go through and I think let's choose this one. This one looks kind of fun. Notice also here that when I hover over the template, I get that little drawing pin icon. So I can choose to pin this template to the top of the list as well. So let's do that. Let's pin it and let's open it. So let's click once. I'm going to get a preview of what that template looks like so I can make sure that that is the one that I want to use. I can see the title, who the template's provided by, so in this case Microsoft, and then I get a little bit of a description about this template. So if you're happy with everything there, we can simply click on the Create button to load that into the Word window. And all templates in the templates gallery are free templates, and they're also completely customizable. So for every element of this template, I can do things like change the color, I can switch out the picture, and of course I can edit the text. And one of the advantages of using a template is that they can be reused. So I'm going to make a couple of changes to this template off camera. Join me back here in a couple of seconds and we'll talk about reusing and saving templates. So I've made a couple of changes to this template. I've changed some of the colors, I've added my photo, and I've added my name at the top. But notice that I haven't added anything else. All of this still has what we call the boilerplate or template text and fields. Now, the reason why I haven't updated this is because it might be that I want to reuse this template at another time. And maybe the information will change the next time that I use it. However, I don't want to have to create the template again, replace the image, and add my name and apply formatting. So what I could do is, in its current form where it just has the updated colors, the updated picture and my name, I could choose to save this as a template and then I can reuse it next time I want to create a resume. Now, when you save documents as templates, it's a slightly different process. So let's jump up to the File tab and down to Save As. Now I'm going to save this in the Word Documents folder again. And because I've pinned that folder, I can simply double click to select. And the first thing I want to do here is I want to change the type of file I'm saving this as. So instead of saving as just a docx file type, I need to save this as a Word template, which has a .x file type. Now notice what happens to the folder location when I switch to this file type. Can you see it's completely changed? It's taken me directly to a folder called Custom Office Templates. And you can see that I have a few other templates stored in here. Now, you don't necessarily have to save this template in the default templates folder as suggested by Word. You could choose a completely different folder. I could go back to desktop and save it in there. But there is one major advantage of saving in the default templates folder. So let's give this template a name. I'm going to call this Deborah Ashby Resume and click on Save. So let's close this document down, Control W. Now, if we want to reuse this template, if we go to File and down to New, in the Templates section, notice we have an Office and a Personal tab. And if we click on Personal, we should find that our resume is listed just here. So this makes it super quick and simple to find templates that you've created. So that is the advantage of saving the file to the Custom Templates folder. And of course, if we want to, we have the opportunity to pin this to the top of the list as well. Now, when we reopen the template, so let's double click to load it into the Word window, notice that it basically loads it up as a brand new document. If we take a look at the title bar, it says Document 8. Which means we can then make our changes, resave this as the updated version of the resume, and we're not overwriting that original template. So that is kind of how templates work. You can load them up, you can redesign the template, and then you can reuse them as many times as you like. In this lesson, we're going to talk about some of the different techniques that you can use to navigate efficiently around a document. And this is particularly useful if you are somebody who works a lot with very long documents. Now, what I've done here is I've just created another document, and you'll find this file in the Course Files folder if you want to open that up. And this is a slightly longer document than the documents we've looked at so far. In fact, if you take a look down in the status bar all the way over on the left-hand side, notice that this document is 19 pages long, and currently we're clicked on page 1. Now, what are some of the techniques that we can use to navigate effectively? Well, let's start out by talking about keyboard shortcuts, because there are a few really useful ones which will help you jump between different points of your document. For example, if we click our mouse just up here in the title area, if I want to very quickly jump to the end of my document, I can press Control End, and it's going to take me all the way down to the end of page 19. If I want to jump back up to the beginning of the document, Control Home. If I want to jump to the end of the particular sentence that I'm currently clicked in, I can simply press End without using Control, and Home will take me back to the beginning. If I want to scroll through my document page by page, I can use my Page Up and Page Down keys. So if I press Page Down, we move down a page, so on and so forth. And the same works for Page Up. If we click in the paragraph below, to jump through a sentence by each word, if you press Control and then the right arrow on your keyboard, you can jump by word. And if you want to jump down to the third paragraph, for example, Control down arrow allows you to jump between the different paragraphs in your document. So those are a few keyboard shortcuts that can come in really useful. But what else do we have in Word to help us navigate? Well, we have the Find button. So up on the Home tab, all the way over in the Editing group, notice we have a little Find button just here. Next to it, we have a drop-down arrow. So when we click this, we have a Go To option. Notice here that there is a keyboard shortcut of Control-G to get directly to Go To. So let's click on Go To, and this is going to help us jump to specific parts of our document. Now, we haven't spoken at all about sections, lines, bookmarks, things like that. So for the time being, we're just going to stick to page, because I think everybody understands what a page is. So what I can do here is enter in a specific page number that I want to jump to. So maybe I want to go to page 8. I can type that in, click on the Go To button, and it's going to jump me exactly to that page. If you're ever not sure what page you're on, remember to always check down in the bottom left-hand corner, because that's going to tell you. So Go To, Control-G, a great way of navigating to different pages in your document. Now, the final utility that I'm going to show you in this lesson for navigating effectively is the navigation pane. So if we jump up to the View tab, in the Show group, notice we have an option here for navigation pane. And if we take a look at the screen tip, it says it's like a tour guide for your document. Click a heading, a page, or a search result, and it will take you right there. So let's select this box to open up that pane. Now, notice here you can navigate using headings, pages, or results. Now, currently, this document just contains text. It doesn't have any actual headings in it, which is why we're not seeing any headings listed below. Now, we are going to come back to this a bit later on once we've added headings into our document and talked about word styles. For the time being, let's focus on the Pages tab, because this is going to show some thumbnails of all of the pages within your Word document. And if you want to jump to that page, you can simply select it from here, and it's going to load it up in the main window. And then finally, we have a Results tab over here. So I can search through my document to find a particular piece of text, or maybe even a particular graphic. Now, I don't want to go too far off down this road in this particular lesson, because then we kind of move into the arena of using Find within Word. And we have a whole other lesson dedicated to that. But just know that from here, you can navigate your document using any headings, by going to any of the pages, or by searching for specific terms. Once again, this navigation pane is one of those pop-out windows, so I could click to pull it out and have it more as a floating panel as opposed to docked over to the side. Now, I prefer mine to be over here, and if we close this down, we don't necessarily always have to go back to toggle the navigation pane on. We can simply click in the bottom left-hand corner where we have our pages listed, and that's going to open up that navigation pane as well. So a few different ways there to navigate effectively around your document. You're going to see these in action a lot throughout this course as we build up our documents. In this very short lesson, I just want to reiterate the point as to how you can find your tools in Word. And when I say tools, I'm basically referring to commands. Now, we've already seen in previous lessons how we can make this a little bit easier by adding commands we use frequently to the Quick Access toolbar. And that is a great way to manage your frequently used commands. But what if I very quickly wanted to insert a table into this document? And maybe I'm not particularly sure where the Insert Table option is amongst all of these ribbons. What I could do instead is use the search bar to do all the hard work for me. Now remember, the search bar is located at the top in the title bar. And if we press the keyboard shortcut Alt-Q, it's going to put our cursor in that box. So what I can do here is I can type Insert Table, and underneath the Actions section, I can choose what I want to do. So I could add a table of contents from here. I could insert a table of figures. I could add a table or insert a table of authorities. So it's taken my search terms and pulled back all of the different features or utilities within Word that match. So I want to insert a basic table. So if I hover over Add Table, I can then go and choose the number of rows and the number of columns. So let's just say I want a 4-column, 3-row table. When I let go, it automatically inserts that into the document for me. So that search bar can be really useful. What about if I want to insert a shape? Well, again, I could use the search bar. I could maybe type in Insert Shape if I'm not sure where that's located on the ribbons. I can take a look through my different actions and I can say, yes, I want to draw a shape. And it basically gives you access to the command and all of the options without actually having to find it on the ribbon. So I'm going to choose a rectangle shape and I'm just going to draw that in here. Now that obviously doesn't look too great, so I am going to immediately delete that. But the whole point of that demonstration was just to show you how simple it is to find your different tools within Word. So my 2 efficiency tips here: add commands that you use frequently to the Quick Access toolbar. For anything else, if you're not sure where that command lives, remember to press Alt-Q to jump to the search bar and then simply search for it. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So I'd like you to complete the following tasks. First, I'd like you to create a new blank document and save it to a folder of your choice as training_document1.docx. I'd then like you to create another new blank document and save it to a folder of your choice as training_document2.docx. I'd then like you to use the technique that I showed you to practice quickly switching between those 2 open documents. Once you've done that, I'd like you to close down both documents, but leave Word open. Next, I'd like you to open the file blog how to create a healthy workplace environment.docx from the exercise files folder. And I'd like you to use your preferred method to quickly jump to page 5. And the final task to complete in this exercise is I'd like you to create a new document for an event based off of a template. So I'd like you to take a look in the templates gallery and find the template called Circle Flyer. I'd like you to open the template and then save the template to the default templates folder as charity_event.x. Once you've done that, I'd like you to close all open documents. So that should give you a good opportunity to practice a lot of the skills that we've learned in this section. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create a brand new blank document. So Control N, and I'm just going to call this, let's just put in here, Training Document 1. And I asked you to save this. So we're going to select File and Save As. And I didn't really mind which folder you saved it to, so I'm just going to save mine to my Word Documents folder. And I asked you to save this as training _ document 1. Let's click on Save. I then asked you to create another new blank document, so Control N, and this time we're going to save this as training document 2. So let's just give it a little heading so we know where we're at. Let's click File, Save As. I'm going to choose my Word Documents folder from my recent list, and this time it's picked up the title. Let's just make a couple of modifications. Let's add an underscore, remove that space, and click on Save. So now we've created those two documents, I then asked you just to practice switching between them. So for this, we can jump up to View and go across to Switch Windows. I can see all of my open documents, and it makes it very simple for me to switch between those documents. I then asked you to simply just close down both of these documents. So you could go up to File and choose Close, or you could have used the keyboard shortcut Control W and Control W again. The next task was to open an existing file. And the file I asked you to open was a file that's available in the Exercise Files folder. So wherever you've downloaded it to will be the location that you open it from. So let's jump up to File and go to Open. I'm going to click on Browse to open up File Explorer. And now I just need to navigate to the folder where I have this file saved, click on it and choose Open. I then asked you to use your preferred method to quickly jump to page 5 of this document. And there are a couple of different ways that you could do this. So maybe you went up to Find and Go To and selected Page and entered in page 5 to jump to that page. If you use that method, that is totally fine. Alternatively, you could have used the navigation pane. If we jump up to View, turn on the navigation pane, we can then go to the Pages section, find page 5 and jump to it that way. So either method is completely valid. The final thing I asked you to do in this exercise was to create a flyer for an event based off of a template. So for this, we're going to jump up to File, we're going to go into New, and you could have chosen to browse through the flyers category, or you could have searched for the template using the specific name. So this flyer that I asked you to use was called Circle Flyer. Let's click on the magnifying glass. There's the template. We can click once to load it up and then choose Create. Finally, I asked you to save this template as a template file type into the default templates folder. So once again, we're going up to File, we're going down to Save As, and we're going to choose Browse. Now remember, as soon as we select the template file type, the .x file type, it's going to switch us into our custom Office templates folder. I asked you to save this flyer as charity_event and click on Save. The final thing to do here is close down all open documents. So that's simply a case of using the keyboard shortcut Control W. That is it. I hope you got on okay with that. I will see you in the next section. In this section of the course, we're going to shift our focus to viewing our document, or document views as they're more commonly known. Now, as I mentioned previously, when you're working in a Word document, as we are here, we generally tend to work in the print layout view. How do I know I'm in print layout view? Well, if we jump up to the View ribbon, notice we have a views group and the print layout button is toggled on because it's showing in that dark grey colour. And Print Layout View just gives you a really nice way of viewing your document. You can see everything that you're adding to the document, and you can see how that document is going to print. So I can see how much space I have for my margins, how much space I have in my header and my footer. So it's the best view for really getting a comprehensive overview as to what your final document is going to look like. And in general, this is the view that I use 99% of the time when I'm working in Word. But we do have some other views that we can use. So let's take a look at some of those. Now, sticking in this views group, the first view that we have here is read mode. And this is one of those newer views that was added to Word a couple of years ago. Now, if we take a look at the screen tip, it says that this is the best way to read a document, including some tools designed for reading instead of writing. So if you've been sent a document to read, you might want to switch across to read mode. And this view is more like you're reading a book. We scroll through it horizontally as opposed to vertically, so it's a bit like turning the pages of a book. Also notice that the ribbons are completely minimized, so we have a lot more space on the screen and we can see more of our document. So all of these types of things really aid reading as opposed to writing. When we want to move to the next page, notice we have these arrows on either side, so I can simply click the arrow to move it along, and it's just a really nice, consistent way of flowing through this document. Now we do have some additional tools. If we cast our eyes up towards the title bar, we have a file drop down, which is going to take us into that Backstage area. We have some tools in here as well, and these are much more consistent with reading as opposed to typing. So I might want to find something specific in this document, a piece of text, for example. So maybe I want to find the word document. We're probably going to get loads of matches here. It's going to highlight throughout that view wherever that word comes up. I can also search and translate any text that I select into a different language. We then have a view drop down as well. And this is where you can really go to town and customize this reading view. Now I could choose to edit the document. If I click on edit, notice it's going to switch me back to print layout view. Let's jump back into read mode, go back into view. We're going to talk about focus in a moment, but I can bring up the navigation pane if I want to. So this is good, again, if I want to navigate by heading, by page, or by specific search words. I can choose to show any comments. Now, we haven't spoken about comments yet, so we're going to skip over that for the time being. But what I could also do here is I could choose the column width. So currently I'm looking at the default, but I could choose to switch this to a narrow column width so I can see a little bit more on the page. Alternatively, I could choose wide, where I'm basically getting one page on the screen. I can even change the page color. And this is quite helpful for people with visual difficulties or just people who find it easier to read text when it's on a darker background. Now, I'm not one of those people, so I'm going to switch it back to none. And we can also choose the layout. So currently we're in column layout, but I can choose to have paper layout as well. So this looks a little bit more like print layout view, but again, it's minimized all of the ribbons so that we have the maximum amount of space on the page. So reading view is really great if you just need to read a document and you want the best mode for doing that. Now I'm going to switch back to print preview. So I'm going to go to view and edit document, and I'm now back in print layout view. The next view we have is web layout. So this is going to show me how my document would look as a web page. So if my intention is to eventually display this information as some kind of web page, maybe I'm going to upload it to my company's server, web layout view is going to show me how this document is going to look if it's uploaded to the web. Now, another view that we have is outline view. And this allows us to see our document in an outline form where the content is shown as bulleted points. And you can see here it says this view is useful for creating headings and moving whole paragraphs within the document. So in general, I'll go into outline view if I have a very long document and I need to start reorganizing paragraphs. Notice here that every paragraph is a bullet point effectively. And we get our own new contextual ribbon when we're working in outline view. And this ribbon really lets us organize our document. For example, if I go to this paragraph just here, I can use some of these outline tools to do things like promote the paragraph to make it bigger, or demote it to make it smaller and indent it a little bit more. Now, in order to really understand how outline view works, it's a good idea to know about word styles before doing this. So I'm not going to linger too long on this at the moment. We will come back to this later after we've discussed word styles. So for the time being, let's close outline view. The final view that we have here is draft view. And this is just going to show you the text in your document. So you can see here it says that this is useful for quick editing because things like headers, footers, and certain objects won't show up, just allowing you to focus on the text. So if we switch to draft, if I had lots of images and various other things in here, I'm just really getting to see the text, which makes editing a little bit easier. So those are the main views or the main ways that you can view documents in Word 2021. Another way that you can switch between different views is by using the buttons in the status bar in the bottom right-hand corner. Notice currently that I'm clicked on Print Layout View, but from here I can switch to Read Mode and also Web Layout View as well. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can view our document in different ways. And in Word 2021, and these are new for Word 2021, we have two additional ways that we can work with our document: Focus and Immersive Reader. So let's take a look at Focus first of all. Again, on the View tab, if we take a look in the Immersive group, we have a button here called Focus. If we hover our mouse over it, it says that it eliminates distractions so you can really focus on your document. So if we click this, it's a very simple tool. It's basically going to minimize all distractions so we can't see anything around the outside, and we just get to see our document with no ribbons or anything distracting us from the content. And we can scroll through this document, we can read, and our attention is always focused in the right place. Now, what you might notice is that if you are working in this mode, right at the top of the screen, we have 3 tiny dots in the middle. And if we hover our mouse over these, it's just going to drop down that ribbon. And what you'll notice is that when you're actually in focus mode and you pull the ribbons back down again, we get an additional option here of background. So if we don't particularly like the default black background, we can change this to something completely different. So maybe a pale rust gradient. And the whole idea of this view is really just to allow you to focus on the content itself. So that might be a view that you find useful. Now, to come out of focus mode, it's a very simple case of just clicking on Focus again, and it's going to take you back to Print Layout View. Now, the second option we have in this Immersive group is to utilize the Immersive Reader. And if we hover our mouse over Immersive Reader and take a look at the screen tip, it says switch to an immersive editing experience that helps improve your reading skills. Adjust how text is displayed and have text read aloud to you. So this particular option is really useful if you struggle to see words when they're a little bit closer together, or if you have any kind of visual impairment. You can choose to have the document read aloud to you as opposed to you actually trying to read it. Now notice when we click on Immersive Reader, we get a new contextual ribbon. And all of these options are really here to allow you to customize exactly how you're viewing your document within the Immersive Reader. So currently you can see all of my text looks a little bit different. The words and even the letters are spaced a little bit further apart to assist with reading. And also notice that my text is kind of in the middle of the page, which means I'm not really having to move my head around a great deal to get to the end of a line. Now we do have some things that we can customize here. For example, we can customize the column width. So mine is set to narrow. I could choose very narrow to make it even thinner. I can choose moderate, or we have a wide option as well. I can even change the page color. So if I prefer something that's a little bit more contrasty, if I find that easier to read, I can choose anything from these palettes. So let's just go with light green. I can even turn on line focus. So if I really just want to focus on my document line by line, I could choose one line and it's going to highlight just that line, and I can use my up and down arrows to move line by line through this document. We have other options in here, so I could choose 3 lines if I find that a bit better, and again I can use my down arrows just to focus on those 3 lines. Now I'm going to set this back to none. We can also adjust the text spacing, so I can increase the spacing between words, characters and lines. So if I click this button, it's going to put it back to how it was originally, or I can choose text spacing to make those words and characters appear further apart. Now another thing that we can do is we can turn on syllables. And this is going to add tiny little dots within our words whenever we have multiple syllables. For example, the word provides has 2 syllables, pro and then vides. So this is really great if maybe English isn't your first language and you want to know where the emphasis of a word is, or you require some assistance with how to pronounce particular words. And then of course we have the read aloud option. So if you do have any kind of visual impairment, you can turn on read aloud and Word will read the document back to you. Also notice there is a keyboard shortcut for this of Alt Control Space. The other thing it's going to do when we turn this option on is not only read aloud the text, it's also going to highlight each word as it's read. So let's take a quick look at it.
Video provides a powerful way to help you prove your point. When you click on line video, you can paste in the embed code for the video you want to add.
So that's a really nice little option that aids accessibility. If you want to come out of the Immersive Reader, we have a close button just here, and then it's just going to take us back to our print layout view. So those are 2 brand new options that we have in Word 2021 to really help you read through and focus on the content of your Word documents. In the previous lesson, we got to see a couple of the newer features in Word, Focus and Immersive Reader. But there is one other newer feature that's really useful to know about, and that is called dark mode. So what exactly is dark mode? Well, dark mode is there to help you view your document if you struggle to see black text on a white background. A lot of people find the contrast of a black background with white text a lot easier to read. And many people report that they feel like they have less eye strain and less fatigue when reading long documents. Now, it's worth noting that when it comes to working in Word, we can change the overall theme of Word to a darker theme. But changing the theme to dark is different to changing to dark mode. So let me show you what I mean by that. If I wanted to change the overall theme of Word to a dark theme, I would simply go up to the File tab, go into Account, and notice here underneath Office Theme, I currently have this set to colourful. But I could click the drop down and choose black or dark grey. Now, if I choose dark grey, you're going to notice immediately what that does. It changes the entire application to a dark grey colour, which again, some people prefer, but it doesn't actually change the document. The document is still black text on a white background. So dark mode has been introduced to combat that. With dark mode, we can change the background of our document to black and have white text, but it doesn't affect the overall theme that we've applied to the application. So to demonstrate this, I'm just very quickly going to switch back to the colourful setting, and let's take a look at how dark mode works. Now, the first thing you need to know about dark mode is that you might not be able to see it by default on any of your ribbons. Dark mode is available in Word, but it's not a command on a ribbon by default. So if this is something that you want to use and toggle between, you're going to need to add it to the ribbon. And this is where we move into customizing ribbons in Word. Now, normally I would say that this is a bit early on in our journey through learning Word to start talking about how to create our own ribbons and ribbon groups. But it is really straightforward. I think you can handle it, and it's a good opportunity to practice how to do this. So what we're going to do is we're going to add the switch modes command, which will allow us to switch to dark mode, to the view ribbon in its own little custom group. So let's jump up to File, and we're going to go into Options. Now to do this, we need to jump across to the Customize Ribbon page. And this is very similar to when we modified the Quick Access toolbar. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to bring up a list of all commands that are available in Word. So now I can see every single command ordered alphabetically. And because I'm looking for a command called Switch Modes, I know that it's going to be somewhere towards the bottom of this list underneath S. So let's scroll through to SW, and there it is just there, Switch Modes. If I hover over, it says View with a dark page color. That's exactly what we're looking for. Now on the right hand side, this is going to show all of the tabs that I currently have in Word. So I want to add this to the View tab. So let's expand View. I can then see underneath all of the different groups. So the first group is Views, which it is. The second group is Immersive, so on and so forth. Now I can't just select one of these groups and then add the new command to an existing group. If I try and do that, it's going to tell me that commands need to be added to custom groups. So effectively, I need to create my own little group here. So underneath, I'm going to say I want a new group, and I'm going to rename this group. So let's select it, click on Rename, and I'm going to give it a display name of Switch Modes. You could call it dark mode or whatever you like. I can then choose an icon that I want to represent this group. Now I'm not going to bother with that at this stage. Let's click on OK. So now I have my custom group. I can add the Switch Modes command to this group simply by clicking on Add. There it is. Let's click on OK. And now take a look at my view ribbon. I have a new little group here with the Switch Modes command. And if I hover over, we can see that it says, see how this document will look in dark mode. So if I click this button, it's going to do exactly that. You can see the page of the document has turned to black and we have white text. But the actual application itself hasn't changed theme at all. And this button is simply a toggle. So if I want to toggle back to how it was originally, I can just click it again. In exercise 4, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the document blog, How to Create a Healthy Workplace Environment.docx. And you're going to find that file in the exercise files folder. Once you've got that file open, I'd just like you to practice switching between different views. So maybe switch across from page layout view to draft view to outline view and then back to page layout view. And make sure you understand what each view represents. Once you've done that, I'd like you to switch into focus mode and change the background color of the page to overcast. I'd then like you to switch to the Immersive Reader and change the column width of the document to narrow. I'd also like you to turn on syllables and then just practice reading the document aloud. Once you've had a good play around with some of these features, I'd then like you to switch back to print layout view. So give that a go. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So I've opened up the document titled Blog, How to Create a Healthy Workplace Environment from the exercise files folder. And the first thing I asked you to do with this document open is just practice switching between different views. Now, of course, there are a couple of different ways that we can do this. We can jump up to the View ribbon, and in the first group just here, notice we're in Print Layout View, but we can switch into Read Mode, We can switch to Web Layout View. And remember, this view is going to show us what our document will look like once it's uploaded to a website. We can switch into Outline View, and this is where we can see the outline of our document. And we can also switch into Draft View from here as well. And Draft View is going to show us any styles that we've got applied to our document. So make sure you know how to switch between these different views. Now there is an alternative way to do this, and that is to use the icons that you have down in the bottom right hand corner of the status bar. Notice down here we can switch to Read Mode, Focus Mode, Print Layout, and also Web Layout from down here. So whichever way you did this is absolutely fine. Now I'm going to switch back to Print Layout View. The next thing I asked you to do was to jump into Focus Mode and change the background color to Overcast. So if we jump back up to the View ribbon in the Immersive group, we have Focus Mode just here. So let's click this, and if you recall, Focus Mode really eliminates any noise around our documents so that we can just focus on whatever it is that we're reading. Now notice I have a teal background color just here, but I want to change this to Overcast. So how do we do this when we're in focus mode? Well, we need to push our mouse all the way up to the top of the screen where we have those 3 tiny dots. Notice that the ribbons will now drop down, and from here we can change the background color to this one just here, which is Overcast. And the final thing I asked you to practice in this exercise is some of the things that you can do with the Immersive Reader. So let's switch into Immersive Reader mode. Notice we now get an Immersive Reader ribbon, and I asked you to change the column width of the page to narrow. So let's select that from the drop down. I also asked you to turn on syllables, so we just need to toggle on this button just here, which is going to show us the syllable breaks within each word. And then finally, I asked you to read the document aloud. And what I meant by that is to use this Read Aloud button just here.
To help you prove your point.
Remember, this will read out the text that you have on your screen, and it will highlight each word as it's read. In this section, we're going to take a look at some of the options that we have when it comes to working with and formatting text. So I'm starting out with a new blank document. And if you want to download this document, you'll find it in the Course Files folder. Alternatively, you can just fire up a new blank document and work along with me. Now, when it comes to entering text into a document, it is as straightforward as you might think. If we click on the page, we can see our cursor is right at the top there. Remember, we have margins down either side. We're going to see how we can modify how wide those margins are a little bit later on. And we also have some space at the top and the bottom of the page for a header and footer. Again, we will take a look at those a bit later on. So let's type in some text into this document. So I've just typed in a very basic line of text there. If we press enter, it's going to move us down to the next line. Now notice that when we press enter, we do have a certain amount of default space between the first line and the second line. If I was to type something else in here, you can really see that default space. Now we can adjust what we call line spacing. So if we don't want quite as much space in between these two lines, or we want a little bit more, we can modify that. Again, we'll take a look at that when we talk more about working with paragraphs. For the time being, we're just going to focus on entering and formatting text. Now I'm going to move to the next line. Let's press enter, and I'm going to use my little trainer's trick again, just so I can get a lot of information into this document quickly. So let's type in equals. I'm going to say lorem this time, and let's say that we want, let's go for 5 paragraphs of 4 lines each. Close the bracket and hit enter, and there we go. Once we have text in a document, we're probably going to want to apply some formatting. And the first thing you'll notice is the font style that I'm using. And if you glance up in the font group, notice that I'm using Calibri Body font. And this is the default font when I open Word. Now, of course, if you don't particularly like this font or you want to use something completely different, there are a few different ways that you could go about this. For example, if you just want to change the font style for the text that we have on this page, we could select all of the text and then just choose a different font. So here's another little shortcut key that I find very useful, and we did look at this a bit earlier on. If we click somewhere on our page and press Ctrl A, that's going to select all. Now, if we go up to the font group, we can click the drop down and we can choose something else. And all of the fonts in here are free to use. And if you have your own fonts that you want to use, of course you can download fonts from whichever font website you use. Make sure they're in the correct folder and then you'll be able to access them through Word. Now also notice as I start to hover my mouse over these different types of font, I'm getting what we call a live preview as to what that font is going to look like. So this can be really helpful because it means that you get an idea as to what that font's going to look like before you actually click on it. Now, when it comes to live preview, if you decide that you don't actually like that and you want to turn it off, you can do that through Word options. So let's quickly look at that. Let's go to File, down to Options, and on the General page, it's this option here, Enable Live Preview. Now, I always like to have live preview on because I find it quite helpful to be able to get a preview before I actually select. But if you find that annoying or you just don't like it, then you can just deselect this option just here. So let's select everything again, and I'm going to change my font to Sego UI. Now that's going to change the font just for the text that I have selected. If I wanted to use Sego UI font every time I load up a new document or every time I create a new document, I would need to set Sego UI as my default font. And I'm going to show you how to do that when we talk about advanced font editing. For the time being, we're just going to leave it as it is. I'm going to keep this text highlighted because I can then also go in and I can change the size of the text as well. So if I want to make it a bit bigger, I can. And again, we've got that live preview kicking in. And with this font size, you can also type in exactly what you want into this box. You'll notice that these font sizes kind of go up by 2, so 14 to 16, 16 to 18. If I wanted font size 17, I can simply click up here and just change it and hit enter. We also have, next to the font size drop down, 2 little buttons which allow us to increase and decrease the font size incrementally. And you'll notice that there are keyboard shortcuts for these of Control Shift right arrow and Control Shift left arrow. So if I decrease the font size, if I click this button, it's going to take it down 1 and it's going to carry on going. I can also choose from here if I want to use sentence case, which is basically what I have now, where the first letter is capitalized after a full stop. I could change everything to lowercase if I wanted to, everything to uppercase. I can capitalize each word, or I can toggle case. So a really nice quick way of being able to change the type of case that you're using. Some other font formatting options that we have in this little group of commands are things like bold, italic, and underline. So we can select an entire line of text simply by clicking in the margin, or we can select an entire word, and you can double click on the word to select it. We can then click on bold, keyboard shortcut, Control B, to bold that word. I can make words italics, so if we double click on another word, we have our italics button just here, keyboard shortcut, Control I, or we could choose to maybe underline an entire paragraph, keyboard shortcut, Control plus U. So when I click this, it's going to put one underline underneath that paragraph, but if I wanted to change that and maybe have a double underline or even a dotted underline, I have those options in this drop down as well. We can even change the underline color, so maybe I want to underline in red, I can just select it from the palette. Maybe I want to apply a strike through to certain paragraphs, so again we can select, and then we have a strike through button just here. So let's click, and there we go. The next 2 buttons relate to subscript and superscript. So for example, if I was typing something like, let's type in H2O. Normally the 2 in this word is slightly below the line. So we could select the number 2 and then we can click on subscript to make that a lot smaller. The next 3 buttons are all really related to applying color and effects. So for example, if I select the first line in this document and click the drop down next to text effects and typography, I can choose some of these inbuilt styles to apply to that particular text. And if I don't want to use one of these presets, I can be a bit more granular about what I'm applying. So maybe I just want to apply a shadow to the text. Maybe I want a reflection to my text. Maybe I want to add a glow around the outside, so on and so forth. What about if I want to highlight this text? So maybe I want this text to look like I've got a big old highlighter pen to emphasize something in the document. Well, that's what this little drop down is for. And you can see we have a few common highlighter pen colors in here. So let's highlight this in yellow. And then of course, finally, we have our font color, and this is going to change the color of the text in the document. So if I select this third paragraph, click the drop down, I have access to two different palettes. I have theme colors and standard colors. Now I'm going to talk more about the difference between these two when we talk about themes. But just know that whenever you're working in a Word document, you'll be using a theme. And if you haven't selected to change your theme, you're going to be using the default Office theme. And these are the colors that are part of that particular theme. We then have some standard colors, which are your standard red, green, blue, so on and so forth. And then if you don't like any of those, you can click on more colors and you have access to a wider palette of colors, or you can really customize the colors that you're using by moving this around and choosing a color in this way. So if I go for this little purple color, I can adjust it whether it's lighter or darker by moving this up and down and click on OK. Now what about if I decide that I actually don't really like that purple? How do I get rid of the formatting that I've applied? Well, again, we can select the paragraph that contains the formatting that we want to remove. And in the font group, we have a clear all formatting button. So if I click this, it's going to clear the formatting. It's also going to clear the font style that I applied and take me back to my default font of Calibri. So just be aware of that when you're using that clear formatting button. Before we move on any further, let's quickly take a look at the different ways that we can select text in Word. Now, we're working in this practice document, and in the previous lesson, we did apply some different pieces of formatting. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to remove all of the formatting. And this gives me a chance to showcase once again how you can select all text in your document. Very simple, Control A. Alternatively, if you would prefer to use a command on the ribbon, on the Home tab all the way over at the end here in the Editing group, we have a Select drop-down. And this is where we can select different types of object within our Word document. But if we choose the first one, Select All, that's basically the same as doing a Control A, so you can use either of those methods. So with my text selected, I'm going to just clear all of the formatting that we applied in the last lesson. So let's go up to the font group and click the Clear All Formatting button to take that back. Now a couple of things have happened here. It has removed the majority of the formatting and taken that font back to Calibri. It hasn't removed the highlighted text though. So if we want to remove this highlighted text, we need to basically select this entire line. So how do we select lines in a Word document? Well, it's very simple. We can just click and drag our mouse over the piece of text. Or alternatively, if we want to make sure that we have the entire sentence or the entire line, if we hover our mouse over in the left-hand margin until our cursor points diagonally right, if we click in the margin next to where the line is, it's going to highlight that entire line. So now I have that highlighted or selected, I'm going to jump up to the highlighter tool and I'm going to say that I don't want any color just to remove that. The other thing you'll also notice is that because we've just got some junk text in here, Word's spell check is picking up these words, so it's not recognizing many of these words, which would be correct. Now we've seen how to spell check a document, and there are quite a few words in here, but if we press the F7 key, We can then go through, and I'm just going to say ignore all to all of these, just so we can remove those red lines from the screen. And there we go. So we've seen how to select all text, we've seen how we can click in the margin to select a line, and this also applies if you want to select more than one line. For example, I can click in the margin, drag down, and that's going to select that entire paragraph. Alternatively, I can just drag my mouse down for as far as I like to select consecutive lines. Now, what about if I want to select non-contiguous paragraphs, so paragraphs that aren't together? Well, that's fairly straightforward. We can select the first one, hold down the Control key, and then I can simply click in the margin. And that's going to allow me to make selections that aren't necessarily next to each other. So now I have these 3 paragraphs selected, I might want to apply some bold formatting. Control B keyboard shortcut. Maybe I now want to make those a different color, so let's click the font color drop down, and I'm going to say that I want these to be blue, and then just click anywhere else on the document to deselect. Making selections of individual words is also really simple. You can double click your mouse and it will select the entire word. I can also easily make selections of paragraphs using keyboard shortcuts. So if I click my mouse at the beginning of the first sentence and press Control Shift down arrow, I can just carry on pressing the down arrow to select all of the paragraphs that I need. Control up arrow is going to do the reverse. So those are some of the techniques that you can use when you're making text selections in a Word document. Aside from the text formatting options that we have available on the Home ribbon in the Font group, we do have some advanced text formatting options as well. Now, before we get on to that, I just want to go off on a tangent very slightly related to the mini toolbar. If you remember, in one of the earlier lessons, I showed you how to disable the mini toolbar when you have text selected. So what that means is that if I select something, so let's say we select the word lazy, I don't see the mini toolbar pop up because I disabled it. So let's go back in and just turn that on so you can see the options that you have on this mini toolbar in a little bit more detail. So let's jump up to File, go back into Options, and on the General tab, I'm going to reselect Show Mini Toolbar on Selection. So let's click on OK. Now, when I select anything in this document, a piece of text, for example, I'm going to see that little floating toolbar. And as we mentioned, this is just a quick way to apply formatting to pieces of text so that you don't have to keep going back up to that Home ribbon. So from here, I can change the font style that I'm using. I can change the font size. I could do things like bold, underline, italic, so on and so forth. So let's leave that on for the time being. Now, when it comes to your advanced font formatting options, you're going to find these in a dialog box that's kind of really hidden from view when you look at the ribbons. Now, if you take a close look at the Home ribbon, notice that in the corner of some of these groups of commands, we have this little diagonal arrow. And if we hover over this diagonal arrow, we get a screen tip that tells us that clicking this is going to allow us to customize our text using advanced font and character options. Notice there is also a shortcut key for this of Control D. So if we click the diagonal arrow in the corner of the font group, it's going to take us into our advanced font formatting options. Notice at the top we have 2 tabs, Font and Advanced. Now on the Font tab, you're going to find a lot of the things that you already have in the font group on the ribbon. For example, I can come in here and change the font that I'm using. I can change the font style, so if I want italics, bold, or even bold italic, that isn't an option that we have on the ribbon. I can modify the size. I can choose my font color from my palettes from here, and if I want an underline style. And I can even choose an underline color from here as well. I can then apply effects, so things like strike through, double strike through, that's superscript, subscript, small caps, so on and so forth. So many of these options we already have in the font group on the Home ribbon. But one thing that's useful in here, and I did mention this in a previous lesson, is that we can choose to set default options in here. So if I decide that I want to use a specific font throughout my entire document, I could set it as the default. Even if I wanted to use maybe, let's say, Century font, bold, size 12, I can select all of these options and then I can choose to set that as my default. And I'm just going to turn off the underline style. So if I choose set as default, I then get a choice if I want to apply this default to this document only or all documents based on the normal .m template. Now the normal .m template is basically the default template that you get when you create a new blank document in Word. So effectively for all new documents. So I'm going to say for this document only, let's click on OK, and you can see that that's updated. Now let's reopen up that pane, and this time I'm going to use the shortcut key of Control D. I also have a text effects button down here, so this is going to allow me to apply a text fill, a text outline, and other types of effects as well. And we saw those earlier. Those are available in the font group on the Home ribbon. Now what about if we jump across to the Advanced tab? What do we have in here? Well, this is where we can do things like adjust the character spacing. So if I click the drop down next to spacing, I can choose to set expanded spacing for my text. And if you take a look at the preview at the bottom, can you see that we now have a little bit more space in between each of these letters? And I can choose by how many points I want to expand this by. So if I increase this, it's going to make the characters further and further apart. And of course, we can do the reverse as well. I can choose to have condensed characters. So that makes those characters extremely close together, and I can modify this so that they're slightly further apart. Now, I will say that most of the time you'll probably be using normal, but sometimes when you're working in a document, it can be quite a nice effect to have a little bit more space in between characters or a little bit less space in between. Now, I'm going to set mine back to normal and simply click on OK. The final thing that's worth noting here is that when we went into the advanced options for font by clicking this diagonal drop-down arrow, the diagonal drop-down arrows in these other groups won't bring up that same window because these will be the advanced formatting options for whichever group they're part of. So if I click this one, we're going to get the advanced formatting for paragraphs as opposed to font. Now, there are other ways that you can change the look and feel of text in your document. For example, using word styles. Now, we're not going to get into styles in this particular lesson, but just to kind of give you a little bit of an introduction, if you cast your eyes up onto the Home ribbon, notice that we have a very large styles group just here. And if we click the drop down, it's going to open up the styles gallery. Now, from here, we can apply different types of style depending on what text we have highlighted. All of these styles are completely customizable, so you can get them to really look and feel the way that you want. And we're going to spend quite a bit of time later on talking about word styles because they are so important to use in a document. Not only do they change the look and feel of your document and allow you to update font styles quickly, they're also super useful when you're trying to put together things like tables of contents. So just keep that in the back of your head, that we can apply formatting to font using styles as well. It's time now to talk about organizing text in our document by moving it or copying it. And you may already be familiar with some of these commands if you've used other Microsoft applications. Because cutting text, copying text, and pasting text pretty much works exactly the same way in Word as it does in other applications. So if you know what the keyboard shortcuts are for these commands, then they're the same in Word. Now, in this example, again, I've just created a practice document. And this is a very straightforward document. It's just 1 page long. We have a heading at the top, and then we have various different subheadings throughout this document. Now, currently this document is completely unformatted. I've simply just typed in the text and I haven't really styled it up yet. So currently when we're trying to read this document, things like headings don't really stand out from the paragraph text. Now, when it comes to applying headings in a document, The best way to do this is using styles. And we're going to get onto styles in a later lesson, but just for argument's sake, in this particular lesson, I'm going to apply just some basic formatting so that these headings and subheadings stand out. So this is where we get to practice some of our selection methods. Now the title is going to be the biggest, so let's select it by clicking in the margin. And I'm going to make this a bit bigger. So let's take this up to 20. And I'm also going to make it bold. I'm then going to select the subheading video by clicking in the margin. And I'm going to hold down my control key and select all of the other subheadings that we have in this document. So now that I have them all selected, maybe I want to make these slightly bigger. So let's take those up to 12. Maybe I want those to be bold, but maybe this time I want these to be red. So now at least I have a little bit of differentiation between my main heading, my subheadings, and my paragraphs of text. So already this document looks a bit more organized and it is definitely easier to read. Now that we have headings and subheadings in our document, you might think that this means that you can now use those headings to navigate around this document. What you'll notice is that if we open up the navigation pane and take a look at the headings group, it's not listing out those headings or subheadings. And that's because Word currently doesn't recognize these as headings and subheadings. Because to do that, we need to apply styles to our headings, as opposed to just applying what we call direct formatting, which is what I did just here. So keep that in the back of your mind for a little bit later on. So now that we have this document organized a bit better, we might review it and think to ourselves, well, actually, I want to start moving some of these paragraphs around. Maybe the video section needs to go before where we have online video. So I can move this text into the correct location. And of course, as with everything Microsoft, there are a couple of different methods that we can use. So with the text highlighted, what I could do is I could jump up to the home ribbon, and in the clipboard group, I could choose to cut this text. And notice there is a keyboard shortcut for this, which you might already be familiar with, of Control X. So if we click on Cut, it's going to remove that text that we selected, and that cut text is held on what we call the clipboard until we choose to paste it somewhere. And if you want to see the clipboard, you can simply open it by clicking on the diagonal arrow in the corner of the clipboard group. Notice that the text that we just cut out is now sitting there waiting for us to do something with it. Now you can work with this clipboard open if you like. Some people really like this. And it is useful if you're cutting lots of things. You can store them all on the clipboard and then choose which ones you want to paste. So I'm going to go down to just before online video, so about there. And what I could do here is I could choose to paste it from the clipboard, or I can choose the paste button up here. Now in this example, we're going to paste it from the clipboard. So let's click the drop down and choose paste. And that's now inserted that paragraph in that new location. What about if I now decide that actually I want this video section to go after online video? Well, I could move it again by using the method that we just used, or alternatively, I can simply drag and drop it. So this is a second way that you can move things around in your document. I can highlight the text, and then I can simply click on it and drag it and place it wherever I want it to be. So if I place it at the beginning of themes, it's going to insert that paragraph. So another really simple way to move things around in your document. So that's moving text, but what about if I want to copy text? Maybe I decide that I want to copy this first paragraph down to the bottom of the document. Well, again, on the home ribbon, we have a copy button. Shortcut key, Control C. So let's select this first paragraph. This time I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut, Control C. Notice that it leaves it there. I can then use my shortcut key, Control End, to jump to the bottom of the document, and I can simply paste that copied text in. Remember, whenever you cut or copy something, it's going to be held on the clipboard, and there you can see the last thing I copied. So I could choose to paste again from the clipboard, or alternatively, I have a paste button just here, and I can click the top half just to paste that in with the original formatting. Now, what about if I want to move multiple items that aren't together? So maybe I want to move this styles paragraph, so let's select it. The online video paragraph, let's hold down Control and select that. And also the themes paragraph, again, hold down Control when you're making your selection. Now I'm going to move these, so I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control X. Again, notice it's held them on the clipboard. I can then move to whichever point in the document I want to paste them, so let's just do it at the end. And I can paste directly from the clipboard, or simply use the keyboard shortcut key Control V. And the clipboard really does come into its own when you're gathering lots of different items together. So if I select the cover page paragraph, let's press Control X to grab that onto the clipboard. And let's choose the views paragraph, Control X to copy that to the clipboard. And then finally, let's choose the styles paragraph, Control X to copy that to the clipboard. I can then choose where I want to paste these. So if I want one of them just in here, I can simply move my cursor there, select the item from the clipboard and choose Paste. I can then move down, go to the next location and choose something else that I want to paste from the clipboard, like so. So the point I'm really trying to make here is that clipboard is so useful if you're trying to manage and organize items that you've cut and copied from the document. Format Painter is a really useful facility in Word 2021 that allows you to quickly copy formatting from one piece of text to another. So the best way to understand this is really to see a demonstration. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to apply some formatting to just a sentence in this document. So let's just select any sentence. I'm going to go for this one. So we're going to highlight it and let's apply some formatting. Now I'm going to make this a little bit crazy just so we can demonstrate this. Let's change the font to, let's go for Arial Black. Let's give it a bit of a highlight and also let's underline it. Now, what about if I want to apply this exact same formatting to another sentence further down this document? Well, I could move down to the sentence, I could select it, and I could go through those steps again. I could select the highlighter, I could change the font, I could apply the underline. But that's a lot more work than we need to be doing. Instead, we can use the Format Painter to copy all of the formatting that we've applied and effectively paint it over another piece of text. And this is really straightforward. All we need to do is select the text that we've applied the formatting to. And I will say you don't necessarily have to highlight the entire line. I could simply select a word. And then up on the Home ribbon in the Clipboard group, we have the Format Painter. Notice the keyboard shortcuts here of Control-Shift-C and Control-Shift-V. Now if we click on Format Painter, notice that when we hover our cursor over the document again, it's changed this small paintbrush icon. So we're now in Format Painter mode, and all we need to do is effectively swipe this paintbrush over the piece of text that we want to apply the formatting to. So let's just say we want to apply this formatting to the first line of the video paragraph. I can simply click at the beginning, drag all the way across, let go, and it's going to paint that formatting. How much easier and quicker was that? If you want to use the keyboard shortcut, it's very similar to copy and paste. We're just adding in the Shift key. So what I can do here is Control-Shift-C, select the line that I want to apply it to, and Control-Shift-V. Now notice that it only lets me apply that formatting once. As soon as I've applied it, my cursor goes back to normal. I'm no longer in Format Painter mode. But what if I want to apply this formatting to multiple lines or multiple words in this document? Well, we can also do that, but we need to make sure that we double click on the Format Painter first. So once again, I'm just going to select the word Save, we're going to double click on the Format Painter icon in the clipboard group. So now I can go in and I can paint across whatever text I want to apply. Notice that the Format Painter doesn't deactivate once I've painted the formatting once, so I can carry on going. Once I've finished my painting, I can either click on the Format Painter button again to deactivate it, or I can press the Escape key on my keyboard. Paste options effectively allow you to choose exactly how you're pasting text and other pieces of information in your document. And this is particularly useful if you are copying and pasting information into a document from an external source. For example, I might find something on the web and I want to grab it and paste it into my Word document. So what we're going to do here is we're going to jump onto Wikipedia. I'm just going to pull up the Wikipedia page for the United States of America, and we're going to copy some of the text and paste it into this document, because you'll see that it looks very different than you might expect. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is make sure that I have my cursor in the correct place. And now I'm going to switch across to Wikipedia. So I've just pulled up the Wikipedia page for the United States, and I am simply going to copy some of this information. So let's select a good chunk. Let's select all the way down to here. And all we need to do is use the keyboard shortcut, Control-C. Let's jump back to our Word document. So now, if I want to paste this in, I can simply click the top half of the Paste button, or alternatively, I can press Control-V. Now, notice what's happened here. It's brought across all of the information. It looks pretty good, but it's also brought across all of the formatting from that Wikipedia page. So if I now click in this text, notice that the font that Wikipedia uses is Arial in size 10.5. Now, this might be absolutely fine for you, but it might be that you want this text to kind of match the style of your document. So as I mentioned, normally in my documents, I like to use Calibri font. And in general, I'll have that font at size 11. So now, effectively, what I need to do is reformat this information so that it matches what I want. Now, there are various different ways I could do this. I could select all of the information, maybe press Control-A, and then go through and manually change the font and the size. But take a look at what you get when you paste something in from an external source. We get this little drop-down menu in the corner. And if we click it, it's going to open up our paste options. And this is basically where we can choose how we want to paste this information. So the default, which is currently selected, is to keep the source formatting, which is why I'm seeing all of the formatting from the Wikipedia page. The second option we have is to merge the formatting. So that's going to merge it into this document and use whatever formatting I have applied. So that would work quite well in this instance because it's just going to change it to my default font. Alternatively, the third option we have here is just to keep the text only. And that will remove practically anything. It's going to set it back to the default font. It's going to set it to your default font size. But it's also going to remove things like any pictures that have accidentally come across, or possibly any hyperlinks that you have in that text. So in general, I tend to use keep text only if I want the information to be in the Word document, but I want to completely reformat it and apply my own formatting. So let's choose keep text only. So now I can go through and tidy up this document. Maybe I want to remove some of these erroneous spaces. Again, these have been brought across from the Wikipedia page. What I also might want to do is a quick spell check. So let's do an F7. So let's change the spelling of kilometers. I'm going to take this suggestion for islands and also for others. And again, we've just got a difference here between American and UK spelling. So let's change it. And now my spell check is complete. So don't forget about those paste options. Now that little tag which came up at the bottom when I pasted this text into the document, that disappears if you don't use it immediately. So if I start clicking around and doing other things and then try to go back to the bottom of the document, you can see that it's nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, we can also access paste options by clicking on the home ribbon, the lower half of the paste button. We have those paste options in here. Now, we haven't really discussed images, pictures, graphics, things like that so far in this course, but I just want to briefly show you how you can copy and paste an image from an external website. So let's go back to our Wikipedia page. So maybe I decide that I want to grab this image of the United States and paste that into my document. Well, I can simply select it by dragging my mouse over it. We can then Control C and jump back to our Word document. I'm going to find a space to paste this in, so I think just about there, Control V to paste. Again, notice we get that little tag pop up so we can choose exactly how we want to paste this in. So once again, we can choose to keep source formatting, we can merge it with the current formatting, or we can keep text only. Now notice if you choose keep text only when you're trying to paste in an image, you're just simply not going to see that image. You're only going to see whatever alt text or caption text has been added for this image. So in this scenario, I would probably choose merge formatting because it's going to take on the formatting of the document that I'm in, but it's going to allow me to see that image and any of the captions. So just be aware of that difference when you're using paste options. Find and replace are two separate utilities in their own right, but you'll often hear people speak about them together. And that's because they kind of really work together. The first one will find text in your document, and the second one allows you to replace it quickly. So let's deal with both of them separately. Let's talk about find first of all. Now, quite often, particularly if you're working with a longer document, you'll want to find something in that document. So maybe that is a very specific phrase, or maybe it's a specific word. It could even be a specific piece of formatting. Well, if we want to do anything like that, then we have an option called find, which will help us out. Now, there are a couple of different ways that we can use find. The first one we already briefly saw when we were taking a look at the navigation pane. So if we jump up to view and turn on the navigation pane, if you remember, we can basically search our document from here. So if I click in the search document bar at the top, I can type in a phrase or a specific word. So let's say capital. It's going to go through that document and highlight wherever it finds the word. And I can see here that I've got two results. And if I click on the results heading, it's going to show me exactly where that word occurs in my document. And this will allow me to very quickly jump to that point in the document. So if I click on the second one, you can see it jumps me all the way down and the word capital is highlighted in yellow, making it super easy for me to see. Now, what about if I want to find a phrase that has more than one word? Well, let's clear the search by clicking on the cross. And maybe I want to find the words United States. Does it work? Let's try. We've got two words here. Yes, it does. So 16 results. If I click on the results tab, I can see every time I mention that phrase and I can jump to that specific point in the document. So you can utilize the navigation pane to simply find words and phrases. Now, the other way that we can utilize find is we can jump across to the home ribbon and all the way over in the editing group at the end, notice we have a find button. And if we click the drop down next to it, we have find, advanced find, and go to. Now, we already saw what go to allows us to do. We can quickly jump to pages, sections, lines, so on and so forth. And we also have find and advanced find. Now, if we hover over find, notice that it has a keyboard shortcut of Control F. And if we click on find, it is simply going to reopen that navigation pane. Now, if we go into advanced find, this is going to open up the find and replace dialog box. We're currently clicked on the find tab, and in the find what field, notice that it holds in it the last term that you searched for. So for me, that was United States. Now I'm going to backspace to get rid of that, and I'm going to try and find something else. So this time I'm looking for the word coast. Now notice the options that I have underneath. I can choose where I want to find it, and in this case I don't have too many options. I'm finding it in the main document. Now if I just hit enter here, it's going to highlight in the document everywhere I have the word coast. But if I just want to step through each occurrence of the word coast, I could say find next. And that's going to leave this dialog box open, but it's going to highlight in the document where we have the word coast. If I click find next again, it's going to carry on searching and jump to the next one. Now in this case, I only have one occurrence of the word coast, so it's finished searching the document. I also have other advanced options down here, so I can choose to match the case. So if I wanted to look for the word, let's say USA, and specifically USA all in uppercase, I could say that I want to match the case. So that's only going to find instances of USA where it's in capitals as opposed to if it's in lower case. Let's do find next. There it is. There's the first one highlighted, and I only have that mentioned once as well. I can choose to find whole words only, or even use wildcard characters. So if I wanted to use a wildcard, maybe I want to look for everything that starts with the word united. If I put an asterisk after it, that's our wildcard character, and hit enter, it's going to find United, United States, United Kingdom, United Arab Emirates. It's basically going to find everything that starts with United. I could even do a find for something that sounds like something else. So if we say, let's pick a word that we can rhyme another word with. So here we have the word 5. So I'm going to say, let's type in sounds like live. Let's select our option, click on find next, and it's picked up the word life. And in fact, it hasn't picked up 5, but it is picking up life. So don't forget about these advanced options that you have at the bottom. Now, something else you can do is you can find not only words and phrases, but you can find specific pieces of formatting. So I'm going to cancel out of here for 1 second, and I'm just going to apply some formatting to some text in this document. So let's just choose a few random words and make them bold. So now what we can do, if we jump back into Advanced Find, we can remove all of our current search terms, go down to Format, and because I'm looking for all bold words in the document, I can choose Font, and I can say Find Everything with bold formatting. Click on OK, Find Next, and there we go. It's found that first bold word. If we move across, it's found the second one, so on and so forth. And we have lots of different options in here, so we don't have to stop at just bold formatting. If I'm looking for a piece of text that's maybe in a specific font, or maybe it's a specific size or has other specific formatting, I can choose my options in here and find it that way. We can also find certain special characters in our document as well. Now, I'm not going to linger too long on this. We're going to talk about this a bit more when we move into the paragraph section, but I can do things like find all of the line breaks in a document, or wherever we have a paragraph character, so on and so forth. So those are the options that you have for find. Now, because this box will always retain the search that you've just done, I'm going to choose no formatting just to remove all of the search terms. Now, whilst find might be useful, a lot of the time you might be looking through your document for a specific word in order to replace it with another word. So maybe I want to replace the words United States of America with USA throughout this document. Well, this is where we can do a replace. Now, notice because we have this dialog box already open, we have a replace tab up here. If we don't have this dialog box open, we can simply go back to the editing group, and there is the replace command. Keyboard shortcut Control H. Let's click on replace. I already have some search terms in here, so I'm going to choose no formatting to remove them. And this time I'm going to say I want to find the words United States of America, and I want to replace with USA. I can choose to replace just one occurrence or replace all occurrences of this phrase in the document. So let's say replace all. Now notice here I have United States of America quite often throughout this document. So if we say replace all, it's telling me it's made 0 replacements. Now why is that? Well, it's because my cursor is currently clicked right at the end of this document, and it's always going to search down from the top. If you take a look underneath where I have my search term, it says Options, Search Down. So do I want to continue searching from the beginning? Yes, I do. Let's go for it again. It's made 2 replacements. And if I take a look at that, I can see it's changed it in the title and also in this first line. A lot of the time in this document, it just says United States as opposed to United States of America. So what probably would have been a bit quicker for me to do here is to use a wildcard instead. So if I change this to search for everything that starts with United States, it's going to replace United States and United States of America effectively. So I'm going to say use wildcards, let's replace all. And it's made 5 replacements. Yes, I want to search from the beginning. The final tally is 14 replacements. Let's click on OK. And I can see that now I don't have United States or United States of America anywhere in this document. Hello everyone and welcome to this course on PowerPoint 2021. My name is Deb Ashby and I'm a Microsoft IT trainer, and it's basically my job to design, facilitate and deliver Microsoft courses both online and in the classroom. I'm going to be your host for this course and I am so excited to showcase PowerPoint 2021, in particular some of the newer features. Now, don't worry if you are brand new to PowerPoint. We're going to start right at the beginning and make sure we have those basics nailed first before we move on to some of the more intermediate and advanced features. Now, this course is designed for the latest standalone version of PowerPoint 2021. So for those of you who don't have a subscription to Microsoft 365 but want the latest version of PowerPoint. And that's basically what these standalone versions are designed for. You get all of the latest functionality without having to commit to a monthly Microsoft 365 subscription. So with all that said, let's dive in and take a look at what we're going to cover over the next few hours. So in the first section, we're going to run through a quick introduction. This is basically the section of the course that we are currently in. I'm going to show you in a moment the PowerPoint presentation that we're going to build throughout this course. And I'm also going to show you in this section how to get access to some really helpful free resources for things like images, icons, and video files. We're then going to move on to the Getting Started in PowerPoint section. And here we're just really going to do a recap of some of the more basic PowerPoint skills if you're brand new to the application. So we're going to get ourselves familiar and comfortable with the interface, how we work with the ribbons, and also things like where we can go if we need to get help and how we can customize the quick access toolbar to improve our efficiency. In the next section, we're going to move on to taking a look at slides and layouts. And it's really important to grasp the concept of layouts because this comes up time and time again as we're working with PowerPoint. We're then going to move into the first slide workshop of the course. And you'll see these slide workshops throughout the course because this is where we're actually going to start building our presentation. And we're going to start by working on the title slide. Now, in this title slide section, you're going to get to practice a lot of different skills. So things like inserting pictures, how to resize pictures in the correct way, how to crop pictures, how to insert shapes, format shapes, and also add things like text and graphics. Then we're going to move on to a really important topic, which is selection, alignment, and grouping. It's really important to know how to quickly select objects on your slide and also how to align them so that everything looks really professional. I'm going to show you how to group objects together, which again will allow you to apply formatting to multiple items at one time. In the next slide workshop, we're going to start working on our Meet the Team slide. And for this, we get to practice adding shapes to our slide, filling shapes with pictures, applying formatting and effects to shapes, as well as use lots of new keyboard shortcuts. Next, we're going to move on to working on our divider slides, and these slides are going to appear throughout the presentation just to separate off the different sections. And in this particular section, we're going to be learning some more advanced skills when it comes to working with shapes, such as how to merge shapes together to create other shapes, and how to fill images across multiple shapes. And we'll also see how we can insert things like icons and other graphics into our slides. In the next section, we're going to build our destinations slide. This will give us a chance to practice many of the things that we've learned so far in the course, such as filling shapes with images and using our alignment and grouping tools. We also get to practice how we can add and format text, and we get to use one of the brand new features in PowerPoint, which is slide zoom. In the next section, we're going to look at how we can insert things like tables, charts, and diagrams into our presentation. And I'm going to show you how you can use SmartArt to create a process flowchart and also an organization chart. In the next section, we're going to talk more about graphics. So things like how we can add icons, cut out people, stickers, illustrations into our presentations. We'll then move on to talking about video, audio, and screenshots. So video is such an important part of PowerPoint these days. I'm going to show you different techniques, how you can insert your own videos, and also how you can use videos as a motion background to add a bit of interest. We'll see how we can add audio and also incorporate screenshots from other applications into our slides. In the next section, we're really going to take a look at animation, transition, zoom, and motion paths. So this is where we really bring our presentation to life by making it a little bit more dynamic. We'll then move on to talking about master slides, and in my experience, this generally tends to be the thing that people struggle with in PowerPoint. We're going to break it down. I'm going to show you how easy it is to make universal changes to your entire PowerPoint presentation simply by knowing a few tips and tricks when it comes to working with master slides. I'm then going to show you how you can extend PowerPoint's capabilities by using add-ins. We'll then take a look at how we can prepare our slides for delivery. So that will incorporate things like setting up our slideshow, creating custom shows, and setting slides to run automatically. We'll then take a look at how you can actually deliver a successful presentation. So for this, we're going to dive into something called Presenter View, which is an invaluable tool if you are presenting to an audience. And I'm going to show you some of the in-presentation tools that you have access to make your presentation more interactive. And then in the final section, I'm going to show you how you can export your PowerPoint presentation to different formats, how you can share it with other people, and of course, all the different ways that you can print out your presentation. So with all that said, it's time to move on to the next lesson. And in this lesson, we're going to walk through the presentation that we're going to be creating throughout the balance of this course. So grab yourself a drink and I will see you over there. I wanted to start at the beginning of this section just showing you a finished version of the presentation that we're going to be working on in this course, because I think it's really helpful to have some idea of what we're aiming for before we get started. And I would recommend this if you're planning to design a modern, slick presentation from scratch. It's always worth having an idea as to how you want your slides to look and planning them out before you get going. So let's take a look at what we're going to be creating. Now, just to set the scene for you here, this is a presentation for a travel company called Secret Adventures. And its main aim is to really showcase some of its new trips to different clients and customers. So I've built a presentation around this subject. So let's take a look through all of these slides so you can see some of the techniques that we're going to incorporate into our training. So we have this first slide here. This is our title slide. We have this really nice effect of an image in the background, but it's kind of faded out. We have this transparency over the top. You can also see that we have some cursive text in the background as well. So this just elevates this presentation from being rather boring to a little bit more interesting. We have the company logo running across the top and some text in the middle, and also a little welcome message. So this is an audio file that we can play, welcoming people to this presentation. If we move on to the next slide, what do we have here? We have a summary section. And this has been created using one of the newer features in PowerPoint called Summary Zoom. And what this enables our customers to do is basically pick their own journey through this presentation. So if I run this slideshow, and don't worry if you don't know how to do that at this stage, I can decide what it is I'm most interested in. So maybe I want to see the prices. I can click on the prices slide and it's going to zoom me into that particular section. So I'm going to show you how you can incorporate this type of thing into your deck. We're then going to move on to creating divider slides, and I have quite a few of these throughout this presentation, all with differing images but the same kind of layout. If we play this slide, you can see that we have a transition and also some animation applied to this picture. We're also using what we call a merged shape in here to get this photograph to run across 4 separate shapes. So I'm going to show you how you can achieve that effect. If we move on to the next set of slides, this is where we can meet the team. And take a look at this. When I move on to the next slide, we get this really nice morph effect, which makes our presentation look less linear and more like it's animated. So I'm going to show you how you can use the new morph transition. The next section, we have one of those divider slides again, with just the picture switched out, and then we have an Our Destination slide. And this is similar to the summary slide in a way, but it's built slightly differently. This time users can click on an image and it's going to zoom them into that particular slide as opposed to section. So this is created using slide zoom. So I'm going to show you how you can work with that. We're also going to take a look at things like custom motion paths. So you can see here, this is showing the route around Australia that the Australian tour takes. So you're going to get to learn all about the different types of animation that you can apply to your slides, including how to use these custom motion paths. We're going to see how we can insert basic tables into our slides and how we can format them, as well as how we can create really nice looking diagrams. And I'm going to show you a couple of different ways that you can do this using SmartArt and also doing it manually using shapes and elbow connectors. We're going to take a look at how we can insert charts into our presentations to display different pieces of data. And also how we can incorporate things like motion video backgrounds into our slides and things like QR codes. Now we're going to cover a lot more than the things I've just briefly highlighted there. Of course, we're going to go through absolutely everything that is essential for you to know in PowerPoint, and I'm going to be throwing in lots of tips and tricks and useful keyboard shortcuts along the way. And before I forget, right at the top here, I have a group that is collapsed up. We have a custom intro in here as well. So we're going to be taking a look a lot at how you can deliver a presentation and also set up slideshows in different ways. So whatever question you might have, I'm pretty sure that we have you covered. And hopefully you have more of an idea in your mind now exactly what we're building and what we're aiming to do. So let's kick off our journey through PowerPoint by running through some of the golden rules, the do's and don'ts of creating PowerPoint presentations. I'm going to jump over to the next lesson and I look forward to you joining me. Before you dive headfirst into creating a presentation, it's important to think about the golden rules of presentation design. So in this lesson, we're going to run through some of my favorite tips and tricks and best practice guidelines, which you should really take into consideration before you start working on your presentation. These can really make the difference between a presentation that's unprofessional and doesn't look very nice, and one that's slick, modern, and efficient. The first thing you need to do is establish what the goal is. What are you aiming to achieve with this presentation? Are you pitching an idea to a client or your CEO? Are you trying to sell a product? Are you showcasing a new idea or providing training? Working out what the goal is really important before you start designing your slides. If this is a presentation that's going to a client, you want to get straight to the point immediately by identifying the problem that they have and then showing them what the solution is. In other words, how you can help them. By doing this right at the beginning, you get their buy-in and they're going to be a lot more interested in the rest of the slides that you have to show. And if you're presenting things like charts, make sure they effectively show what's important to your client, your CEO, or your stakeholders, and make sure that data is presented in a clear fashion. And if the end goal of your presentation is to get your audience to take action, to do something, then make sure you have those steps listed out really clearly. So it's very important to know what the goal is of the presentation first of all. Tip number 2, know your audience. It's really important to know who you're going to be presenting to, because that can really affect a number of factors. It can affect how you design your presentation, the types of images you include, what types of fonts and colors you use, the messaging that you work into the slides. So you need to establish who is going to be watching, find out what's important to them so that you can highlight those key things. And also, what's the environment? Are they going to be watching this at their desk? Are you going to be presenting it in a room, or is it going to be emailed to them? The way that I design PowerPoint presentations, if I'm just going to email it to someone, is a lot different to how I design them if I'm going to present in a large auditorium. For example, if I'm presenting in a large auditorium, I want to make sure that even the person right at the back can see clearly all of the text that I have in my presentation. So I'm probably going to use things like larger fonts, larger images, a lot less text, things like that. So know your audience, know what's important to them, and know what the environment is where they'll be watching. Tip number 3, create an outline. And an outline is really very similar to a storyboard. So if you're going to create a long presentation, make sure that you have an idea as to the flow of that presentation and the types of things you want to include on those slides. I always find it really useful just to create a quick outline to remind myself what I want to put on each of my slides. Tip number 4, decide on visuals. Visuals are such a huge part of PowerPoint these days. A picture speaks 1,000 words, and sometimes using a picture as opposed to text can deliver your message in a much better way. So think about if you want to use photography, or if you want to use animated images, or maybe cartoons. Think about the types of charts or graphs or infographics you might want to include. Do you want to use icons in your presentation? Or what about your own videos or even motion video backgrounds? Think about the color scheme that you're using. Is it consistent the entire way through? Are you using branded colors? And also think about the font style that you're using. Some fonts are definitely better for business presentations than others. So consider all of the visual elements of your presentation prior to building it. Tip number 5, when it comes to text, less is definitely more. I'm sure we've all been in presentations and been faced with a wall of text. And it's extremely difficult for the human brain to read a lot of text on a slide and also listen to a speaker at the same time. Our brains just really struggle with that. And this is why I always advise people to keep text to a minimum on the slide. The audience's attention should be on you as the speaker, And you definitely shouldn't be putting everything that you want to say written out on the slide. That's your job to do. You're there to deliver the message. PowerPoint is simply there to assist you with this. So instead of a wall of text, think about the rule of 5-5-5. In general, try and keep to 5 words per line, 5 lines per slide, and don't have any more than 5 text-heavy slides in a row. Tip number 6, use readable fonts. I can't tell you how many presentations I've looked at over the years where there's been a really bad font selection. And not all fonts in PowerPoint are created equal. There are definitely some that are a lot better than others. And we all know the standard fonts: Calibri, Times New Roman, Verdana, Tahoma, Arial. All of those types of fonts are normally pretty good. But I always say to people, don't be scared to combine different fonts together. Just make sure that they're fonts that go with each other. And you'll find that most fonts belong to what we call a font family. For example, Lato. The Lato family has Lato Black, Lato, and Lato Light. And you can use these in one presentation, and they don't clash with each other, they just work really nice. So my recommendation is use more than one font so things don't start to look a little bit stale, but make sure that they're complementary. And a good rule to go by is choose fonts that are within the same family. Tip number 7, be mindful of color. Color is another really important part of PowerPoint. Choosing the wrong colors can make your presentation hard to read, and in some cases can even hurt your reader's eyes. And I've got an example of some bad color choices up on the screen now. You want to make sure that the font that you use and the background have a lot of contrast. So things like a black font on a white background would work well. So I would definitely stay away from colors like this and be more inclined to go for colors like this, which are a lot easier on the eye and a lot easier to read. So think about the background color of your slide and the color of the font that you're using on that slide. Tip number 8, design for widescreen. Now in PowerPoint, you can select 2 different slide sizes, widescreen or normal. And my recommendation is to always design for widescreen because you don't know the screen size of the person that you're sending your presentation to. If you design for widescreen, it can scale it down to a smaller screen size much easier than it can scale it up. So wherever possible, design for that. Tip number 9, be consistent with style. You want to make sure that overall your presentation looks really pulled together and your slides have a consistent look and feel. Now, one of the ways that you can do that is by ensuring that the colors that you use within your presentation are consistent. And we have a great little tool in PowerPoint 2021 called the Eyedropper Tool, which allows you to pick colors out of an image you already have in your slide and use those to fill other objects, such as shapes. And what this gives you is a really nice color palette where everything ties in together. So think about consistency when you're putting together your slides. When thinking about using animation, less is more. Over the years, I've seen some pretty crazy PowerPoint presentations with lots of crazy animation. And the rule here is that try and stick to just 1 or 2 types of animation. You don't want to combine lots of different animations all on one slide because then your presentation really starts to look unprofessional. So instead of what I've just shown you there, maybe think about doing this in a slightly different way. If I want to animate these bullet points, I might consider just using a really nice fly-in from the left. Or maybe I want to use a nice fade-in instead. So make sure that you're not going too crazy with your animation and you're just sticking to 1 or 2 styles per slide. Tip number 11, consider using templates. Templates are a fantastic way to give yourself a head start. Instead of sitting there for 30 minutes just staring at a blank slide, not really knowing where to begin, you can jump into PowerPoint and search through the different templates. And these give you a really good place to start, and they're all completely customizable. So if you find a template that you like the look of, you can simply load it up, and then you can do things like switch out the images to make them relevant to whatever it is you're doing. You'll even find things like infographics in the PowerPoint templates section as well. And again, these can be completely customized to display whatever data is of interest to you. And you'll be pleased to know that the PowerPoint gallery in 2021 has been updated with coronavirus health and safety tips templates as well. So if it's your job at the moment to put together something like this, there is a template in PowerPoint all ready to go. Tip number 12, don't read from the slide. So often I see presenters doing this. They pretty much put everything that they want to say on the slide, which not only means that the slide ends up being very text heavy, it really kind of means that I don't really need the presenter there. I could just sit there with the presentation and read through it. The whole point of you being there is to elaborate on different points. So instead of having everything you want to say on the slide, maybe just have a few key points to remind yourself, or maybe some images. It's your job to elaborate on those and ensure that the audience's attention is always on you and not your presentation. And tip number 13, end with action points. We always want to make sure that we end our presentations on a high. And I always like to leave my audience with some action points at the end. For example, I might tell them that they need to review this presentation, practice the skills that they've learned, create their own presentation, and then share that presentation with me. So we have 4 defined action points there for people to take away. Also make sure that if you have things like social media that you'd like them to connect with you on, make sure you have a slide that has those in. And you'll also find in PowerPoint 2021, we can add QR codes to our slides as well. So if you want to direct participants to a particular website, this is a lot easier for them as they can just simply scan the QR code on their phone. So those are my top tips for putting together a really awesome PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to explore a lot of these as we go through this course. One of the things that's super important when you're using PowerPoint is to know where to go to access free resources. As we've already discussed, using imagery in your PowerPoint presentations really helps you convey your message a lot better than just a slide full of text. And long gone are the days where we can just jump onto Google, search for an image, download it, and use it. We need to be really careful of copyright and the types of images that we're using in our presentation. And I know from my own personal experience of many years of trying to find appropriate images that I can use for free in presentations that might not necessarily just be for personal use, but also for commercial use, it can be quite a painstaking task. So what I've done here is I've put together just a big long list of all of the websites that I like to go to that offer free resources that you can download and freely use in your presentations, and you don't need to worry about copyright. And I've got them all listed out here with their URL. So if you want to pause this video and maybe make a note of some of these, then please feel free to do that now. But let's quickly go through and take a look at some of these websites, because there is some important information that I need to let you know about as we go through. Now, when it comes to looking for high quality imagery and videos to use in my presentations, Pexels.com is always the first place that I come. This website is absolutely amazing, and all of the images that you can find on here are completely free to use in your PowerPoint presentations. And as you can see from some of them that we're looking at now, the images are super high quality. And one of the things I love most about this website is it has an incredibly clean and simple interface. It's not hard to figure out what to do here. We have a search bar in the middle, and we can simply search for the photo that we're looking for. And all of the photos are divided down into categories. So if I was just looking for, let's go for a landscape, I can simply type it in, hit enter, and it's going to return all of these beautiful images. If you want to use one of these, all you need to do is click on the image, and then you have a free download button in the top right hand corner. It will download to your downloads folder on your PC, and then you can simply insert it into PowerPoint. Now, if you're not sure how to do that, we are definitely going to cover that a bit later on in this course. The other thing about Pexels is that it not only contains photos, there's also videos that you can use on here as well. So you can search for videos. We have a videos tab which we can click on, and these are motion videos which can be quite nice to use sometimes in your PowerPoint presentations just to convey a simple message or add a little bit of interest. So Pexels is always the first website that I would go to. Another website that is very similar to Pexels, and you will find there is quite a bit of crossover on the images that they provide, is a website called unsplash.com. And this works along the same principle. We have just a search bar in here, and we can go in and search for some high quality photographs. So if I was to type in something like coffee and hit enter, now this is why I wanted to come into here, because notice the only images for coffee are available on iStock, and these are paid for pictures. So not all of the images on these websites are completely free. You'll get a mixture of free images and also stock photography that needs to be paid for. But I will say that I've been using both of these websites for years, and pretty much 99.9% of the time I can always find a free image related to what I'm looking for. So Pexels and Unsplash, great websites for images and video. Another website specifically dedicated to video is Cover. And this is pretty much what it says here, beautiful free stock video footage. And again, we simply have a search bar, but if we scroll down, we can take a look at some of these videos by clicking on the category. And again, these are very much in the style of motion videos. And I use these quite often in the backgrounds of slides. And I'm going to show you how you can do that a bit later on in the course. But don't forget about Cover, really good place to go for free videos. Now, another thing that I use very heavily in my PowerPoint presentations to add a little bit of interest are icons. Now, there is an icon library built into PowerPoint, but I will say that the icon library and the choice of icons that you have is pretty limited. A lot of the time I'll search for an icon and it won't be there in PowerPoint's icon library. So I always like to have a couple of backup websites that I can use if I'm searching for icons. And probably my favorite is the Noun project. So this has over 3 million icons that you can download on here. Now, again, this is a mixture of free icons and also icons that you need to pay for. So if I search for, let's go for something like, let's just search for brain. It's going to go away and it's going to find all of the icons related to brain. So if I was to click on something like this, I can choose to download it as an SVG or a PNG. Now, it's worth noting that I have a paid for account on the Noun project, so I have access to all of the options. What you'll find is that if you try and download icons for free on the Noun project, you will be limited as to the amount of editing that you can do for that icon. For example, if I had a free account, I'd only be able to download this image as a black or white image. Now, I wanted this to tie in with the theme of my slide, and I wanted a very specific color. And because I have a paid for account, I can literally choose my color or even type in the hex code. So I have a lot more flexibility. And also with a paid for account, I have access to the entire library of 3 million icons. So if you're designing presentations all the time and using a lot of icons, it's definitely worth getting a subscription to the Noun project. It's $39.99, that's US dollars, for a year's subscription. So if you do use a lot of icons, it definitely works out as value for money. But as I said, there are also free icons available on this website. Another website you can go to for icons is Ion Icons. And again, this is just a very simple search bar you can go through, and we have sort of simpler looking icons here, but they definitely do the job if you just want to add a little bit of interest to your slide. The next thing you might want to download is different fonts. Obviously, we have quite a range of standard fonts available in PowerPoint, but sometimes you might want to download a completely different font, or maybe you have a specific font that you want to use. And Font Squirrel is a great place to come to download those free fonts. Notice that underneath each one of these, we have a little link here, download OTF file, and that will allow you to download the font and install it into PowerPoint. So Font Squirrel is a great website. Also, Google Fonts is quite a good website as well if you're looking for different types of font. And another website that I actually discovered recently, which is actually really useful, is a website called fontjoy.com. And what this allows you to do is take a look at different font pairings. So for example, if I click the Generate button, it's going to generate me title font, subtitle, and body font, which all work nicely together and don't clash. So sometimes if you want to maybe use a couple of different fonts in your presentation, sometimes you don't get it quite right and you end up with fonts that really don't work well together. So I like to come in here, click the Generate button, and go through and take a look at some fonts which pair really nicely. And you can see next to each one exactly what font is in use here. And I will say that some of these are already available in PowerPoint, like Roboto is definitely there, but some of these you might have to download if you want to use them. So FontJoy, a really nice little website. And then finally, what about inspiration? Where can we go for inspiration when it comes to designing our PowerPoint presentations? Because not all of us are born designers. Sometimes we need some ideas, some inspiration, and a little bit of help. Well, I like to jump onto Pinterest and just type in PowerPoint design. And what you'll get returned is a whole bunch of different images which you can take a look at by clicking on them. And this can sometimes really just spark some inspiration in your mind by looking at what's already out there and what other people are doing. So if I'm feeling a little bit stuck and staring at a blank slide, I'll sometimes jump onto Pinterest and have a little look around to get some inspiration. So those are the main free resources that I like to use, and we will be using many of these throughout the course. If you like those, then definitely bookmark them in your browser so that they're easily accessible. Welcome to exercise 1 of this course. And in this first exercise, we're just going to set ourselves up for success. So I'd like you just to make sure that you have a working copy of a PowerPoint 2021 downloaded and ready to go. And then I'd like you to bookmark the following websites in your chosen browser: pexels.com, thenounproject.com, and unsplash.com. Because we're going to be using images from these websites throughout this course, and they're also just really brilliant websites to have quick access to. And then finally, just so you can start to get the creative juices flowing, I'd like you to go to Pinterest and just do a quick search for PowerPoint design. Have a little look through some of the designs and get an idea of the different layouts and how other people are working with PowerPoint in 2022. So this is really just to give you a little bit of inspiration before we begin. So have a go at that, and then we'll dive in to the first section. Let's start out this section by familiarizing ourselves with the PowerPoint interface. Now, if you're coming to this course from an older version of PowerPoint, or maybe you've been using PowerPoint for years, then you might not necessarily need to go through this lesson. You might want to skip onto the next one. But if you're new to PowerPoint, or if you're new to this version, then it's definitely worth running through this lesson to make sure you know what each element of the screen is and what you can expect to find there. So let's just quickly open up PowerPoint. Now, when you open up PowerPoint for the first time, you're going to be presented with what we call the Start Screen. And you only ever see this screen when you start up PowerPoint for the very first time. Notice on the left-hand side, we have a menu that says Home, New and Open. Currently, I'm clicked on Home because that's highlighted. And what we'll find on this homepage are basically recent documents, recent presentations that we've been working on. We'll also find any presentations that we've pinned. Now, if you're not sure what that means, well, you can create your own list of pinned presentations. Now, why would you want to do that when we have the recent list just here? Well, the recent list is dynamic. It changes depending on what you're working on, what you're opening. This list will constantly update with the last thing that you opened at the top. Now, it might be that you have 2 or 3 PowerPoint presentations that you use every single day, and you don't really want those moving around in the recent list. So what you can do is hover over the presentation in the recent list, and notice we have a little drawing pin icon just here. That will allow you to pin that presentation to the top of the recent list, but you'll also find it underneath pins. So it's a really quick and easy way of accessing presentations that you use frequently. So just be aware of that. Now, the amount of presentations that you can see in this recent list is very much controlled by what you have set in your PowerPoint options. So if I jump down to Options in the menu on the left-hand side and go into the Advanced page, if we scroll down, you'll see here in the Display section, I've got mine set to show the last 50 recent presentations. Now, you might think this is a bit of overkill. You might want to modify this. That is entirely up to you. Now, notice when I cancel out of this page, it doesn't take me back to that start screen. It takes me straight into PowerPoint. And this is what I mean. You only ever get to see that start screen when you first start up PowerPoint. Now, what you'll also find on this homepage is just quick access to different PowerPoint templates and also a blank presentation template. And if we click this little More Themes link over on the right-hand side, this is going to take us into the new page, and this is where we can find all of our templates if we wish to use one. So if I don't want to start just with a blank presentation, I could take a look through some of the templates that are already available in PowerPoint. So for example, if I was to click, let's try this one here, Orange Burst. I can see that this is a template that's been provided by Microsoft. If I click on the Create button, it's going to open this template in PowerPoint, and I basically have a starting point. I can just go in, I can make changes to the text, I can switch out the picture if I want to, but it just means I'm not starting from a blank slide. So there are plenty of templates in PowerPoint for you to use if you wish to, and all of the templates are divided down into different categories. So if you're looking for business templates, I can click on Business just here, and I get some really nice business templates that I can use. Now, we're going to talk more about templates a bit later on, but just be aware that they live in the New area. And then finally, on this start screen, we have an Open button. And this is, as you would expect, where we can go if we want to open existing presentations. What you'll see on the right hand side are again the most recent presentations, so that's nice and quick to open them from here by double clicking. We can also see any recent folders that we've saved in, which can be very helpful. But if you just want to browse your C drive or maybe your subfolders on your PC, you do have a browse option just here, which is going to open up File Explorer, and you can go through and open your presentation from there. If you do have OneDrive installed, then you're going to be able to see your OneDrive just here as well. So if you have presentations that you need to open from there, you can access them underneath Personal. And then right at the bottom of this left-hand menu, we have the Account button. Now, this is just going to give me some information about the product that I'm using, in this case, Office Professional Plus 2021. And I can also do things like sign out of my account. I can change my background theme, and this just really relates to, I don't know if you can see up in the top right hand corner, I have different things being displayed as I hover over these. So this is kind of just a little fun thing really. I'm going to leave mine on clouds. I could also change my office theme. So currently I'm using colourful. I could choose dark grey if that's a bit easier on my eyes. I could go for black. I could go for white, or I could use my system settings. Now, in general, I tend to use colourful. And we can also see any connected services here as well. So I have 2 OneDrive accounts, which I've connected to make it a lot easier for me to open documents from my OneDrive. So if you do want to add your OneDrive account, you can simply click on Add Service, and then you can choose OneDrive or OneDrive for Business. We then have a feedback page, so you can send some feedback to Microsoft if you want to. And then we have our PowerPoint options. And this is basically where you can come to customize how your copy of PowerPoint works. Now, we have a whole lesson on this a bit later on, so for the time being, I'm just going to click on Cancel. Now, once again, it's jumped me straight into PowerPoint as opposed to back to that start screen. But that's not a problem. If we click on the File tab, you can see we get something very similar to that start screen, but we have a few extra options. And this is what we call the Backstage Area. It's where you kind of perform all of your admin style tasks. It's where you come to open existing presentations, create new ones, save, print, share, export, all of those good things, which we're going to go through later on in this course. But what we are going to do is we're going to jump across to New, and we're going to select Blank Presentation, because I want to finish out this lesson just by taking you on a quick tour of the different elements of the PowerPoint window. So starting at the top, in the top left-hand corner where you can see all of these different icons, we have our Quick Access toolbar. And this is an area that you can customize, and you can add to this toolbar all of the commands that you use frequently. So it just makes them a lot quicker for you to access because you're not having to search through all the different ribbons. We then have the title of the presentation. Now mine just says Presentation 2, which is a very generic presentation name. Obviously, when we save this, we'll give it a more meaningful title. We then have a search bar. You can see the keyboard shortcut there of Alt-Q. So if you're clicked somewhere in your presentation and you want to quickly jump up to that search bar, just press Alt-Q and your cursor is going to jump straight up there. Now we can use this to search for various different things in our PowerPoint presentation. And again, we'll talk more about that a bit later on. Over on the right hand side, we just have our account information as well as 3 icons which will allow us to minimize, maximize, and also close. Now it's worth noting that this close button in the top right hand corner will close down all of PowerPoint. So if you have multiple presentations open, it's going to close all of them in one go. If you simply want to just close the presentation that you currently have open, you can do that by going to File and Close, or you can press the keyboard shortcut Control W. Let's reopen another blank presentation. The keyboard shortcut for that is Control N. Notice now the title is Presentation 3 as opposed to Presentation 2. Now underneath our title bar we have our ribbons, and each of these ribbons contain commands logically organized into groups. And in general, what you'll find on the home ribbon are all of the commands that you're going to use most frequently. So things like cut, copy, paste, changing the layout of your presentation, formatting options, paragraph options, things like that. Insert is where we go to insert things into our presentation. We have a draw ribbon. If we have a touchscreen device, that can be pretty useful. We have a design ribbon where we can change things like the overall theme. We have a transitions ribbon, so this very much deals with the effects that we use when we're moving between slides. We have all of our animations on the animations ribbon. We have a slideshow ribbon, which is where we go to set up how we want our presentation to run. We have a record ribbon, so if we want to add things like screen recordings, audio, video, things like that. The review ribbon contains things like spell check, thesaurus, comments, things like that. This is generally the ribbon that you come to at the end of your presentation. We have a view ribbon, so we can view our presentation in different ways and do things like zoom in and zoom out. And then finally, we have a help ribbon if we're looking for some extra guidance. So the ribbons you're going to be using constantly to execute commands in your PowerPoint presentation. Now underneath that, on the left-hand side, we have the slides pane. Now this can be made bigger or smaller just by dragging this in or out. And as we build our presentation, we're going to see all of our different slides appearing in here. Currently, we only have one. And then in the middle, we're going to see the larger version of whatever slide we have selected in the slides pane. And then finally at the bottom, we have our status bar. Now the status bar can show us useful information, but it's also where we can come to do things like quickly change the view, zoom in and zoom out, and also view things like comments and notes that we might have attached to this slide. So that is the basic interface that you're going to be working in when you're building a presentation in PowerPoint. Make sure that you're familiar with it and that you have a rough idea where to go to access different commands. One of the biggest time-saving features in PowerPoint is the Quick Access toolbar. And it's not only a great time-saving feature in PowerPoint, it's a great time-saving feature across all of the Microsoft applications, because you will find this in Excel, in Word, in Outlook, across all of them. Now, the Quick Access toolbar is located in the very top left-hand corner of your PowerPoint window. And it's this here, this little toolbar that you can see with these little icons on it. Now, what exactly is this Quick Access toolbar? Well, it's a way that we can quickly access commands that we use frequently. Because sometimes it can be quite a pain to have to hunt around in these different ribbons searching for the command that you want. What you can do is just simply add it to the Quick Access toolbar to make it quick and easy to find. So in this lesson, I just want to highlight a couple of things about this Quick Access toolbar and also show you how you can customize it. The first thing to note here is that we have some default icons on our Quick Access toolbar. Now, the icons you see by default might be different to the icons that I see, but everyone will always have the Save button, Undo, and Redo by default on that Quick Access toolbar. Now, what you'll notice is that at the end here, we have a little drop down, and if I hover my mouse over it, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. That's going to open up a menu, and you can see ticks next to the commands that I already have on my Quick Access Toolbar. And what you'll notice is that some of these other ones, which have been deemed popular commands in PowerPoint, I can simply add to my Quick Access Toolbar by selecting them. So if I choose New, I now have quick access to creating a new PowerPoint presentation. Maybe I email a lot of presentations. I might want to add this button to the toolbar as well. And I can go through just selecting from this list. Now that's all well and good, but we only have a select number of commands available in this drop-down. What about if I want to add something completely different? Maybe I want to add Insert Picture to my Quick Access toolbar. Well, there are a couple of ways that we can do this. The first way is that we can just simply add it from the ribbon. So all we would need to do is go to the Insert tab. I want to add Insert Pictures, so I can right-click on the icon and I have Add to Quick Access Toolbar available just here. And as soon as I do that, you can see that it's been added, and I can then go in and choose what I want to add. So you can basically right-click on any icon on any ribbon and add it to your Quick Access toolbar. Now, it's also worth noting that not every single command available in PowerPoint can be seen on a ribbon. And in fact, there are many hidden ribbons that you don't see until you're clicked on a relevant item in your presentation. So what about if I want to add one of those commands to my Quick Access toolbar? Well, this is not a problem. Again, we can click the drop down, and all the way at the bottom, we can go to More Commands. Now, this is going to jump us into our PowerPoint options. And we went in here briefly in a previous lesson when we were checking how many recent presentations or how many recent documents we were displaying. Now, one of the tabs in PowerPoint options is Quick Access Toolbar. So this is where you can come to fully customize what you're seeing on that QAT. Notice on the right-hand side, I'm currently seeing all of the commands that I have on my Quick Access Toolbar. And if I want to remove any of these, I can also do that from here as well. So for example, if I select email, I can click remove in the middle to get rid of it. Let's go for new file. Let's remove that as well. And I'm going to remove insert pictures also. What I'm also going to remove is touch mouse mode because I'm not using a touch device, and so I don't really need this on my QAT. Let's click on remove. Now what I want to do is go through and maybe add commands that are relevant to the types of things that I do. And you'll find all of your commands on the left-hand side of the screen. Now, currently, I'm only displaying popular commands. If I want to see every command that's available in PowerPoint, I could choose all commands from this drop-down. And it takes a couple of seconds to load them up because there are so many of them, but I'm going to see all commands listed out in alphabetical order to make them a little bit easier to find. So if I scroll through this list, I know that I am always aligning objects on my slide. So I want to add some of my most used alignment tools to my quick access toolbar. So I'm going to say, let's go for align left. Let's select it and click on the add button in the middle to move it over to the right. I'm going to choose align right. Let's add that as well. And let's go for align top also. Let's click on add. And I might as well add align bottom while I'm here. So very easy to add your commands. Now that I've added those, I might look at this list and think, actually, you know what? I want to reorder this a little bit. Maybe I want all of these alignment commands to show on the QAT after redo. Well, this is where we can use our arrows to the right-hand side to reorganize this list of commands and change the order. Now you have to do these one at a time, so let's select align left. I'm going to move that up 2, and I'm going to carry on just moving these up just to reorganize the commands on the QAT. Now something else I might want to do just to give my quick access toolbar a little bit of structure is add some separators to separate different groups of commands. Now you'll find separators at the top of every single one of these lists. So I'm currently clicked on all commands, but if I was to go to popular commands, the first item in that list is also separator. So I'm going to add 2 separators. So let's click add twice, and I'm now going to move these into position. So I think I want to separate save, undo, and redo from my alignment utilities. So let's select the separator and move it up. And I think that looks pretty good. Once you're happy with the quick access toolbar, click on the OK button and it's going to completely update. So now take a look at what I have. I have save, undo and redo, then we have a separator, then I have my alignment tools, then another separator, then I have my run slideshow, and then I have my new slide. Now the final thing I want to mention here is that you do have a little bit of control as to where this quick access toolbar is positioned. So currently I have mine showing above my ribbons, which is the default, but if I want to put it underneath my ribbons, I can click the drop down again, and then the last option in this list is show below the ribbon. And this in general is where I tend to prefer to have my QAT positioned, but again, this is entirely personal preference. It's also worth noting that aside from right-clicking on any command to add them to the quick access toolbar, you can also right-click on any command on the quick access toolbar and remove it from there very simply as well. So that is what the quick access toolbar is, how you can customize it, and how you can change its position. In this lesson, we're going to do a quick overview of some of the fundamental skills that you need in PowerPoint in relation to opening, closing, and saving presentations. Now, currently we have a presentation open. It's just a blank presentation. We haven't added anything to it yet. And if you take a look up in that title bar, we just have the rather generic name of Presentation 3. And PowerPoint will just give your presentations a generic name until you save them as something a bit more meaningful. Now, what if I decide that actually I don't want to use this presentation? Well, I'm going to need to close it down. Now, because I haven't saved it, it's not going to ask me to do anything. It will just close it down if that's the option that I choose. Now, when it comes to closing presentations, there are a couple of different methods that you can use. As we mentioned previously, if you go up to the very top right-hand corner, notice we have a big cross, and when I hover over, it says close. Now, if I was to click this, it's going to close my presentation, but it's going to close every other presentation that I have open as well. Now, that's fine if you want to just close down at the end of the day. That is perfect. You can click that, and it means you're not having to close each individual presentation. But if you just simply want to close the presentation that you have open on the screen, you don't really want to click that button. Instead, you'll need to go into the File tab. Remember, this is our Backstage area, and we have a Close option just here. There's also a keyboard shortcut for close, so if you're somebody who loves to use keyboard shortcuts, you can press Control W, and that's just going to close it down. Now, notice all of PowerPoint closed down when I did that. And that's because I only had one presentation open. If I had multiple open, it would simply just close down that one presentation. So let's reopen PowerPoint, and we're going to create another new blank presentation. Now again, there are a couple of ways that you can do this. You can choose blank presentation from the Home tab, or you can go to the New page and choose blank presentation from here. If you're already in a presentation and you want to create another one, you could also use the keyboard shortcut of Control-N. That's going to give me presentation 2. And then if I minimize that down, I have presentation 1 underneath. Now, what about if I want to open an existing presentation as opposed to create a new one? Well, again, we can jump up to the File tab and go down to Open. And from here, we have numerous different options. I can choose a presentation that I've opened recently from the list. I could maybe browse to a folder that I've saved into recently and find my file that way. I can select it from OneDrive if I have it saved in one of those folders, or alternatively I can just click on Browse, which is going to open up File Explorer, and I can find my presentation from there. Now I'm going to go back to Recent, and all I need to do here is simply double click to open one from my recent list. So let's open a presentation that I used for a webinar a couple of weeks ago. So really nice and straightforward. Again, if I want to close this presentation, I can press Control-W to get rid of that. And now I'm back into presentation 2. So now we have this presentation, let's save it. And we're just going to give this a very simple name of My First Presentation. Now again, a few different ways that we could do this. We could click on the Save button on the Quick Access toolbar, or we could use Control-S. Now there's an important distinction to make here when this is a file that hasn't been saved before. So notice this is a brand new file, I haven't saved it previously. If I just click the Save button or press Control-S, it's going to ask me to save this file as a name. If I've already got a saved file open and I click on the Save button, it's just going to save my latest changes back to that file name. So the Save button does operate slightly different depending on if this is a file that's already been saved or one that you're saving for the first time. So aside from clicking on that button, let's just click on Cancel there for a moment. I could jump up to File to go into the Backstage area again, and notice I have Save and Save As. Now again, because I'm saving this for the first time, it doesn't matter which one of these I choose, it's going to ask me to save it as a particular file name. So I'm going to say I want to save it. Let's browse for a folder to save it into, and I'm going to save this into the Course Files folder. And now I can give my presentation a name. Notice that the file extension is .pptx. That is the default that will be assigned to all of your PowerPoint presentations unless you specify a different extension from the drop-down. And again, we're going to talk more about this a bit later on. For the time being, let's just call this My First Presentation and click on Save. PowerPoint's going to save it to the folder that I specified, and now if you take a look up in the title bar, we have a new name for our presentation. Notice that now that I've saved this, my save icon has changed. Now I get this little circular icon on top of the save icon, which basically just means from this point onwards, whenever I click this button, it's just going to save any updates that I've made. So maybe if I added something like, I'm just going to put title in here. If I want to save this, I can click the Save button or I can press Control-S, and that's going to save my latest changes back to this file name. So that's the very simple process of creating new presentations, closing presentations, and also saving presentations. Earlier on in this section, we started to briefly talk about PowerPoint templates. And what we found out is that we can find all of the templates available in PowerPoint underneath the New page. And all of these templates are divided down into categories, or if we're looking for a specific template, we can simply type a search term into the search bar. So maybe I'm looking for a sales pitch. I could type in pitch, click the magnifying glass, it's going to search through those templates and return me a list of templates that are relevant to what I'm doing. Now, there are a couple of important things that you need to know if you choose to work with a template. So what we're going to do is we're just going to load up one of these to use as our example. So I think I'm going to go for this one here, the restaurant pitch deck. Let's click on it. I can see here a little bit of information about this template. I can see who's providing this template, so in this case Microsoft, and I can also see the download size as well. So let's click the Create button, which is going to load this template into the main PowerPoint window. Now, what you'll immediately notice is that it's loaded the template, but also on the right-hand side, we have the Help pane pop open. And this is just designed to help you when it comes to editing this template. So we have some information about how to edit a presentation, add your own pictures, so on and so forth. So you could choose to read through this, or alternatively, you can just close down this pane by clicking on the cross. So now notice that we have all of the different thumbnails or the different slides loaded into that slides pane. And we have a lot of different styles applied to this particular theme. But notice that despite the fact that each of these slides is different, the colors are consistent, the style is consistent, the font is consistent. So everything looks really nicely tied together. Now, templates are really designed to give you a starting point when designing your presentation. Obviously, when you open a template, such as this one for a pitch deck, this is very much tailored towards the restaurant industry. And it might be that you work in a completely different industry and these images aren't really representative of the industry that you work in. So obviously, we need to make changes to this template in order to make it relevant. But it's a lot easier starting from a template than just starting from a blank presentation. For example, I could switch out this particular image. If I click on the image, notice I get a picture format ribbon where I could choose to change the picture. I can edit the text. I could change the font of the text. I could change the background color if I wanted to. So everything in the template is completely customizable. So what you can do is load up this template. You can make your changes, maybe brand it with your company colors. And then if you want to reuse that template, you can save it as a template file. So let's take a look at that. Now I'm going to make a minor change to this template. I'm just going to change the title here to, let's just change it to My Restaurant. And I'm going to take that font size down a little bit so it all fits nicely on one line. So I've made a very minor change to this template. Now, if I want to reuse this over and over again, I need to save this as a template. So let's go up to File, down to Save As, and we're going to jump straight into Browse. And it's important that when you are saving a template that you do come into Browse, because this is going to give us access to the Save As type drop-down. Because in order to save a file as a template, you need to change it to this file extension just here, PowerPoint template. It's a .potx file. Now notice as soon as I change that file type, it jumps me to the Custom Office Templates folder. Now I would recommend that you save all of the templates that you create into the default, which is Custom Office Templates. And I'll show you why in a moment. Now you don't necessarily have to, you could go through and choose your own folder to save this into, but there are some advantages to saving it into the default. So I'm going to choose the default folder, which is Documents, Custom Office Templates. Let's change the file name. I'm going to call this Restaurant Pitch Template and click on Save. Let's close down the file. So I'm going to go up to File and down to Close. Now if I want to reuse that template, I can go to File and into New, and then underneath this Personal tab, I should find the template that I've just saved. And it's actually this one just here. It's not showing a particularly nice thumbnail, but I could right click and choose Preview to make sure that that is the correct one, which it is. So my template is now listed underneath this Personal section. And the reason why it's listed there is because I saved it into the Custom Office Templates folder. If I just saved the template into one of my own folders or a OneDrive folder, something like that, I wouldn't be able to see it underneath Personal. So I always like to save into that custom folder because it just makes it a lot quicker for me to access all of my templates. So if I now select this template and click on Create, it's basically going to create a new presentation for me. Take a look at the title, Presentation 4, and I can now work on this template. So all of the changes that I make from now on are not going to be resaved over the old template, because each time you select it, you create a new document. If I then wanted to make further changes to this, I could then save it back into the Custom Office Templates folder if I wanted to, as a different type of template. So just be aware of that. Templates are made to be reused over and over again. And if you save them to the Custom Office Templates folder, you're going to be able to access them easily underneath that Personal tab. We briefly mentioned in a previous lesson that you can customize the way that your copy of PowerPoint works through PowerPoint options. So I want to just take a little bit of a deeper dive in there so you know exactly where to go in order to change some of the settings. So you're going to find your PowerPoint options underneath the File tab. Yes, we are going back into the Backstage area again. And all the way at the bottom, we have Options. Now this is going to open up your PowerPoint options. We have numerous different sections in here. So let's take a look at some of the things that you might want to change. Now in the first group here underneath General, where we have User Interface Options, a couple of things I'd point out in here. You could choose to not show the mini toolbar on selection. Now you might be wondering to yourself, well, what exactly is the mini toolbar? Let me show you. Let's cancel out of here. Now if I was to select a piece of text, notice that as soon as I select it, I get this little mini floating toolbar. And this just gives me quick access to some of the most common formatting features. Now, some people really like this, some people don't. They feel it gets in the way. If you are one of those people, then you can choose to turn off the mini toolbar, and that is exactly what that option controls. So if you dislike that, you can untick it from here. One thing that I would always leave turned on is Enable Live Preview. So again, for example, if I wanted to see what different themes were going to look like on my presentation, when I hover over the themes in the themes gallery, it's going to show me a live preview as to what that theme is going to look like without me actually having to click on it to select it. So I find that really useful. It works the same for fonts as well. So if you have a piece of text highlighted and you want to see what that text looks like using different fonts, you can simply hover your mouse over the font and you'll see the live preview. So I would always keep that turned on. Another thing you might want to define is your screen tip style. Now I have mine set to show feature descriptions in Screentips, but you do have a couple of other options in here. For example, if I was to select Don't Show Feature Descriptions in Screentips and click on OK, if I now hover over one of my commands, can you see as I hover over font, I just get the screen tip that says font color. If I hover over Format Painter, it just says Format Painter. Now I actually like to have a bit of a fuller description in those screen tips because sometimes I'm not exactly sure what a command does, and that screen tip can be really helpful. So if we go back into Options, I'm going to choose to set this back to show feature descriptions in Screentips. So now when I hover over Format Painter, I get a lot more information about that particular command. But if you don't like those or you feel that they waste a little bit of room, then you can choose to even turn them off entirely. If we scroll down, you can see I've got my information just here. I always like to make sure that's correct. And then you can also customize your Office background and your Office theme. If we jump across to the proofing page, this is where you can set up your autocorrect options. And again, we'll go into that in a bit more detail later on. And also how PowerPoint is going to handle spelling errors whenever it comes across them. Now, a couple of things I would always turn on in here. At the bottom, make sure you have check spelling as you type turned on. That means that if you make a spelling error, it's going to be flagged straight away and you're going to get the option to fix it as you go through. Let's jump across to the Save page. Well, this is very important where it says save auto recover information every 10 minutes. So unlike PowerPoint for Microsoft 365, which is automatically saving all the time, when you're using these standalone applications like 2021, it doesn't do that. So you need to remember to save. Now, I would always set this auto recover information to 5 or at most 10 minutes so that if your PowerPoint does crash, you're only going to lose at most 5 to 10 minutes of work. So set this to whatever you feel is appropriate for you. Also note underneath that if your PowerPoint does crash, any files that have been recovered are going to be saved in this location here. Again, you might want to change this to a completely different folder. Let's jump across to language. Well, in here, it should have already picked up your language that's in use when you're using Windows. But if you need to work in 2 languages, like I do sometimes I need to create documents with American spelling, and sometimes I need to create documents with British spelling. Believe it or not, the same language, but lots of differences. So I generally tend to have both languages installed and then switch between them. So if that's something that you also need to do, you have an add language button there just to add that in. If we jump across to accessibility, this is a way you can ensure that your documents are accessible to everyone. So for example, you can provide feedback with sound for people who are sight impaired. Or maybe for people who are hearing impaired, you want to make sure that you're showing feature descriptions in Screentips so they can see that on the screen. And also things like shortcut keys as well. So always good to check your accessibility options. If we go into advanced, this is where we have the main bulk of our options. And I really would encourage you to go through each of these and just review, make sure that everything is set up correctly. I will say that most of the time I tend to stick with the default settings. There'll just be a few things that I customize. For example, as we saw before, the number of presentations that I see in my recent presentations list. Now I'm actually going to put this down to 25 because 50 is a little bit too much. I also like to make sure that I have my vertical ruler showing in my PowerPoint presentations, which can be very useful if you're doing things like alignment. So make sure you go through all of these in this advanced section. On the next page, we have customize ribbons. So again, we're going to come on to this a bit later on, but this is where you can come if you want to make changes to the commands and the groups that you're seeing on the ribbons, or even create your own custom ribbons with your own commands, which is very exciting. And we're going to see how to do that towards the end of this course. We then have the quick access toolbar page. We've already had a good look around here in one of the previous lessons. And then finally, we have add-ins. So if we have any add-ins installed, we'll be able to see them in there. And then finally, add trust center settings. And again, this is something we'll cover a bit later on, but it mainly relates to security settings surrounding opening external presentations. Sometimes you have to be quite careful about where your presentation comes from. You want to make sure that you're not opening anything that's going to cause any harm to your PC or maybe unleash a virus on your company network. So this is kind of where we can go to control all of those types of things. So that is your PowerPoint options. Definitely worth having a look through there and customizing where necessary. It's now time to do exercise 2, where we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to show the quick access toolbar below the ribbon. I'd then like you to add the following commands to the quick access toolbar: bold, icons, run slideshow from current slide, and set up slideshow. And you can see there I've added the icons to help you identify them. I'd then like you to organize the quick access toolbar logically into groups using separators. Once you've done that, I'd like you to practice working with templates. So first, I'd like you to search for and load the financial pitch deck template. And you can see a screenshot of exactly what that looks like below. I'd like you to make some minor edits to this template, so I'd like you to change the title to My Pitch Deck and add your name as the author. I'd then like you to save this template into the default templates folder as mypitchdeck.potx. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to move the quick access toolbar to below the ribbon. So let's jump up and click on the down arrow, and we're going to choose Show Below the Ribbon. I then asked you to add 4 different commands to the quick access toolbar. And there are a few different methods and ways that you can do this, so I don't mind which method you used. The first one I wanted you to add was bold, so I'm going to right click, Add to Quick Access Toolbar. I asked you to add icons. Let's add to Quick Access Toolbar. And then on the slideshow ribbon, I wanted you to add play from current slide and also set up slideshow. I then asked you to organize these commands logically using separators. So for this, we need to jump into the back end. So we're going to go to More Commands to open up PowerPoint options. I'm going to make sure that I have a separator selected, and I'm just going to add a couple of these in and then move them into position. So we're going to separate off the first 3. I'm then going to move this one up to separate off bold and insert icons from the slideshow commands. Click on OK, and we now have an organized QAT. The next part of this exercise was working with templates. So I asked you to search for and open the financial pitch deck template. So we need to go to File and New, and now we can search down here. So I'm going to type in pitch deck. You could have typed in financial pitch deck, and it's this one just here. Let's click and choose Create. I then asked you to make some minor edits to this template, and I asked you just to modify the text in these 2 text boxes on the first slide. I then asked you to save this template into the default templates folder. So let's jump up to File and down to Save As. I'm going to go to Browse, and as soon as we change the Save As type to a POTX file extension, it's going to jump us into the correct folder. We're going to save as my pitch deck. Now I can see I've got a spelling mistake in there, so let's just remove that and click on Save. And I need to just correct that on that title slide as well. But that is pretty much it. That is all I needed you to do for this exercise. Hope you got on okay with that. I will see you in the next one. So it's time now to really get going on building our presentation. And I'd like to start out in this lesson by just talking a little bit about one of the fundamental concepts that you need to get your head around in PowerPoint, and that is slide layouts. Because this is something that you're going to encounter every time you add a brand new slide to your presentation. Now, I'm just going to work in the presentation that we created in one of the previous lessons. Currently, we just have one slide. Now, one thing that you'll notice about this slide is that it has on it what we call placeholders. And those are these rectangular boxes that you can see here. And I can select each one of them simply by clicking on the text. And that's exactly what these placeholders hold on this particular layout. They hold text. You can see the top one is basically a placeholder for me to add a slide title, and the one underneath is a placeholder for me to add a subtitle. And this is just a really nice quick way of me being able to input a title and a subtitle and make sure that they're centered on the slide. So let's just change this title. I'm just going to call it My First Presentation. And then in the subtitle, I'm going to add my name underneath. Nice and simple. We just need to type. Notice that when I click away, those text boxes disappear. When I click on the text, they reappear again. So what exactly are these placeholders? Well, these are related to the layout that I'm using on this first slide. Now, how do we find out what layout we're using? Well, we can jump up to the Home tab. In the Slides group, notice we have a layout drop-down. And you can see that currently I'm using a title slide layout. So in general, this is the layout you would use when you want to just add, as it says, a title to your presentation. But notice that we have lots of other different types of layout that we can apply to our slides. Now, what I can do from this layout drop-down is I can actually change the layout of this particular slide. So maybe I decide that now I just want the title only. I don't need a subtitle. I could change it to the title only layout. Now, because I already have text, it does its best to try and work that out, but it's giving me my title at the top, and I'm probably going to want to delete out this particular placeholder simply by selecting it and pressing delete. So now I have the title only layout applied to this presentation. What about if I was to change it to title and content? I get something completely different. So I still have my title placeholder, but now I also have a content placeholder. And in the middle here, this is a quick way to add a table, a chart, smart art, pictures, things like that. So the idea behind these layouts is to really give you a bit of a head start on the layout of your slide and also help you quickly add content to your slide as well. Also notice that it's giving me bulleted text as well. So this layout basically assumes that I either want to type some bulleted items, or maybe I want to insert a picture, a table, a graphic, something like that. Now I don't want to do any of those things. I'm going to switch it back to title slide. So that is how you can change the layout of an existing slide. What we can also do is in the same group, we can add a new slide and choose the layout that we want to use. So maybe on the next slide, I want a to content layout. If I click this, it gives me a title placeholder, and then I have 2 content placeholders where I can choose to add text or maybe add something else like a table or a picture. Now it's worth remembering that each slide that you add to your presentation must have a layout applied to it, even if you're using the blank layout. So if we click back on slide number 2 and go back up to layout, notice that we have a blank just here. So if you just want to start from scratch and you don't want any placeholders or anything on the slide, you can choose blank layout. And I will say that for me, when I'm designing presentations, I tend to mostly start with a blank layout these days. I used to start with these different slide layouts, but now I tend to like to design mine from scratch. So in general, I'll use blank fairly frequently. Now, of course, if we go back to slide 1, we aren't restricted with these layouts as to the type of font and things that we can add. If I wanted to add a picture to this slide, I could. If I wanted to change the font, I could do that as well. Now, when you have placeholders, if I want to change the font of my first presentation, I could highlight the text, go up to the Home tab and change the font, or I could just select the placeholder. Then if I go up and change the font to, let's change this to, let's go for Lato. This is one of my favorite fonts. I'm going to go for Lato Black. And there we go. So I don't necessarily have to highlight the text. Let's put my name back in here again. And let's change this. If I select the text box, and let's go up and change the font. So this time we're going to choose Lato again, but we're not going to go for Lato Black. We're going to go for Lato, like so. Notice that everything is nicely aligned in the middle, and I haven't really had to expend too much effort to do that. So there are some advantages to using these different content layouts. So be aware that they're there. Be aware that in order to change the layout of an existing slide, you go to the layout drop-down. If you want to create a new slide with a different layout, you go to the new slide drop-down. Now that we've got a couple of slides added to this first presentation, let's take a look at how we can add new slides, delete slides, and organize our slides. Now, currently, I have 2 slides in my presentation. If I want to add a brand new slide, we've already seen we can jump up to the new slide drop-down and choose a specific layout. So if I choose another blank layout, I'm going to get another slide. Now notice that as you add slides, they're all numbered 1, 2, 3, so on and so forth. Now what about if I want to duplicate or copy a slide? We have 2 options here. So let's say I want to make another copy of slide 1. What I could do is right click on the slide and I could choose to copy it. And then I can go somewhere else in my presentation, and you can see that wherever I click, I get that red line. I could right click and then I can choose a paste option. So I'm going to select paste and it's going to paste that slide in. So copy and paste is a perfectly valid way of making a duplicate of a slide. You can also use the keyboard shortcuts Control-C to copy and Control-V to paste if you prefer. If we want to delete a slide, again, we can use our right-click menu and we have a delete slide option in the contextual menu. Alternatively, we can just select the slide and press the delete key on our keyboard. Now, I showed you the method of copying and pasting, but the method that I use most often if I want to make a copy of a slide is duplicate. I just find it a little bit quicker. What you can do here is just press the keyboard shortcut Control-D, and that's going to create a duplicate of your slide. You can then move that slide into its correct position by simply dragging and dropping. So I can pick up this slide and I can just drag it down and drop it in its correct location in the presentation. So Control-D is a great little keyboard shortcut that I find myself using all the time. Alternatively, if you go to the right-click menu, you can see that you also have that operation in there as well. Speaking of this right-click menu, whilst we're in here, we can also add a new slide from here as well. So I can click that and I'm going to get a new slide. I can also change the slide layout. So if I want to have this as a title and content slide, I can do that from there as well. So don't forget about that right-click menu, because you can access many of the relevant options in there as well without having to go to the ribbon. Now I'm just going to delete out that slide that we just added so that we just have these four. What else can I do in here to organize my slides? Well, I could create sections for them as well. Now, sections are particularly useful if you have a much longer presentation. It's nice to be able to organize them into logical sections, and sections enable you to kind of hone in on the information that you're interested in. So what I could do here is maybe I want these first two slides to be part of the introduction section and the second two slides to be about the team. So I can select these first two slides, hold down Shift to make multiple selections, and then I can jump up to the section drop down and choose Add Section. Notice it says Untitled Section at the top, and I can now give my section a name. So I'm going to call this Introduction and choose Rename. I can do the same with the remaining two, so let's hold down Shift to select both of them, up to Section, Add Section, and this one is going to be called The Team. And let's click on Rename. And I could go through and carry on adding sections to give my presentation some structure. What it also allows me to do when I have sections in my presentation is I can collapse the section and really just focus on the parts of the presentation that I'm interested in. So this can be particularly useful. You can also collapse up all of the slides and just see those high-level headings if you want to. Now, if you want to make any modifications to these sections, maybe you decide that you want to change the name, again, you can right-click and you're going to have some options in there. So I can choose to rename the section. I can remove the sections and the slides all in one go, or I can choose to remove all sections in the presentation. I can move the section up, I can collapse all, or expand all. So if I choose collapse all, everything's going to be collapsed up. Expand all, it's going to come back again. Now what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to say remove all sections because I don't really want to add those as yet. One final shortcut key to show you here, if you want to quickly add a slide, you can press Ctrl M and that's going to give you another slide, and it will be based on the previous slide's layout. So because my previous slide was a blank, I'm getting a blank. If I click on my first presentation and do Ctrl M, I'm going to get the same layout as slide number 3. So just be aware of that when you're using that particular keyboard shortcut. The final button to point out in this little slides group up here is the reset button. And if we hover over, we're going to be able to see the screen tip for this. And it says that it resets the position, size and formatting of the slide placeholders to their default settings. So for example, on this first slide, I changed the font that's in use. So if I click on the reset button, you can see that it's going to reset it back to the font that was in use when I added this slide. And that's going to be the default font of Calibri Light. Reset's particularly useful if you've moved placeholders around and made quite a lot of changes and you just really want to reset it back to how it was originally in the layout. That's when that reset button can be super useful. One thing you might find yourself having to do fairly frequently is import slides from other presentations. So what exactly do I mean by that? Well, I know that when I worked at large corporations, quite often they might receive a presentation from a client that they need to incorporate into their sales pitch or something along those lines. So they want to bring in a few slides from the client presentation into their sales pitch. And what happens a lot of the time is that they will just simply try and copy and paste the slide, and then they'll come across all kinds of formatting issues. Because it might be that the client is using a completely different slide size. Maybe they're using a specific font that doesn't exist in your copy of PowerPoint. Maybe they're using images that you don't have access to, things like that. So all of these things you need to be careful of when you're importing slides in. Now, with all that said, you can just copy and paste slides from one presentation to another. So let's take a look at that first, and then I'll show you another method. So I've very quickly opened up another PowerPoint presentation. And this is actually the one that I use for the titles of these lessons in this course. And you can also see some of the slides that I used in the introduction. So what about if I want to copy and paste a couple of these into my presentation? Well, as I said, you can copy and paste. So if I take slide 2, for example, I could right click, I could choose copy, and then I can go over to my slides pane, right click, and you can see I have a few different paste options. Now the first one says use destination theme. So whatever theme I have in use in this presentation, the slide that I'm copying in is going to take on that theme. Now remember, that might cause some changes to the original slide. What I could do is I could keep the source formatting. So if I want to keep whatever formatting is in use in the original, this is the option I would choose. Or I can choose to paste just as a picture. Now the problem when you paste it as a picture is that it becomes uneditable. You're effectively working with a picture of the slide as opposed to individual objects on a slide. So I would say that usually I don't choose this option. Now I'm going to choose the second one, keep source formatting. Let's click it and copy across. Now if we maximize this, I can see that it's come across pretty much exactly the same as the original. Notice that as I copied that across, I now get this little tag underneath, which gives me some more paste options. So again, it's telling me I can choose to use the destination theme, or I can choose to convert it to a picture. Now, if I choose use destination theme, you can see in this case, it doesn't really change anything on the slide. It still looks exactly the same as the original. But it's worth noting that sometimes when you do this, you're going to notice changes depending on the formatting that's in use. So just be aware of that when you're copying and pasting slides. You might need to do some rearranging of the placeholders and maybe reformatting of certain elements. But as far as editing imported slides, you can edit them in exactly the same way. So everything is still clickable. I can make changes to the text, so on and so forth. So that's one way that you can copy slides from one presentation to another. Another way of doing this is to go up to the new slide drop down, and you can choose to reuse slides. Now I can choose the slides that I want to insert. So I'm going to browse and I'm going to go to the presentation that we were just using, which is this one just here. So let's click on open. Now notice what happens in the pane on the right hand side. It loads up all of the slides that are contained within that presentation. And I can now choose which ones I want to insert. So maybe I want to insert this one, and this one. And I just have to click my mouse and it's going to add them into the presentation. Also notice at the bottom, I have an option there to keep the source formatting. So this is a much quicker way of doing things if you have lots of slides that you want to import from one presentation. Another really nice quick way to add slides to a presentation is to import slides using an outline. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, well, what exactly does that mean? Let me show you an example. Now for this, we're going to jump across to Word. Now notice here, I simply have a Word document that has some headings. And this might be a plan for each of the slides that I've put together, but I've just done it in a Word document instead. So maybe I know that I want some slide titles to be Introduction, Meet the Team, Our Services and Our Products. And then underneath we have some subheadings. So maybe I create what we call an outline in Word, and then I want to import this into PowerPoint. Now the way that I've created this outline in Word is to jump into View and use Outline View. And this is just a quick way of creating these different headings. I've saved the document as outline.docx, and if you want to give this a go, this file is saved into the Course Files folder. Now if I click on Close and go back to PowerPoint, I can use that outline to create my slides for me. So for this, we're going to go to the Slides group again, click on New Slide, and notice at the bottom we have Slides from Outline. So now I can browse for my file, here it is, outline.docx, and click on Insert. And would you take a look at that? Like magic, I now have 4 new slides created based on the outline that I created in Word. So I've got the introduction with its subheadings, Meet the Team, Our Services, and Our Products. Now let's just take a look at the layouts that have been applied to these, because we didn't specify a particular layout. So if I select the first one and jump up to layout, you can see this has a title and text layout. So there is my placeholder for the title, and there is my placeholder for the text. Now also notice here that the text that's been imported is currently showing in Times New Roman font, and it's showing in this blue color. Now that's because in the Word document the font was actually blue and I was using heading styles essentially. So it's imported them and converted them as best it can. So it might be that you now want to go in and reformat this text so that it matches your presentation. So if I wanted to change all of this to Lato font, I could go through and select each placeholder and change it to Lato, or I could very quickly replace fonts. So let's take a look at how we do that. If we go up to the Home tab, all the way over in the editing group at the end, notice we have Replace. So I'm going to go for Replace Fonts. You can see it's picked up that I have Times New Roman on this page, and then I can choose what I want to replace it with. So I'm going to say that I want to change this to, we're going to go for Lato. I'm going to scroll all the way down to L. There it is. Let's choose Lato and click on Replace. So that's a much quicker way of changing all of the fonts in my presentation. In this lesson, we're going to add a bit of color to our presentations and start taking a look at how we can change these slide backgrounds and also how we can apply themes. So let's start with the slide background. As you can probably tell, by default, when you add a slide into your presentation, the background color is simply going to be white. But it might be that you want to change that to something else. And I would say when you're thinking about changing the background color of the slide, always make sure that you adhere to those golden rules of PowerPoint presentations. Make sure that you have enough contrast between any text that you have on the slide and the background, so the background doesn't overwhelm the content of the slide. Now, in order to change the slide background, we need to go onto the Design tab. And you'll notice all the way over in the Customize group at the end, we have a Format Background option. And the Screentips says, fine-tune the formatting for your background or hide design elements from the current design. So if we click on Format Background, it's going to open this pane on the right-hand side, and we can choose how we want to fill that background. So maybe I want a solid fill color. And currently that color is set to white. But what I could do is click the drop down, and I'm going to see a palette that's divided into 2 groups, theme colors and standard colors. Now the colors that you see in the theme colors color palette are very much related to the theme that you currently have in use in PowerPoint. Now by default, you'll be using the standard Office theme in PowerPoint, and these are the colors that come with that theme. Now if you're wondering what theme you are using, Again, on the Design ribbon in the Themes group, if we click the drop down to open up the Themes gallery, you can see at the top there it says This Presentation, and if I hover my mouse over, you can see that I'm using the Office theme and it's being used by all slides. But we have many, many other themes that we can choose from in this gallery, which we're going to take a look at in a moment. But for now, we're using the Office theme, and these are the colours that come with that theme. Underneath, we then have standard colours. So these are your standard colours that aren't part of any particular theme, but you have your general red, green, orange, blue, yellow, that kind of thing down there. What you also have is a more colours option. So if you want to be very specific about the colour that you're using and you can't find it in the theme colours or the standard colours, you can choose from this little palette just here, or really get granular and choose from a custom theme palette. And you can really choose any colour from here simply by dragging your mouse over this gradient panel, and you can modify this to see if you want it lighter or if you want it darker. If you have a very specific colour that you need to use at your company, maybe you have branded colours that you need to use, you can grab the hexadecimal value from your marketing team or whoever looks after your templates, and you can simply type it in there to get the exact colour. So a myriad of different options. Now we're just going to stick with our theme colours at the moment. Let's go for a light blue. And as you would expect, that's going to apply that to the slide that we have selected. If I wanted to apply that to multiple slides, I would need to select them in the slides pane. So if I click on slide 2 and then hold down my shift key and click on slide 6, that's going to select all of the slides in between. I can then go back to my palette and choose that same light blue colour, and it's now applied to all of the slides. Notice that we also have a transparency slider, so I can drag it up to make it more transparent or drag it down to make it more opaque. What about gradient fill? Well, if I click that, I get an entirely different effect, which can look really nice in some situations. We have some preset gradients in here, so if I want to change this to a completely different colour, so let's go for maybe a lighter green, I can choose them from there. I can choose the type of gradient that I'm using. So this is really sort of the way it grades: linear, radial, rectangular. I'm sure you can see some slight changes there to the way it looks, path, so on and so forth. I can choose the direction that that shading goes, the angle, and even my gradient stop. So I can really kind of adjust how this gradient moves across this slide. And if I wanted to, I could choose to have different colours. So maybe I want it to go from a blue down to a green. If I click on this gradient stop, I can then change the colour. So let's go from a dark blue, and you can sort of see how that's starting to look. And then I can click on the next gradient stop, and maybe I want to make that a slightly lighter blue. You can see how this is kind of working. Click on the third gradient stop. Let's go for an even lighter blue. And now the whole thing's basically blue. So let's change that back to green, like so. And then I can adjust these by moving those gradient stops to get a completely different effect. So you can really get very granular with your customizations here. What about if I want to fill the background with a picture or a texture? Well, we have an option for that as well. Now, as soon as I click on picture or texture fill, it's going to fill it with the default texture, which is kind of this, I'm not really sure what that is, maybe grainy wood or something like that. But I also have a gallery of textures that I can choose from in here. So I will say that I don't think I have ever used these in a PowerPoint presentation, but if you want to, they are there as well. Something that I do use all the time is a picture as a background, and we're going to talk a lot more about this at the end of this section. What we can do is click on Insert, and then we can choose a picture. Now, just for quickness, I'm going to choose a stock image just here, and let's just insert this picture of a flower. I'm going to choose this and click on Insert. And there we go. We have a lovely background image filling this page. Now, not all images that you insert into the background will look quite as good as this. Some of them have sizing issues, some of them end up looking a bit distorted, and I'm going to show you how you can overcome all of those issues at the end of this section. But just be aware that you can fill a background with a picture or a texture. What about the final one here, pattern fill? Well, as you would expect, we have different patterns that we can choose from. And of course, we can customize the foreground color as well. So maybe I want these to be orange instead. And some of these can actually look really effective, although some of them do make you feel a little bit cross-eyed. Now also notice, let's select something not quite as harsh. Let's go for that. If I wanted this background applied to all of my slides, notice right at the bottom I have an Apply to All button. So with one click, I can just apply that to everything in my presentation. So really nice and straightforward. Now I don't want any of these fills, so I'm going to switch it back to solid fill, and I'm going to put it back to white, and I'm going to say Apply to All. The final thing I want to talk to you about in this section is just to go back very briefly to the different themes in PowerPoint. As we saw, we can click the drop down to jump into the themes gallery. I can see the theme currently in use in this presentation, and then underneath I have all of these different themes. And you can see as I hover over them, I'm getting that live preview in the background. And whilst this pane is kind of covering, you can kind of get the idea here. It's going to apply a different theme. So if I choose this one, for example, it's going to apply that theme to all slides in my presentation. Now, a theme in general will include a background, it will include fonts, and it will also include colors and effects. Now, it might be that I really like this background, but I don't particularly like the font that comes with this theme. Well, I can change that. Notice we have a variants group at the top here. So each theme has a number of different variants. So if I decide that I would prefer to have a dark red version of this theme, I can choose the dark red variant. And if I click the drop down just here, I can then choose very specifically the colors that I want to use. So maybe I want to choose something completely different. I can choose the fonts that I have in use. So maybe I would prefer to use Sego UI, and I can choose different effects. Now, these are more obvious when you have things like shapes in your presentation, because you're going to see things like shadows, reflections, things like that. But all of these things can be customized. And then finally, we have background styles at the bottom, which is really just another way of getting into a format background. These are rather plain backgrounds that you can quickly apply with the click of one mouse. So just remember that the theme that you're using is very important because it not only controls the background, the fonts that are in use, but it also controls the color palette that you have access to. If I now take a look at my home ribbon and jump into the font colors, notice that the palette of colors here is very much relevant to the new theme that I've chosen. If I switch my theme back to Standard Office and go to the Home tab, my colors are now related to that particular theme. It's time now to do exercise 3, where we're going to practice some of the skills we've learnt in relation to slides and layouts. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to create a new blank presentation. I'd then like you to add the following slides: a comparison slide, a to content slide, and also a blank slide. I'd then like you to duplicate the blank slide. So you should end up with 5 slides in your presentation when you take into account the title slide that's there by default. I'd then like you to rearrange the slides so that the to content layout slide directly follows the title slide. I'd then like you to practice adding text and content using the placeholders. So in slides 1 to 3, I'd like you to add the text that you can see in the screenshots, or your own text. That's absolutely fine. To add the image, you're going to need to download the image corporate_training.jpg from the course files folder. And again, I'd like you to use the content placeholder to insert it. I'd then like you to apply the Ion theme to all slides in the presentation, and then save the presentation to your desktop or a folder of your choice as myfirstpresentation.pptx. I'd then like you to close the presentation. That's it for this exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was to create a brand new blank presentation. And there are a couple of ways you could do this. You could open up PowerPoint and press Ctrl N. Alternatively, you can go to File and select Blank Presentation from Home, or you can go to New and select Blank Presentation from here. And you should see by default you get a title slide. I then asked you to add 3 more slides to your presentation. So we're going to go to the New Slide drop down. So we want to add a comparison slide, a to content slide, and also a blank slide. I then asked you to duplicate the blank slide. So Control D is the quickest way to do that. I then asked you to rearrange your slides so that the to content slide, which is this one just here, directly follows the title slide. So all we need to do here is drag and drop. Now the next part of the exercise was just to practice adding text and images to the first 3 slides. So let's click here. We're going to say marketing presentation, and we want to add our name underneath. On the next slide, we want this to say about us. And there is our bullet pointed text. Now, I didn't mind if you added in your own text. It's just really to practice using these placeholders. I then asked you to insert an image corporate_training.jpg. And you'll find this image in the exercise files folder. So for this, we want to use the content placeholder. So this is the one to add a picture. Let's click it. We need to navigate to the folder where we have the image stored, select it, and click on Insert. And then we just need to add text to this final slide. So this one is called Our Services. We're going to have a little subheading, What We Can Do For You. And there is our content. The next thing I asked you to do was to apply the Eye-on theme to all slides in the presentation. So for this, we need to jump up to the Design tab and find the Eye-on theme. And I think Eye-on is this one just here. So let's select it. I then asked you to save this presentation to your desktop or a folder of your choice as myfirstpresentation.pptx. So for this, we need to jump up to File, Save As. We can then browse for a folder, make sure that we have the correct file extension, and type in the file name and click Save. Now I already have one in this folder, so I'm going to replace mine, and it's as simple as that. The final thing I asked you to do was just to simply close the presentation. So you could simply use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl W, or you can go to File and Close. Now that we've established some of the basics of working in PowerPoint, it's now time to move into the Slides workshop section of the course. And this is where we're going to start to put together the presentation that we'll be using throughout the balance of this course. And just for a bit of context, the presentation that we're going to be building is a marketing presentation for a travel company. And this travel company is called Secret Adventures, and they provide adventure travel tours to customers. And we're going to start out in this section by building the title slide. And in the process of doing this, you're going to see a lot of different techniques demonstrated, and we're going to delve into the world of shapes and also text and imagery. We can then take those basic skills and build on them throughout the rest of this course. So the first thing we're going to do here is create a brand new blank presentation. Remember, you could press Ctrl N, or you can click on File, go to New, and choose Blank Presentation. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to change the slide layout, and I'm going to change it to blank, because I don't want any of those placeholders on there. And I'm also going to save my presentation. So using the Quick Access toolbar, let's click on the Save icon. Because this is the first time that I'm saving it, I'm going to be prompted to enter in a file name, and then I can choose a location to save this presentation into. I'm going to stick with this folder and click on Save. And you'll find the saved version of this file in the Course Files folder. So now it's time for us to start building out our title slide. And what I want on this title slide is I want an image in the background. So I'm going to use an image off of the website that I showed you earlier, pexels.com. So let's jump across here, and I'm just going to type in the word travel. And if we scroll through these images, I think I'm going to use this one for my title slide. So let's click on it and then click the free download button in the top right-hand corner. That's going to download it to my downloads folder, and I can then insert it through PowerPoint. So let's jump up to the insert ribbon, and in the images group we have a pictures drop down. Now this little drop down allows us to insert images that we have saved off to our device, so that might be your downloads folder, or maybe your documents folder, or your my pictures folder. We can choose from a selection of stock images, or we can browse the web for an image to use. I will say that if you're going to browse the web, you have to be quite careful that the image that you're going to use has the correct copyright attached. You can't just grab any image that you like off of Google and use that in presentations, particularly if these presentations are going to be shared with others or they're going to be used for commercial reasons. So be very careful when you're using online pictures. In general, I always like to stick to images from pexels.com. So I'm going to go to this device and let's click on the downloads folder. And there is my image. So let's click on it and click on insert. Now, do you notice one small problem with this image? It doesn't quite take up the entire background of the slide. I have this white space running down the left and right hand side. Now, what I see people doing time and time again to get around this issue is clicking on the image and then using the resize handle simply to drag this image out. Now, I will say that for some images like this one, that isn't too bad. It doesn't look particularly distorted, but it's not the correct way of resizing an image like this in order to fill that background. So let's do this the right way. I'm going to Control Z a couple of times just to undo. Now instead, what we should be doing here is utilizing the crop and fill functionality in PowerPoint. Now you'll notice that because I'm clicked on this image, I now have a new contextual ribbon. And contextual ribbons are ribbons that only appear when they're needed. So if I click my mouse off of this image and just onto the background of the slide, notice that the picture format ribbon completely disappears. As soon as I click back on the picture, I get that ribbon back. So this is the way that Microsoft kind of saves you a little bit of space by only presenting you with ribbons that are necessary at that particular time. Now everything on this ribbon is related to formatting and changing pictures. And this is where we're going to find our crop and fill utility. So what we're going to do is go all the way over to the size group at the end, and we're going to click the lower half of the crop button and we're going to choose fill. Now this will put these little black fill handles around the outside of the image, and all we need to do is drag these out to fill that white space. Once we're happy with that, we need to click the lower half of the crop button again and tell PowerPoint to fill that blank space. And what it effectively does is it zooms into the picture as opposed to distorting it. So you might find that you do lose a bit of the picture around the outside, but in general, this tends to look a lot better than stretching the image to fill the space. You can make any final adjustments by dragging up and down. And I think I want this to go about there. And then when you're happy with it, click the top half of the crop button. And what you're left with is a perfectly cropped image filling the background of the slide. If you do choose to use a high quality image in the background of your slide, there are some important points that you need to consider. For example, this is going to be the title slide of our presentation. So I probably want to have some text on this slide. Maybe I want to add my company logo and maybe a couple of other things. Now the image that I've chosen to use is quite contrasty. And what I mean by that is that we have certain parts of the image that are dark and certain parts of the image that are light. So if I was to choose to put white text over the top here, whilst that might look pretty good against the darker trees of this image, it's going to blend in a little bit with the sky and the mountains. And on the reverse of that, if I choose to use a darker text for my title, it's not really going to stand out from the darker parts of this image. And one thing you really don't want to do here is you don't want to have an image that's completely going to distract away from the text that you have on the slide. The most important thing here is the text. The image is just there really to add a little bit of interest and to convey your message. So how do we get around this problem? Well, there's a couple of things that we could do here. The first thing we could do is change the transparency of the actual image that we have in the background. We could fade this image out quite a bit so that if we put dark text over the top, it stands out more. So if I was going to use that method, I would make sure that I select the picture, go up to the Picture Format tab, and then in this Adjust group, I have a transparency option. And you can see here that I can choose different transparencies for this image, each one fading that image out a little bit more. So if you just kind of want a hint of that image peeking through, you might want to go for something that's quite transparent. Now, in general, this isn't the method that I use when I want to make an image transparent. And the reason why is because I don't really have too much control over the percentage of transparency. I only have these options just here, and I don't have as much control over the color of the image. You can see everything's just kind of fading out to a white color. So I prefer to use an alternative method that I've termed as a transparent shape overlay. Now, we haven't even discussed shapes as yet in this course. So before I show you a transparent shape overlay, let's just have a quick look at some of the basics of shapes. Now, you'll find all of your shapes on the Insert ribbon, and they're here in the Illustrations group. If we click the Shapes drop down, it opens up our Shapes gallery. And all of our shapes are divided down into different categories to make them easier to find. And you'll find that the shapes that you've recently used will be at the top of this list, again, just to aid accessibility. So this is pretty simple to add shapes. We just select the shape you want to add. For example, I'm going to click on the rectangle. Notice that as soon as I do that, my cursor changes to a crosshair and I can now start to draw my shape. Now I'm going to draw a big rectangle over the entire background image. So let's start up in the corner. I'm going to click and drag, and notice this is a real free form shape that I can draw. I'm not locked in to drawing a square or a certain size rectangle. I can pretty much draw whatever I want. So let's drag this all the way over the image and let go. Now notice that the shape is blue. And also notice that I now have a new contextual ribbon called Shape Format, which contains all of my options for changing and formatting this shape. Now, the default color of shapes that you insert into your PowerPoint presentations are again very much controlled by the theme that you have in use in your presentation. So I'm using that very basic Office theme, and this is the default shape color for that Office theme. What you also might notice, and is quite hard to see, but around the outside of this shape, I actually have a very thin outline border by default. Now, if I want to make any modifications to this shape, so maybe I want to change the color from blue to something else, or maybe I want to remove that outside border or even make the border thicker, I can do all of that from the Shape Format ribbon. Notice here in the Shape Styles group, we have a Shape Fill drop-down, which will allow me to change the color of the actual shape. I have Shape Outline, so again, I can choose a different outline color for this shape. So if I was to choose something like red, let's just do that. I could also choose the weight of that line as well. So if I wanted a really thick line, I could go for something like that. Now, I'm not going to go too much further into shapes at this stage, because we do have a whole lesson on drawing and formatting shapes. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say that I don't want any outline on this shape. And I'm also going to change the shape fill color to this dark green. And now what I can do is I can adjust the transparency of this shape as opposed to changing the image. So if I right-click my mouse and go into Format Shape from the contextual menu, this is going to open up a pane on the right-hand side, which gives me a lot more options when it comes to formatting my shapes. And there is quite a bit of crossover here. I can do things like change the shape fill and the line, but notice that I have a transparency slider here. And if I start to drag this up, it lets more of that image through, or I can drag it down to let less of the image through. So if I just want a hint of the image poking through, I really have a lot more control than using the transparency options on the picture format ribbon. So this is the method that I prefer to use. It also means that I can choose the color of this shape as well. So if I don't like green, I can choose something else. So I'm going to set this to 17%. And now if I was to put a light colored text over the top of this, we can still see a hint of that image. We're still getting our message across, but the text is still clear. Now, before we go on any further into creating this title slide, I just want to run over some of the basics of working with shapes in PowerPoint. So for this, I'm just very quickly going to insert a new blank slide. Now, as we've seen, we can access our shapes from the Insert ribbon in the Shapes gallery. And if I was to select the rectangle again, as we saw, I can draw this in very much of a free form fashion. But what if I wanted to draw a square? We don't have a square shape, we only have a rectangle. Now I could try and get it right by kind of dragging like this, but it might not be an exact square. We have the same problem if we want to insert a circle. If we go back to the Insert ribbon, go to Shapes, notice that we don't have a circle, we only have an oval. If I select this and try to draw a circle, again, it's going to be quite difficult for me to get this exactly right. So if we want to draw a square or a circle and effectively lock the aspect ratio as we're dragging, we need to hold down our Shift key as we drag those handles out. So let's do it again. Let's try and draw a square. This time I'm going to hold down Shift, click and drag, and I get a perfect square. If I do the same with the oval, hold down Shift, drag, and I get a circle. Notice that both of these shapes are showing in that default blue color. Now with shapes we can apply a lot of formatting to these. We've seen that we've got a shape format ribbon where we can do things like change the fill color, we can change the outline color, we can even make the outline a lot thicker, and we can even apply things like shape effects. So if you want to have a shadow effect on your shape, you can just see that just there. We can definitely do that as well. What about something like a reflection to give us a completely different effect? I can also edit any shape that I've added to a slide. For example, if I draw a square and then I change my mind and decide that I want a triangle, I don't have to delete this out and redraw the triangle. What I can do is, using the Shape Format ribbon, I can go across to the Insert Shapes group and we have an Edit Shape box just here. I can go to Change Shape. It's going to open up my Shapes gallery and then I can just choose the shape that I want to change it to. So let's change this to an isosceles triangle. And there we go. It's as simple as that. Also notice that when we are clicked on a shape, we get our resize handles around the outside. So this means that I can drag this in or drag it out to resize it. And again, if you want to resize this equally, so you want to lock the aspect ratio, you need to make sure you hold down Shift as you drag to keep that shape even. If you don't do that, it's kind of going to be all over the place. Now notice that one of these handles is showing in a different color. We have this little orange handle just here. And this allows us to basically distort this object somewhat. So if I click and drag, I can kind of drag it over to the side and effectively create different shapes. And of course, we also have this curly arrow at the top. And this is going to allow us to rotate our shapes around. And aside from all of these different ways that we can format shapes, we also have an additional right-click menu. So if we right-click, notice towards the bottom, we have Format Shape. And this is going to open up a pane on the right-hand side, which gives us some of the same options that we have on the Shape Format ribbon, but we also do have some extra ones in here as well. So you can really kind of go to town on your formatting of your shapes. So don't forget about that right-click menu as well. If I want to add text within a shape, again, I can right-click and notice that we have an Edit Text option. That's going to put my cursor inside, and I can then type whatever text I want to type. And I can format this text like any other text. So if I want to change this to black and maybe make it a bit bigger, I can definitely do that as well. I can even get really granular on manipulating these shapes. So if I select this triangle and jump back up to Shape Format, if we go back to the Edit Shape drop-down, notice we have an Edit Points option just here. That gives me these points at the corners of this triangle, and I can drag these and really change the way that this shape looks, and I can create lots of other weird and wonderful shapes. So if you have a specific shape that you want to create but you can't find it in the Shapes gallery, this is sometimes a good option. So now we have a basic understanding of how to draw shapes, how to format them. Let's delete out this slide and let's add some shapes onto our title slide. Now I'm not going to do anything too fancy here. I'm simply going to have two rectangles at the top and at the bottom. So let's jump up to Insert, let's go to Shapes and select the Rectangle tool. I'm going to click in the top corner and I'm just going to drag all the way across so that we kind of have this bar running across the top. Now I'm going to remove the shape outline, and I'm also going to change the color of this shape as well. And I'm just going to make this a dark green. I want it to really kind of blend in with that background, but just add a little bit of interest. Now I want the same thing at the bottom of this slide. So now that I've formatted this shape, I can simply duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D. And now I can just drag this all the way down to the bottom and make sure that it's lined up. So a very simple usage of a couple of shapes there. We are going to be using shapes a lot more in a lot of different ways throughout the balance of this course. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can add shapes into our PowerPoint presentation. And one thing you may have noticed is that once we've drawn one shape, the Shape tool disables, and if we want to draw another one, we have to go back to the Insert ribbon. Now, if you're drawing a lot of shapes, this can get to be a pain. So I want to just show you a quick trick to effectively lock the drawing mode, and you can then draw lots of shapes. So let's go back to Insert and into Shapes. And just to demonstrate what I mean, in case you didn't quite catch it, if I select the Rectangle tool and draw a rectangle, if I want to draw another rectangle, I need to go back to Insert, go back into Shape, select the shape again, and draw another one. So that's what I mean. It can be quite time consuming if you have a lot of shapes to draw on your slide. So what we can do instead, let's just delete both of those out. We can go into Insert, we can open up our Shapes library, and we can right click on the shape that we want to draw and choose Lock Drawing Mode. So that means now I can just carry on drawing shapes until my heart's content, and drawing mode won't be disabled until I press the Escape key on my keyboard. So that makes life a lot simpler. Now notice that I'm just going through and deleting these shapes. I'm simply selecting them and pressing the Delete key. If you want to select multiple shapes, simply select one of them, hold down Shift, and then select the others. Now we have a whole lesson coming up on selecting and grouping and things like that. So I'm going to show you a few other methods you can use when you have a lot of shapes a bit later on. But for now, we'll just select these three and press the Delete key on our keyboard. The other little tip I wanted to show you here was how to change your default shape. As we've seen, because of the theme that I'm using, when I draw a shape, it's this particular style. It's a blue fill, and we have a very slight darker blue outline. Now it might be that every time I draw a shape, I find myself selecting it and changing the fill color to something maybe that my company uses. Wouldn't it be so much easier if we could just simply select the default shape and use that instead of the one that comes with the theme? Well, the good news is that you can do that. So maybe every time I draw a shape, it more often than not has to be this orange color. And maybe I need to have a darker orange outline, which is 4.5 points thick. Maybe this is the shape that I always have to draw. So what I can do here is right click on this shape and I can choose to set it as my default shape. So now every time I go to draw a shape, and it doesn't matter what shape I draw, it's going to be in that format. So this is another little time-saving trick that I would definitely take the time to do. Draw a shape, format it as you like, and then that can be your default shape. It doesn't stop you from going in and changing the fill again, but it just means that if you have company branding or a certain way that your shapes must look, you don't have to keep changing the formatting each time you draw a shape. In this lesson, we're going to talk about merging shapes, because merging shapes is a really cool little utility that allows you to do a few different things. We can merge shapes together to create brand new shapes. We can break shapes up. And we can also use our merge shapes options to create some really cool text effects. So let me show you a few examples and then I'll leave you to have a play around with these. Now let's just start by inserting a new blank slide and take a look at some of the basics of merging shapes. Now, in order to merge shapes, you need to make sure that you have more than one shape on your slide. So I'm going to draw, let's go for something a bit different. I'm going to go for a block arrow, and I'm just going to draw an arrow like that and move it over here. And I'm going to draw another shape. Let's just go for a rectangle. And I'm going to draw that like so. Now, what I could do here is I could merge these two shapes together and create something completely different. Currently, both of these shapes are what we call separate objects. I can click on them, I can apply formatting, and it's only going to apply to that one shape. Now, what if I move this arrow so that it goes behind the rectangle? Currently, these are still two separate shapes, but what I could do is select both of them by holding down my Shift key, going up to the Shape Format ribbon, and then in the Insert Shapes group at the beginning here, I have a Merge Shapes drop-down. And you'll notice that we have 5 different options when it comes to merging shapes. Now the first one here, Union, if I was to select that, it basically combines the shape together, and this is now one object. So any formatting I apply is going to apply to the entire thing, both of those merged shapes. So using this technique, we can merge different shapes together and create our own brand new shapes. Now let's just Control Z a few times to undo that and make these two separate shapes again. This time I'm going to select both shapes, go up to Merge Shape, and we're going to do Combine. And you can see I get a completely different effect now. If I click on this, this is still all one shape, but it's just removed the part where both of these shapes intersect. Let's Control Z a couple of times so that we get our individual shapes back. Select them both, go to Merge Shapes. The third option here is Fragment. And what this basically does is it creates a whole bunch of new shapes. So wherever they intersect, it's created a new shape. So if I move this, I have a smaller arrow. I then have the middle part as a separate shape, and then I have the rectangle with that middle part cut out. Let's Control Z a few times and take it back to how it was. Let's go back to Merge Shapes and take a look at Intersect. It's basically just showing me the shape where the other two shapes intersect, where they meet. Control Z to go back. And the final one we have in here is Subtract. So it's basically subtracting everything from the first shape and just leaving me with that modified second shape. So a few different techniques you can use there to create different shapes and create some really interesting effects. So now we've kind of got an idea as to how both of those work. Let's just delete out slide 2 and go back to our title slide. Now, how might I choose to use the Merge Shapes feature on my title slide? Well, at the top here, I have this green rectangle shape, which I've just kind of got running across the top as a bit of a header. It just adds a little bit of interest. Now, maybe I want to add a circular logo at the top here. So what I could do, if I move this down a little bit, I'm going to go to Insert. I'm going to insert a shape and I'm going to choose the oval tool. I'm going to hold down Shift because I want an exact circle, and let's make it, think about that big. I'm going to format the circle so it's exactly the same as the rectangle at the top. Now there is a very quick technique that you can use in order to get exactly the same formatting for this circle, but we're actually going to discuss it in a later lesson. So for the time being, I'm just going to manually change the colors of this circle. So let's go up to Shape Fill, and I think it's this green that I used. Yes, that looks about right. And we're going to turn off the shape outline. What I'm now going to do is move this so that it's kind of halfway in between this bar, and I also want it to be in the middle of the slide. Now notice that I'm using the guidelines there to get that in the exact position. And again, we have an entire lesson dedicated to aligning and using grid lines and guides, so that's coming up in the next section. For the time being, I'm just going to place this just here. So now what I could do is merge the green rectangle and the green circle together so that this is kind of one object. It's a header. So let's select both of these, go to Merge Shapes, and I'm going to say Union, and now this is all one shape. So let's just move that into position because we're going to place a little logo in this circle in a moment. Now, the final fun thing that I want to show you when it comes to using that Merge Shapes tool is how you can use it to create some really cool text effects. So we're going to start out here by simply inserting a text box. So let's go for text box. Now we're just using this as an example. I'm probably not going to keep this on the title slide, so we'll just type in the word travel. And just to demonstrate this, I need to use a font that's pretty thick. So let's take a look at what we have. And I think I'm going to go for, let's go for something like that, Bauhaus 93. Now I'm going to take this font up so that it's rather large. So let's take that all the way up to 96. In fact, I'm going to make that a bit bigger. Let's go for 150. There we go. Now, what I'm aiming to do here is I want to fill this text with a background image because this is a really nice effect. So once you've typed your text, insert the image that you want to use in the background of the text. So let's go for pictures, this device, and I'm just going to use the same image that we're using for the background. So let's insert that. And you just want to make sure that the image is placed so that it completely covers the text behind. And then you want to send the picture behind the text. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, we're talking about what we call the Z order. Everything that you add onto your slide is effectively on its own layer, and you can adjust the position of those layers and bring layers forward or push layers backwards. So I want to send this back so that I can see the text on top of it. Now, if we go to the picture format ribbon in the Arrange group, notice we have Bring Forward and Send Backward options. So I want to send this backward. I don't want to send it all the way to the back behind everything, just I want to send it back one. So now we can see the word travel. Now I'm going to select both the text and the picture, and we're going to go to Shape Format, and we're going to use our Merge options. And for this one, we're going to say Intersect, and take a look at that effect. We now have that image in the background of the text. And of course, then I can make this look a little bit better by using my picture format ribbon. I can do things like maybe add a white border so that it stands out a bit more from that background. I could even add some picture effects. So maybe I want to add a shadow. Maybe I want to add, let's go for a glow. How about a green glow? I could even add a reflection and then place this so it looks like that reflection is in the water. And that just gives a really nice looking, effective title. So those are some of the ways that you can use Merge Shapes to create some really nice effects in your presentation. In this lesson, we're going to insert our company logo onto our title slide. And the whole idea behind this lesson is really just to show you how you can use that crop and fill technique, not only to fill the background of a slide, but also how you can use it to fill shapes as well. And this is a technique we're going to use a few times throughout this course. Now, the company logo that I'm going to use is just one that I've created in a free application. So if you're using your own company logo to do this, it might work better if you try and merge it into a different shape. But if you'd like to use the logo that I've created, then you're going to find that in the course files folder. So let's just take a look at the logo first of all. So this is the logo that I've created. Again, this is just created using a free app. We have the name of the company and then we have a little subheading just here and it's on a black background. Now notice that my logo is circular. So I want to place this in that circle shape that we added into our heading. Now the first thing I'm going to do here is actually just delete out this piece of text. As nice as it looks, we're not going to be using this on our title slide. So let's press delete. So let's go up to insert and I'm going to draw another circle and I'm going to make it, let's make it a bit bigger than we need so that you can see what we're doing clearly. So now I want to fill this circle with my company logo. And I've seen a lot of weird and wonderful techniques when people are trying to fit an image inside of a shape. But really, this is pretty easy. What we need to do is right-click on the circle and go into the Format Shape menu. Now, in the Fill section just here, we can choose how we want to fill this shape. And if you recall, one of the options that we have is Picture or Texture Fill. So let's select it. Now notice that by default, it's going to fill it with the last picture that you used, which for me was just that background landscape. Now I want to change that to my company logo. So we're going to go down to Picture Source and click on Insert. I have my logo saved off to my local drive, so we're going to choose From File. And there it is. So let's insert it. And you can see it now fits exactly inside that circle. Now I want to make sure that this isn't distorted even slightly. So what I would do next is go up to Picture Format, go into Crop and use that Fill technique. And now I can adjust it and make it look exactly as I want it to look and choose the correct size. So I'm going to make it a bit bigger than it was. And I can move it around and just get that dead in the center or as close as I can. I think it needs to go up a little bit just there, like so. Once we're happy with how we have it positioned, we can click the top half of the crop button and we have a perfectly cropped image inside a shape. The final thing to do here, I can see that I have a very slight blue outline on this shape. So let's go to Shape Format and we're going to say No Outline. So now that I have this image, I kind of want to place it up here inside this circle. So I'm just going to resize this by holding down the Shift key and dragging in the diagonal handle. And we're going to do a little bit of guesswork here. I'm going to place it up here. And actually, I think I've got that dead correct. If I wanted to have a bit of a green border, I could make that slightly smaller and then reposition that inside. Now notice here, if I zoom in so you can see this a little bit better, it's quite hard to position this using my mouse and get it exactly right. So what you can do are use your arrow keys just to nudge the image into place. It gives you a little bit more control when you're trying to get things extremely accurate. Now I think that that looks pretty good and we have a perfectly positioned logo image on our slide. It's now time to add a title and a subtitle to our title slide. And when you're thinking about adding text to a slide, you really need to consider the font or fonts that you'd like to use. Again, if you work at a company, you might have very strict branding guidelines where you're only allowed to use certain fonts, which is absolutely fine. But if you're in a position where you can use any font, then always make sure that you're using fonts that work together. And it is best practice when you're working in PowerPoint not to use too many different types of fonts. So try and be consistent in the font that you're using. You don't really want to pick 5 or 6 different fonts because it's going to give your presentation an inconsistent look and feel. So in general, there'll be a couple of fonts that I use throughout my presentation, and I'll normally choose fonts that are part of the same font family. And of course, you've already seen my favorite fonts to use in a PowerPoint presentation. I am a big fan of the Lato family. I think Lato Black for a title and just Lato for a subtitle and body text is a really nice combination. But if you have your own favorite fonts that you like to use, then please feel free to use those when you're working through these examples. Now, because we are using a blank slide layout, it means that we don't have any placeholder boxes in order to type in our text. But that's not a problem because we can add our own text boxes. So if we jump up to the Insert tab, all the way over in the text group, we have a text box option just here. And we can draw text boxes anywhere on our slide and add text. My main title is just going to be the company name, and I'm going to have this in capital letters. So this is just going to say Secret Adventures. Now, if I was to leave it this small, it really doesn't stand out on that title slide, so I'm going to want to apply some formatting to this text. Remember, you don't necessarily have to select the text in order to format it. You can just click on the text box and apply formatting in that way. So the first thing I'm going to do here is change the font that I'm using. So let's jump up to the font drop down, and I'm going to use Lato Black. So I'm going to type it in so that I can find it a little bit easier in the list. There it is, just there. Let's select it. I'm going to change the font color to white, and I'm going to make this a lot bigger than it currently is. Now, when you're resizing font, you have a couple of different options. You have a little font size drop down just here, which goes up or down in various different increments. And you can see as I hover over the size of that particular font. Now notice if I was to select something like 72, it goes on to 2 different lines. And that's simply because the text has reached the end of the text box and it's kind of looped around. So if I want this all on one line, I just need to really adjust the size of this text box. Now I'm going to make mine the full width because this is also going to aid me when I want to center this. Now I think that is slightly too big for a title, so let's take that down a bit. I think I'm going to go with, what should we do here? I think we'll start with 60 and see how that looks. Now my text currently is aligned to the left-hand side of the text box. And if we take a look up in the paragraph group, you can see that we have our alignment tools just here. Align left, keyboard shortcut, Control L. We have align center, keyboard shortcut, Control E, and also align right, keyboard shortcut, Control R. There's also a justified option in here, which we'll talk about a bit more when we're adding paragraphs of text to our slide. Now, I want this title to be centered in the text box. And this is why I like to drag the text box so that it's the full width of the slide. If you have a text box that's slightly smaller, so maybe it's like that, and you're trying to center this on the slide, if you choose the text box and then click on center, it's really only going to center the text within that text box. It doesn't really take into account the position of the text box on the slide. However, if you make the text box the full width and then align it to the center, you know that that title is going to be centered vertically, if not horizontally. Now, I don't actually want to center this horizontally as yet because I'm going to add a subtitle. Now, my subtitle is going to be in smaller font, and I'm going to use Lato font as opposed to Lato Black that we've used with the title. Now, what I could do is I could go up to Insert and add another text box. But what I find myself doing most of the time is simply duplicating the text box that I already have. So I'm going to click on it, Control D to make a copy, and then I'm going to drag that underneath. Now I can simply go in and edit the text and make any formatting changes. So let's change the format first of all because I want this text to be quite a bit smaller. So we're going to change the font. Let's do that first of all, because I want this just to be Lato as opposed to Lato Black. So let's choose that. Let's make it a bit smaller. I think we're going to go with, let's go with 18 points. And now I can type in my subtitle. Tailor-made trips for adventurous souls. And I think this slide is starting to look really effective. Now notice that currently the title and the subtitle are not aligned vertically on this page. Now there's a lot to aligning objects on slides, and we have an entire lesson dedicated to this in the next section. So I don't want to give too much away in this lesson, so for the time being, just to make this look a little bit better, I'm simply going to select both text boxes by holding down Shift, and I'm just going to move them down a bit using my arrow keys. So let's put that, I think about there will do for now. Now, the final little technique I'm going to show you here in relation to how you can work with text is really just something to add a little bit of style to this slide. It's all of these small things that take your presentation from looking like a standard run-of-the-mill PowerPoint deck to a really modern presentation for 2022. So let me show you another little thing which I think can look really nice in your slides. What I'm going to do is insert another text box. So let's just insert one just here. I'm not too worried about the position at the moment. And I'm going to type the word explore. I'm now going to apply some formatting to this text. And for this effect, I want to use a really nice cursive font. And there's one in here. This one just here, it's called Künstler Script. I'm going to use this. And I'm going to take this font all the way up. I want to make this pretty huge. In fact, I want to make it even bigger than that. Let's go for 200. I think I want it even bigger than that. Let's try 400, see what we get there. Now this might possibly be a bit too large, but let's widen out the text box and see. Actually, that's not too bad. It's kind of giving me the effect that I want. Now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kind of position this somewhere in the middle of the slide. And if we zoom out a little bit so that we can see, I think that looks pretty good. Let's change the font color to white, and then we're going to take the transparency of this word down. So if we right click and go to Format Shape, in the pane on the right hand side, if we go to Text Options, notice that underneath the Text Fill group we have a transparency slider. And I can take the transparency of this all the way down so that we kind of just have this effect very faint in the background. Can you see that that just adds a little bit of interest and personality to this slide? Let's run the slideshow so we can take a look at it in its full glory. So this might be something that you could use as almost like a running theme throughout all of your slides. You can choose a word and have it just very faintly in the background. I think techniques like this look really effective and really elevate your slides. And the best thing about them is that they're so simple to do, simply using text boxes and a bit of transparency. So we're just about finished designing our really nice looking title slide. The only final little tweak that I might want to do here is I might want to review the colors that I'm using for the title and the subtitle. And I mentioned a few lessons ago that I was going to show you a quick technique that really helps you be more consistent with the colors that you're using in your presentation. Again, much like when you're choosing fonts, you want to make sure that you choose a consistent color palette in your presentations. And once again, you might work at a company where there are branding guidelines which really lay out specific colors that you need to use in your presentations. And once again, that is absolutely fine, but let me show you how you can be more consistent. When you're building a PowerPoint presentation, if you want it to look cohesive and flow together nicely, you want to limit the color palette that you're using. Now, based on my title slide, I'm kind of going for this greeny colored theme, sort of a bit of green, a bit of white. I could maybe choose some colors out of the logo, so maybe blacks and yellows. but I want to kind of stick with the color palette that I'm using on this title slide. Now for most of these shapes and objects, I've just used colors from my theme palette. But it might be that you've chosen very specific colors using the hexadecimal value or by going into that more color palette. So a really quick and easy way to apply colors that are already in use in your presentation is to use something called the Eyedropper utility. And this is a little tool that came out a while ago in PowerPoint that people still overlook or don't really know what it does. And this is such a lifesaver. I find myself using this all the time. So let me show you how it works, because it is very, very simple, but extremely useful. Now, looking at my title just here where we have Secret Adventures, maybe I think to myself, you know what, that white is a little bit harsh. I want to change the color and maybe change it to a lighter green, or maybe I want to even pick up the yellow in this logo and use that. Now, instead of just trying to guess or match with my eye the colors that are in use, I can use the eyedropper. So the first thing I'm going to do here is select the title. And herein lies our first problem. Because we added this faded out explore, when I try and select the title, I'm actually just selecting the text box for the word explore. It's kind of sitting on top of that title. Now, can you remember what we did previously in order to change the layer order or the Z order of our objects? Well, what we can do is select the word explore, go up to shape format, and we can choose to send it backward. So now I should find that I can select the text box because those are now on top. So let's select our text in here. Let's go to the Home tab. Let's go to our font color drop down. Notice at the bottom we have the eyedropper utility. And if we hover over, we can see that screen tip. It says select a text fill color by clicking on the screen. So if we select the eyedropper utility, our cursor changes to this little pipette. I think that's what we used to call them when we were at school. And as I hover over, can you see in the square, it's showing me what color I'm currently hovered over. So this enables me to pick out specific colors from the background image or from anything on this slide and quickly apply them to the selected object. And this works not only just on text, but also if you want to fill other things like shapes. So I'm going to do my best here to pick up this yellow color from the logo. So I'm going to hover over until I kind of get this yellow color. Sometimes it can be a bit hit and miss. There we go. We'll go with that. And if I click, my title has now changed to that color. Now, I don't think that's particularly nice. Let's do it again. Let's highlight. Let's select our eyedropper, and then we can choose something else from this image. Now, I probably am just going to end up going with white, but just to demonstrate this, let's choose, let's go for a lighter green. We've got a light green somewhere in here. Let's go for something like that. Now, this is going to blend in with the background quite a bit, but hopefully you're getting the idea as to the capabilities of this little pipette. If I wanted to change it to black, let's go for something like that. And there we go. So this is just a really quick way to pick up colors that are already in use, and it really helps give your presentations a much more consistent feel. Now I'm going to change this back to white because I think that is definitely the best color, but hopefully you can see how that little eyedropper utility works and can be useful to you. In this exercise, we move into the slide workshop section of the course. And this is where we're going to actually create a presentation so that we can practice all of the skills that we've learned in this course. And the presentation that we're going to create is for a company called Jupiter Space. And they basically provide workspace and hot desks in various different locations around the world. So the first thing I'd like you to do is create a new blank presentation. Now, by default, you'll have one slide in your new presentation, which has the title slide layout. So I'd like you to change the layout of that slide to blank. I'd then like you to recreate the title slide that you can see on the right-hand side using the images in the exercise folder. So just to point out some key points here, we have an image in the background. We know how we can resize that correctly. We have a transparent shape overlay over the top, and then we have some text on top of that. Notice the font that I've used is Roberto Slab and Roberto Slab Black, and you can also see the font size there so you can get it exactly correct. I don't necessarily mind if this blue is a slightly different colour to the one that I've used, but try and get it as close as possible. And then in the corner we have our logo, which you'll also find in the course files folder. Once you've recreated this slide, then save the presentation as Jupyter_space.pptx. That's all I need you to do. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do here was create a new blank presentation, Control N or File and New. And then I asked you to change the layout of this page from a title slide to a blank slide. So for this, we need to jump up to Layout and we're going to switch this to Blank Layout. I then asked you to recreate that Jupyter Space title slide. So we're going to start here by inserting the background image. So we have this saved off to the exercise files folder. So let's go to this device and it's this one just here. Let's click on Insert. So now we need to resize this image so it takes up the full width of the slide. So we're going to use Crop and Fill. So let's go to Crop, let's select Fill, and then we can drag these handles all the way out. Let's go to Crop and Fill again, and now we can crop that picture. The next thing to do here is to add our transparent shape overlay, which pretty much takes up 3/4 of this background image. So we're going to go to Insert, we're going to use our Rectangle tool, and let's drag a big old rectangle and let's make it about 3/4 of this page. Of course, we can always adjust this again later on. Now we don't want this to be blue, we want to fill it with a dark colour. And again, I'm not really too fussed as to which black or which dark grey you choose, just something that's quite dark. I'm going to go for this one. And I don't want an outline just here. But what we do want to do is we want to format this so that we can adjust the transparency and let a little bit more of that image in the background through. Now, I think I'm actually going to make this a bit darker. Let's go for black as opposed to grey, and I'm quite happy with that transparency. The next thing I'm going to do is add the logo in the bottom right hand corner. Again, we have this saved off to the exercise files folder. So this is a simple case of just picking that up. So let's grab it and click on Insert. And there it is, a nice bright blue. Let's drag it down to the corner. Now we need to add our text. So let's add our first text box. I'm just going to draw that up here. And this is just going to say in capital letters, presented by, and then I'm going to have my name. Let's change this text to white, and we need to change the font here. So we want to use Roberto Slab, and we're going to keep this on size 18. So let's just position that in the top corner. And now we can add our title. Now I'm going to just duplicate this text box and then I'm going to modify it. So this is going to be our main title. We want this in caps, so Jupyter Space. We need to change the font because what we want here is we still want Roberto Slab, but we want the slightly more bold version. So Roberto Slab Black. And we're going to take this up to 66. Let's drag that out like that. And what I've also done is I've added an accent color just to one of these words. So we're going to change the font color. Let's go to more colors because I want a really nice bright blue. And I think this is the one that I use. So let's click on OK. So we're looking pretty good. Just a couple more things to add before this title slide is done. I want to add a line running underneath my title. So let's go to Insert, let's go to Shapes, grab the Line tool, and I'm going to hold down Shift as I drag, which ensures that I get a straight line. And you can reposition this to wherever you want it to be. So I'm going to put mine just there, and I'm also going to change the shape outline to that bright blue color. And the final thing to add here is just our subheading. So again, I'm going to duplicate this text at the top because this is pretty much the same size that I want. So I'm going to add our little subheading just here, And of course, you can move these into position if you need to. And there we go. There is our finished title slide. The final thing I asked you to do here was simply save this presentation to a folder of your choice and call it Jupyter_space. So once again, we just go up to File, down to Save As. We need to choose our folder and we just want to call it Jupyter_space. And then click on Save. In this section of the course, we're going to turn our attention towards selecting objects, aligning and grouping, because these are 3 fundamental skills that you need to use in PowerPoint in order to make sure that your presentations look professional. Because in my experience, nothing looks more unprofessional than a slide deck where objects are not completely aligned on the page. Even if an object is very slightly off, it really brings down the whole presentation. So we want to make sure that we are confident when it comes to making selections, moving objects around, aligning them and grouping them. So we're going to start out in this lesson by taking a look at some of the fundamentals when it comes to selecting objects. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I mean exactly what I say, selecting different things on our page. So currently I have the title selected. If I click underneath, I have the subtitle selected. If I click at the top, I have the explore text selected, so on and so forth. Now, when it comes to selecting objects, there are a few fundamental rules that you should know. So let's insert a new blank slide and have a little practice. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm just going to add some shapes onto this page, and we'll use some circles as our example. So let's add one, and I'm just going to duplicate this a few times by pressing Ctrl D. And let's just grab these and place them randomly on this slide. Now, how do I select these objects? Well, I can simply click on the first one. I could hold down my Shift key, click on the second one, the third one, and the fourth one in order to select them all. Once I have them all selected, I can then make global changes to all of them at the same time. So if I want to change them to a different color, I can. And if I want to change the shape outline to something different, I can. And then when I click on the background, I deselect all of those objects. Now, another way that I can select objects is to simply select the first one, and I can hold down my Control key as opposed to Shift in order to make my selections nice and easy. A third way I can select objects is to basically just draw a big rectangle around everything that I want to select. So if I just click and drag and then let go, it's going to select all of those objects. Click away to deselect. Now, that final technique I just showed you is particularly useful if you have a lot of objects on your page that overlap. So sometimes if we have sort of objects which are on top of each other like this, and we want to maybe select the third one, sometimes it's not quite so easy to do that if they're all crowded together. So that is where this technique comes in really handy, because it allows us just to quickly select everything contained within that rectangle. So just bear that in mind when you're selecting your objects. Now, there is a fourth way that we can select objects on our page, and that is by using the selection pane. And the selection pane has many different uses. Now, in order to pull up the selection pane, you need to make sure you have at least one object selected on your slide, because that's then going to give us access to the shape format contextual ribbon, which is where you're going to find the selection pane. So over in the Arrange group, let's click Selection Pane. And notice that we have over on the right hand side this new pane open up. And what this pane will do is it will list out all of the objects that you have within your slide. And you can see here we've got Oval 1, Oval 2, Oval 3 and Oval 4. So by default, PowerPoint will give your objects generic names. But this is another way that we can select different things in our slides. And I have to say that this selection pane becomes very useful when we have lots of objects on our slide. I can simply click on Oval 3 and it's going to select it. Click on Oval 4, it's going to select it, so on and so forth. And if I want to select all of my objects, I can hold down Control and just select them all in that selection pane. Another way that this can be really useful is, again, if we have objects that are all overlapping, like this, maybe I decide that I want to change the colour of the third circle back here, and I can only see a very small slither of that third circle. So making that selection is quite difficult. Now what I could do here is use my selection pane to select it, or alternatively I could hide all of the circles that are on top of the one that I want to format. Notice in the selection pane you have this little eye icon next to each of the objects. And currently all of the eyes are open, which means I'm showing everything. But if I say click on circle 1, let's click on the eye, that's going to hide it. And notice that it's now disappeared from the slide. It hasn't been deleted, it's just temporarily hidden. We can click again to bring it back. So what I could do here is maybe hide all of the circles that I don't need, which just exposes this circle, and that makes it a lot easier for me to go in and change the color of that circle. Once I'm done, I can unhide everything, and I haven't had to move objects around in order to apply formatting to something that's either partially or almost completely covered by other objects. So the selection pane can be super useful. I'm going to show you some other techniques using this selection pane when we talk about aligning and managing objects on our slide. In the last lesson, we saw how we can use various different techniques to select objects on a slide. And the last technique that we looked at was using the selection pane. So I kind of want to carry on that vein and show you how you can also use the selection pane to arrange and manage all of the different objects that you have on your slide. Now, as we saw previously in the selection pane, currently I have 4 circles, or 4 ovals in this case, and they've just got the generic names of oval 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now, this isn't particularly meaningful. And if you have many objects on your slide and they all have generic names, it can be quite difficult to know exactly what you need to select. If I have 10 text boxes, and in the selection pane they're just called text box 1, text box 2, text box 3, I don't really know which text box I need to select from the list. So one of the things I would recommend that you get into the habit of doing is that you come into this selection pane and you rename all of the objects to make them easier to identify. So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to make these objects a little bit different. Let's just spread them out a bit more again. And I'm just going to change the color of all of these. So let's go for, I'm just going to use a shape style for this. Let's change this one to green, this one to blue, this one to yellow, and this one to grey. So now what I would probably do in the selection pane is give these meaningful names. So the first one here, oval 1, you can see it's selected. If you simply click, it's going to allow you to rename that object. So I'm going to change this to green circle, and you can hit enter to set that. And I would do exactly the same for all of these. So let's click, let's change this to blue circle and hit enter. And I'm going to do the same for the other 2. So now this makes it a lot easier for me to identify exactly which object I'm selecting. Now we saw in the previous lesson how we can click this little show hide eyeball icon in order to hide or display different objects on the slide. And as I mentioned, this can be particularly useful if you have lots of overlapping objects and you're trying to get to one that's kind of further down the stack in order to edit it. But something else we can use this selection pane for is to rearrange the order of objects as well. And again, I'm going to overlap these objects just to make this super easy for you to see. So let's just put these circles on top of each other. Now the order that these circles have overlapped is called the Z order. And the way to kind of think about this is whenever you add an object into PowerPoint, it essentially appears on its own layer. And these layers are all on top of each other. And you can change the stacking order or the layer order simply by moving items around in the selection pane. We can also do this by using the send backward or send to back options on the toolbar. So let's look at that first of all. If I select this grey circle, which currently is at the front, and you can see that in the selection pane, it's at the top of the list, which means it's the first object that's at the front. If I wanted to send this all the way to the back, so effectively behind all of the other circles, there's a couple of different techniques I could use. Let's jump up to Shape Format, and again we have our Bring Forward and Send Backward buttons. Now if I click the drop down next to Send Backward, I have two choices. I can send backward or I can send to the back. Now if I was to send it backward, it's just going to move back one position. So it's just moved behind the next circle, which in this case was the yellow circle. If I want to send this grey circle all the way to the back, that is when I would choose Send to Back. And now you can see in the selection pane, the grey circle is at the bottom of the list because it's the object that's furthest towards the back. So we can manipulate the Z order of objects in this way. If I want to bring that back to the front, again, I can use to bring it forward one position, or I can just bring it all the way back to the front, which will move it to the top of the list in the selection pane. Now, similarly, instead of using Bring Forward and Send Backward, I can rearrange the order using the selection pane. So I could simply grab grey circle and drag it down to the bottom of the list to change that Z order. I could then grab the green circle and pull that to the top, which is going to put it in front. I could grab the yellow circle and place that behind the blue circle. So this is a really nice way of just quickly organizing all of the objects on your slide. You also have some up and down arrows just here in the selection pane, which will just allow you to do exactly the same thing, but with clickable arrows instead. So your takeaways from this lesson are to name all of the objects that you have on your slide and be mindful of the different techniques you can use in order to change that Z order. Now, if we go back to our title slide for a moment and take a look at the selection pane here, we haven't renamed anything, and this is what I mean. This is why it can get quite confusing if you don't rename your objects. You can see we have text box 28. Like, what does that relate to? It could be anything. I've got a few different text boxes on this slide. When I click on it, I can see that, okay, that is the subtitle. If I click on 27, that's the title. So I'm probably going to want to go through and rename all of these items. So I'm going to do that now, and I'll join you back here once I've done that. So now I've renamed all of those items with meaningful text, so it makes it a lot easier for me to see exactly what I'm selecting. Now, if you remember in one of the previous lessons when we were trying to change the title text, the Explore text box was in front of this title text, which made it really difficult for me to select this text. And all we did to combat that was to select the Explore text box and we sent it backward so that it was behind the title and the subtitle. So this is where you can use that same technique in the selection pane. If I want to bring the Explore text box to the front again, I could simply drag and drop it. So now when I click somewhere in here, it's going to be that Explore text box that I select. If I want to make changes to this title text, I can grab the Explore text box and just drag it so it's underneath subtitle and title. And that makes it a lot easier for me to select these objects. Now, another thing I could do if I did have this Explore text box as the first object at the front, and I wanted to get to what was underneath in order to be able to edit it, I could simply turn off my eyeball icon. So if I click to hide, it's going to hide it, and I can now get to that text behind, make my changes, and then show that text again. So lots of different ways that this selection pane is extremely useful.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Sez IT.